Good evening. It is December 1st, 2023. It is the longest running episodic, whatever this is. It is the Friday live stream. Apparently, one of the few things in the hobby not sponsored by Arena Club. The first rule of Arena Club is don't be sponsored by Arena Club, unless you're part of a bunch of different Instagram or YouTube accounts that I've seen through the course of this entire afternoon, starting kind of yesterday, where apparently everybody's sponsored by Arena Club. Eric is sponsored by Arena Club. Needham is sponsored by Arena Club. I'm Spartacus. You're Spartacus.
Yeah.
It's like, so apparently this is a thing. What's funny is I was going to talk about it a little bit, but then towards the latter portion of this afternoon, I started getting more and more of them, starting seeing them on Instagram every 5 seconds. I'm so they decided to do a repack drop. That was the big thing. So they basically rolled out all their influencer army to go talk about it all at once. And I'm like, really? This is the thing. I'm like, why? Whatever. We'll get into it. So anyway, I'll grab a couple of these comments here. Hobby Champs, good evening. Global, good day there, my hobby brothers and Eric. There. Hockey 99. Carlos, what are your thoughts on the repack topic? I'm getting to it, man. I'm getting to it. Jesus. Good evening, Dave. Jeter is making moves. Yeah, fucking Jeter. I'll deal with fucking Jeter here in a second. All right. So
I hate baseball. All right. But I am from Boston. And we're not fans of Mr. Jeter here. So
yeah, I hate the Yankees. I hate the Yankees. So I'm out on Jeter.
He touches, I want no part of.
So right from the get-go, the whole Arena Club thing, I was out just because Jeter was involved. It's like, fuck Jeter. We're done. It's over. So let me quickly give the high level. And Neo actually released a video like an hour ago on this because it kind of made the rounds really quick. On the Discord, we had some fun with it this afternoon, but I'll give the short version. So they released their repack product, whatever. They managed to snazz it up, but I think the thing I took objection to. So I want to be clear. Number one, I don't care about sponsorships because to care about sponsorships would make me a total hypocrite, given that I mentioned regularly, friends of the show, AMG Collectibles. So let me do that really quick off the top, and then I'll get into this thing. AMG Collectibles, amgcollectibles.ca. Thank you to AMG for supporting the channel. We appreciate them. And I also will be doing the podcast every week still with the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. And this actually segues nicely into this conversation. And here's the reason why. A sponsorship in and of itself isn't a good thing or a bad thing. It is what it is. But there are certain conventions that you're expected to follow when you have a sponsorship. Certain expectations, legal, and also best practices. So these are the two things. So number one, what I just did a moment ago, I just said, thank you to AMG for supporting the channel. Also on YouTube, you got a little checkbox that says, promotional or sponsored content. You hit the checkbox. That's two. You say it, you show it, and if you look on the scrolling ticker there, thanks to AMG for supporting the channel. There is at least no less than 3 different things, and that ticker is going to be going through the entirety of the live stream here. So, and if you check in the description, you're going to see at least 2 references to that exact same thing in there as well. Now, you could call that overkill, but I feel like it's the appropriate thing to do to make sure that it is abundantly clear that there is a relationship with that. What concerned me about the Arena Club thing is not even the lame repack thing. It is what it is. But what concerned me about it is that I saw so many of them simultaneously. And then I'm not going to audit each individual person that I saw, but I think a lot of them were not disclosing that properly. They're like, oh, I've got a giveaway for my subscribers or giveaway for this or giveaway for that. What's funny is, Eric's favorite and everybody's favorite, Mojo. To his credit, and I'll actually show you a couple of examples here in a minute. At least on Mojo's Instagram post, you may like Mojo, not like Mojo, that's on you. But on the bottom, it says #partner, #ad. At the bare minimum, he is disclosing that. I saw some YouTube ones, though, where they barely mentioned it. They barely said anything. And I'm like, come on, guys. We got to put in a little bit of work on you got to make sure, like I just showed. It's scrolling across the ticker. It's in the description. I said it out loud in words. And if I need to repeat it throughout the night, I will. But it's got to be clear. A person shouldn't be coming on and have any question. It should be abundantly clear what the situation is. That's generally how you got to do it. Hobby Champ says, I got to be honest, I hate repacks, but the way Arena has laid out is absolutely genius. So let me touch on this. So visually, they did an interesting thing with it. Although a lot of the hits are really crap. I got to be honest, because a bunch of the hits in these packs, they're all like slab cards, but a bunch of the hits are like Arena Club slabs, which may as well be raw cards. And actually, I'll show you one that was really funny. Packman had one of these. Now, Packman has been partnered with Arena Club for a while. I think he even had an interview with Jeter. So that was the part of the whole original rollout and everything. So it's very clear that Packman is in bed with Arena, which that's not hidden. That's fairly public knowledge. However, when he was opening his packs, one of the things he was celebrating, he clearly wasn't paying close attention, and I'll actually show you. I'll zoom in on it so you can see it a little bit better. It's actually very amusing to me that this was one of the hits, and it would concern me about the remainder of these repacks. Just I'll show you here in a second. Bill says, "I'd buy your repacks, Eric." There you go. Like the Eric with May. Thank you, Bob.
Bob, it's too early. All right, we are like 8 minutes into this show. I am not dealing with you. Knock it off.
6 minutes.
Goble says the main chase isn't even a bloody card. Yes, the big grand prize is Super Bowl tickets. So they're trying to obviously go big on the hen there. Okay, so let me show you a couple of things to make my point here. I want to make sure I get this comment in first though. That's right.
I don't know why I think that's funny.
You've got a serious problem, Eric. That's what's going on here.
I have several, especially on Friday nights. I have serious problems.
Eric, focus. I need you to focus right now. This is important. All right. We got to cover this. All right. Instagram. All right, we're going. King of the cards here. He was one of the pokes that was over at the expo. He was one of the influencers that was invited to the expo. So I'm going to focus on a specific post, but I'm going to point a couple of things out here. So again, my point, look, like repacks, don't like repacks, buy repacks, don't buy repacks. Honestly, I don't give a crap. If somebody's got a sponsorship, whatever. I don't care. But the expectation is that you disclose it in certain ways. But let me show you. Obviously, you got the Jeter post here with the Arena Club. So it's kind of clear if you really think about it, which is fine. But let me go in here. So this is one of the Slab Pack things. This is the thing. So he does this whole post. He's talking about it and all that. All the caption says is good value for the hobby at Arena Club. Does it say hashtag ad or anything in there? He starts talking
behind his head.
Yeah, Bobby, but that's my point though. Like it's abundant. Like obviously it's a poke. It's an advertisement, but you got to take 3 seconds and say it. And I'll point out. So we got our buddy Mojo here. Let me click on this. So let me expand it. He's got his post too. But like I said, he's got this whole thing, link in my bio, go get one today, hashtag partner, hashtag ad. Maybe somebody told him to do it, but at least it's there.
Sponsored
at the bare minimum.
Sponsored by Getty Images.
Yeah. But it's one of those, it's so overt. It was so over the top. It was so stupid that I was like, come on, guys, you got to try a little bit harder. So let me show you one more and then we'll come back around to it. But let me show you one more here that kind of makes my point. So Packman, who is now at 263,000 subscribers, so obviously a very big account in sports card world, did his post on it. Now, number one, it's very clear that he's working with them. He says it throughout the very beginning of this thing. And this thing goes on for 36 minutes. It's a 36-minute ad for the damn thing. But one of the ones he pulled is this card. And I've got it right now frozen here because I'm going to point out something. I'm going to make it bigger and then I'll point out something. All right. So he pulls this card and he's trying to comp it and figure out things about it. It's kind of hard to see, so I'll kind of point out what the issue is. This is supposed to be a 1998 Peyton Manning, and I'll actually play it back so you can see the front. But if you pay attention here, that says Topps reprint. And if you can now, if you zoomed in, you would be able to see that the copyright date is 2012. And the reason for that is because this card is actually let me scroll here. This is actually the 1998 Topps draft picks. It's a reprint card they did in 2012. Topps did it as part of their set. It's an insert you can pull, but which is a real card from Topps, but it's a 2012 reprint of his 1998 rookie. And they put it in the Arena Club slab and it's marked as a 1998 card. Arena Club doesn't even know it's a reprint. It says reprint right on the back of the damn thing. And this is you're promoting with the guy with 260,000 followers. You can't even get that shit right.
See,
we're not off to a good start.
You still need them. You need that information.
Yeah. But but Eric, the point is it's such small, it's stupid things. By the way, here's your hit. You can have a SGC 9.5 for $2.25 if you want. That's your hit. Slab packs. Yeah.
So otherwise, what would it have been if it was the real one?
I would have been. I probably would have been like $40 or $50.
That's
like it's an Arena Club. Oh. It's an Arena Club slab. Like to me, I would figure out whatever maybe like $20. It's whatever the raw price would be. I honestly would add no value for being an Arena Club slab. Honestly,
gotcha. But you're totally right about that. Yes, but getting an authentic rookie card of Peyton Manning versus a reprint rookie card of Peyton Manning are two different planets. And
absolutely,
if you pull that, and your first thought is that, hey, I just got a Peyton Manning rookie card. This is fantastic. you know, I don't,
That
it's,
deserves a Ric
Yeah.
Flair. Woo!
To be fair though, it would have best case scenario is it would have been a base tops reprint of a Peyton Manning rookie that is still available in enough abundance. Like the base tops rookie is not a super expensive car. I'll actually look up what the comps are on a base tops rookie just to see.
it's still better than a reprint.
I agree, but like not by that. It's good. The point is, I don't remember. I think the minimum pack is like $50. Like the minimum pack is $50. So I'm like, you're not getting value. I'm sorry.
No,
That was a fun one just because it was Packman, gigantic audience, and it was him doing a 36-minute infomercial for, and that's the guy that gets this car, and he can't even tell it's a reprint. Arena Club couldn't tell it was a reprint. That's what made it funny.
So just so I'm clear, so I know
Yes.
how outraged I'm supposed to be.
Uh-huh.
The label on the slab says it's the
1998 tops. 1998
original
tops.
Oh,
rookie card.
Yeah.
The-
Arena Club thinks it's a real rookie.
Yes.
see?
Mr. Donkey Kong over there thinks when he pulls it, he has a official rookie card, and it was just your good eyesight, I guess, even though we all wear glasses, that you noticed it said reprint on it.
I will take complete credit for it because one of the commenters saw it. So we
Okay.
were kind of sharing that on the Discord. So what I did is I went to the video, pulled it up myself, went and paused it on that exact spot so I could showcase it for you guys.
Yeah.
But people did notice. Like
Okay.
even people in his own comment section picked up on it and like,
But
hey guys.
the graders at Arena Club didn't notice,
No.
or are trying to scam. I'm gonna go benefit of the doubt. Didn't notice. Miss Packman over there, she didn't notice.
I guess it comes down to buy the card, not the slab, right?
But people that are watching a video thousands of miles away on their phones possibly can see the word reprint, but the people that have it right in front of them can't.
No.
So either you have people that made grave errors, or they're all in on trying to promote this bullshit and get us to think that it's something else.
Well, that's exactly it. But by the way, you know what my favorite part about this whole
Which
thing
one
was?
is it?
The reprint is funny. The fact that he of all people partnered with them and helped them come up with the concept, I think he was alluding to, and everything was the one who got that one in front of his big audience and everything. My favorite part was that the reprint was graded an 8.5.
Oh,
It was an Arena Club 8.5. You couldn't even get a fucking 10. You couldn't get a 10.
I
Not
want to
even a 9.
I want to sell these original Phil Esposito rookie and Jerry Cheever's rookie that I've had autographed. Ignore the fact that they're stamped reprint and have all these other things on them. I want to sell them as original.
But they're
this
real autographs, right?
Yes. So I'm going to be selling them for about $700 a piece. Anyone who's interested for these authentic rookie cards of 2 Hall of Famers with real autographs, let me know. They're $700 a piece.
We should put that in that vintage hockey. My wife, she was scrolling. She goes, "Have you seen this?" It was vintage Repack. And I'm sitting there going, "No, I've never seen that." And she goes, "Oh, he's opening this old box." And I'm going, "That's not old. That's not nothing I know." So have you seen that yet?
No.
Yeah, my wife showed me the other day. And I was watching the guy open it, and then he's pulling out. It's all old cards, right? It's whatever, and 90s, junk, whatever. It wasn't much old that was in there, but have a look at that. Check it out, guys.
I'm going to repack all these 1978s.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny? Like I've actually seen ones. There was a company that does them for 50s and 60s baseball cards. They actually have taken entire sets and done them as repacks. And you can basically pull all the cards in it, including the good cards.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. Well, this, the box looked good and the packs looked great.
Yeah.
It was well done. Whoever did it, and I was sitting there going, interesting. Now, if you could put some half decent cards in there, I don't want a 1955 Fern Flanman or anything, but
Hey,
hey, I know Boston. I used it on purpose. I could have said Buse.
Listen. He's no SB signature legend Hal Gill. He's no
Hal
SB
Gill.
signature legend Hal Gill, man.
Mhm.
Hal F'N Gill, my friends. All right, Orlando here, Collector's Dream. Good evening. Bob Bozo said, I can see it now. Reprints will be December's flavor of the month. Apparently, it's a thing. Yeah. Bobby Jam says the execution is top tier. Visually, I agree. My mockery comes from the sad attempt at advertising. And like I said, I'm not going to audit each individual influencer who was involved in this, but there were a lot of them. And like I said, though, I showed you a couple of examples. I honestly think if somebody did audit them, they would find that a lot of them are not meeting the minimum threshold of what you're supposed to be doing when it's an ad. So I'm like, my options are either you didn't follow the rules, or you're claiming to me that spontaneously you decided to make a video that sounds and feels an awful lot like the ones who were advertised, but you're not advertising.
So
on the same day.
Would the influencer be influenced by something else? Maybe.
Burnfly Man sounds made up.
Well,
Beware hype men and charlatans.
Buttons.
He's no Don Bradman.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
Nope.
So I listen. This new
Cricket repacks. That's
way
it.
of doing things, you know, it isn't interesting to me, and it's not interesting to Bobby. You know, we're interested in different things, and I know there's, you know, new ways to collect in this hobby with breakers and repacks and you know, whatnot, gambling breaks and all this crazy stuff. So I understand that things change, and some people like, it's not for me. When I look at repacks, just me, each their own, whatever makes you happy. Repacks look, when I think of repacks, I think of the old saying, you know, the house always wins. And have you ever been to, you know, a not, I don't know what the right words, but you ever been to just a junky casino? I haven't. Casinos are gorgeous. They got marble this, they got marble that. They got beautiful restaurants and stores, and you know, it's all the best materials used, and the places are gorgeous. How do you think they afford that? The house always wins.
It's fake marble, anyways.
One guy might pull something good, but the other 1,000 people are getting screwed.
But they had the chance.
And
they weren't.
Let me just go through here for a second.
They weren't misled.
So First Global says Sir Don is the king. I figured the Don Bradman reference would be appreciated by some. It's also kind of an old school call out to when we had Don Bradman. Was it Don Bradman curator or something like? There was a guy who came with a Don Bradman username all the time, and Don Bradman was an old joke on the live stream for a while.
I think he's doing repacks now.
Maybe the Don Bradman repack. That'd be exciting. Michael Ham says who even buys repacks? Somebody apparently. I know a fair amount of collectors and no, not one person. Well, I know dozens of people. Hashtag ad.
Are they even legal to do that? That's the funny part. Really?
Walmart used to do repacks for years.
Yeah, but they had to have there had to be something there. You had to have trademark or some kind of that you can't get by selling somebody else's product for your product that is licensed. You know, be it Tops, be it whatever, Fleer, what have you. So you really can't do that technically. It's like having Razes and all that other stuff. You know, is it? You know, it's gambling.
All I can say is that Hit Parade has been doing that for years, and Walmart used to do that all the time.
Yeah, I know, but I think they got past the trademark thing. I think they had to pay somebody something.
I think there is. See, this probably is a good job for Ziggy. It's tireless, and you don't really accomplish anything. It's a good job for him.
Oh, it would be perfect for him.
Yeah, like literally, you just have endless amounts of times.
Repack NFTs. That'd be
Repack NFTs. Oh God,
that'd
be amazing.
Box, there's nothing there. It's amazing.
That'd be amazing. Definitely. So Bob Bozo was asking hobby buzzword of the year: audit, megabid, influencer. So we got a couple of votes here. Dave says definitely megabid. Eric, there are a lot of rundown casinos. I've seen a few. Was late. Carlos was watching Ham's show video. Do your thing, man. Yep. Don't tell Eric. Yep. I can imagine a scenario where Ziggy's locked in a white room with a large stack of repack products to atone for years of trolling. But what's great is that after he's done, is like, did you make sure to check them all? Did you check number 17? Did you check number 45? Did you check number 32? What was in it?
Reprints.
That's all I'm saying. They should repack into a fucking slot machine. Yes. Substitute genius. Just keep buying, click buy until your bank account's empty. Yes. They have a bunch of cards in default to buy, sell, trade. Yep. Look, the thing is that, so I wanted to let off the top with two different ideas. The first one was I don't care if somebody wants to buy repacks. That's on them. It's their money. Whatever you want to do is fine with me. And I also have no issue with somebody taking a sponsorship because, again, it would be hypocritical of me. Like, it would be the height of hypocrisy. I cannot question that. I cannot denounce it. But at least be honest about it. At least be transparent about it. And, like, don't try to hide and skirt around it with like I literally heard one of the guys, I think it's 502 Frank, and I have that video here. And in 10 seconds, he vaguely alludes to being partnered with them and then just moves on and then spends 30 minutes doing a commercial. I'm like, come on, guys. You gotta the bare minimum. You go in his description, you can't see a thing about it. You see links and various things, but it doesn't say he's affiliated. It doesn't say he's partnered. It doesn't say he got consideration. Nothing. And it's like, guys, at the bare minimum, like, at least put a line, like one line, just one line that says affiliated with Arena Club.
I'd pay to see behind the doors of a Repack thing going on. You can just see it. Oh yeah, put that in there. Oh no, this one, yeah. Make it look like, yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good, man. Yeah, great reprint, nice, whatever.
But Bob Jackson says it's not like the people only do things because they get paid, and that's really sad. It's a good quote. It's facts. I just thought it was. I just got a kick out of it. I was very amused. Look, the reprint one is the one that killed me. The Packman of all the people. And how many views has he got on this video now? Let me see. Hold on. I'm curious now. He's got almost 30,000 views in hours on this video with him with a fucking reprint.
Well, I
couldn't even get the and it was an 8.5. It was an 8.5 reprint, Eric. They couldn't even get a 10.
How long has Space Invaders been doing this type of stuff?
A while, actually. Hey, like I said, he got 260,000 subscribers. Let's see, when did he make his channel? Let's take a look. Now you got me curious. Let me see. How long has this channel been there?
Does this tell you how the hobby is going? Like, honestly, I can't afford the real pack, so I'll get a repack and get nothing.
He joined it in 2016. He's got 1,500 videos and 61 million views. 61 million views.
Okay. Well, hey, good for him. Congratulations. Keep doing what you're doing. Whatever it is, it's working. I don't get it, Mr. Centipede, but whatever. I like
that Eric has exhausted most of his 80s video game references. I appreciate it. Like, I'm kind of wondering how many more you got.
Oh, listen, I am old, as you like.
You ready for some in television? Like, what do you got for us?
I know all the games from the 80s because I played them all. All right. So, I don't know what Frog is doing over there, but he's obviously not paying attention when he's opening stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Too busy hopping around, getting all excited. All right. And didn't realize he got flattened by a truck trying to hop across the street.
Yeah, but you get 3 lives, though.
Michael Ham says Pac-Man buys views, but he doesn't buy comments because there's over 600 comments on that shit already.
It must be good.
Yeah. Like, one way or the other, he's got a reaction. If nothing else, he's getting a reaction for it. And the key thing is you can buy views, but that doesn't actually help you in practice. You got to be able to convert. That's the thing. Like, if you like vanity metrics, yeah, sure. You can buy views, you can buy subscribers, you can totally do that. But then when it comes time for the sponsors to come in, they run a couple of ad campaigns with you and no one actually responds. At some point, someone actually has to spend money off of a link you sent or whatever. Otherwise, you're worthless. You could have 5 trillion views, but 5 trillion fake views don't do you any good when it comes time to actually cash in. And at this point, he's into the cashing in territory now.
Yeah, obviously.
Hey, good for
Hobby
him.
Champ says, I just pulled the Super Bowl tickets. Just kidding. If I ever spend more than $100 total on repacks, just shoot me. There you go. Fair enough. Rip and List has a comment that is longer than one sentence and one question.
Oh.
Bob Boozle, missed you on Around the Hobby episode yesterday. It was a good one. Catch the replay if you haven't yet. There you go. Opening fake packs for fake cards from fake collectors. I will watch it. There you go, Bob Boozle. Packman is bigger than Jeff Wilson. I think he's got more subscribers right now. Yes.
That's how ridiculous this is.
Profanity. The profanity.
Oh my goodness.
From a fake grading company, but I do like their platform. Free trading is a really cool option for all. You know what's funny though? If you did, like obviously Repack exists. We talked about Hit Parade, like they're real, they're out there. One thing they did smart though, with like I said, the advertising to me is a joke. Like, and I just pointed out the reason why, like who you got and how they approach it, and like how obviously shilly it is about it. Like, I was guys, at least refine it, your message a little bit. Don't just have 50 different people give the exact same basic speech. And so to the point that it's like, yes, I know it's coordinated, but don't make it look so coordinated. At least mix it up a little bit so that it sounds a little different, so it doesn't all look the same. But the other thing is that they saved one of the costs that usually is involved in a lot of these repacks because it's on this online platform. you virtually open the packs, and then they're already in your marketplace, and then people can just go and sell them. So if you had anything half decent, you could just sell it off the platform and ship it to yourself or do whatever. You didn't bother with a lot of the shipping costs, packing materials, and everything. You saved all that.
I wonder what the percentage on buy-in compared to what you get on those. It's probably worse than a real pack.
It would be terrible. It would be.
Well, how does it sustain itself if it's so terrible?
Because people are really dumb.
Rule number one.
Their argument with this one is that because it's electronic, they can show you the list of all the cards you can pull, and they can show you what the odds are percentage-wise of pulling a certain card. So the theory is, oh, well, this is even more transparent because these are all the cards possible, and these are all the percentages of what the odds are of getting certain cards. So therefore, you presumably know what you're getting into. Go ahead, Eric.
Roulette table, all on red.
But now we know they're not doing their due diligence, and somewhere on that list says a 1998 Peyton Manning rookie card.
Exactly.
Accidents happen, right?
on the biggest person that could have done it. That's the best part.
So I mean, I'm waiting to see if Gallagher, what is going to come out and make a comment about any of this. And he's going to be like, hey, in my last video. And how many videos does Donkey Kong make? I mean, does he do a couple a week? Does he do one a week? What's
he's done 1,500 since 2016. What does that average out to? It's quite a bit.
Oh, no. We agreed when I started doing this show, we would not math. All right. Eric does math.
This is maths, Eric. This is plural.
No, we had an agreement that there'd be no math.
Well, he does probably at least one a week, two, maybe. 2015.
No, if in about 7 years you've got 1,500, that's about 200 a year.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Well, good luck to Pong. I'm
glad 2 a week. That's 100 a year. So 4 a week. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's got to be like at least give or take about that.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
Because you have to average it out over that period of time.
And there's Christmas, leap years.
Yeah. So you're saying Mario's doing like 4 a week?
Give or take, yeah. Averaging it out, yeah.
But probably more in the last while than in the past.
Yeah, I would say during the pandemic it probably accelerated. It was probably daily at that point.
Daily.
Because his whole thing was breaking packs.
Sure.
Like breaking packs and breaking boxes. So that was the whole gimmick, is that he was constantly opening boxes and opening packs.
I think this whole thing it's a real pitfall.
But it's a huge pitfall. It must be, because look at all the people who subscribe and do this stuff. It's unbelievable.
Do this all night, boys, all night long.
It's amazing how many people are following them and how many people buy into these things. That's unbelievable on the hits. Like, honestly.
Well, if you listen to Retro Hoops did his not advertisement because he said they were sold out, so he wasn't able to buy in. He was trying to advertise, but he couldn't. But so his statement was that he couldn't buy in because they sold out. I was like, so there you go. Not an advertisement, I guess.
No.
Question mark. I got questions, but we'll leave it at that. I'm with Eric on this one. There you go. With Eric and all his 80s video game references. I got to be honest. I was legitimately impressed at how many he was able to throw in there. All things like he's got no knowledge on like anything other than the 86 Red Sox to like that depth. And all of a sudden he starts bringing in 80s video game references. Eric, this might be your finest hour.
Yep. Well, I'll say finest like 3 minutes. I don't know.
If we round up with the maths, we can probably get to it.
No, we don't maths. That's in the contract.
So real quick, that's kind of my general thoughts. My general thoughts is it's stupid. I agree with Hobby Champs that the platform itself, if I ignore the stupid rollout, the trash advertising and everything, and fuck Jeter, if I ignore these things, it looks nice enough. But at the same time, whether you like a repack product or not, looking at the cards, so forget everything else, looking at the cards that they're offering, I think a lot of those are shitty too. So I actually think some of the hits and some of the supposed prizes that you can win are actually kind of crap also. And I think any of the ones that are in the arena slabs, I may as well, if I'm going to comp them, I'm comping them at the raw card price, especially since they can't figure out what a reprint is. And especially since the reprint is an A5.
And it's a
That kills
questionable
me.
holder.
That kills me.
I just know if a bunch of
grading
space
company.
invaders came down here, they'd think that we're all crazy.
We'll just send ET to speak to them. Are we going to try to analyze the behavior of ADIQ individuals? It is the hobby, yes. Yes, well, it is the hobby. So a question. It's a question to chat. That's kind of my main thing that I wanted to touch on. Those are my general points and thoughts on it. I did enjoy that Neo got his video where he got to be righteously indignant for a little bit there. That was kind of fun. I enjoyed it. But I didn't think that we'd still be doing the repack conversation this week. Like I was kind of over it. I'll be honest. I was kind of like, not that interested in it. And yeah, here we are. So that's it. Last comment for Eric tonight. Now hit the like button and make him pay. Thank you, Orlando. Appreciate it.
What happened? Man, they turned on me so fast.
That was it, man. It was over. We're done. We're done. But I will say that down the road, the bigger implications to it is this. Here's my takeaway. At the end of the day, this repack product, I don't give a shit one way or the other. And also, my other takeaway is fuck Jeter. But in addition to that, always, yes. But in addition to that, though, I do think that some of those folks, if they were in fact part of that coordinated advertising campaign, which it looks like they are, they better learn what the rules are about advertising and sponsorships and everything, and be sure to at least do the bare minimum to make sure that they made it clear what, hashtag ad, click the appropriate things. So some of them very clearly did the bare minimum, and some of them I'm not even sure did the bare minimum. So that's where you can get yourself into a bit of trouble. In the US, there are in fact laws about that. There are certain things that you have to do.
Who would enforce that though?
I think it's the SEC or something like that. I forget, because there is actually
they're probably just laughing at it.
To be honest, it'd be easier to prosecute somebody for that than it is a lot of the Wall Street stuff. Maybe, you could actually get a conviction because it's clear cut. The rules are actually very cut and dry. What you're actually supposed to do. So if you want a conviction, Bobby, it's actually easier to get one that way.
I think you should just go out in the street and fight and be a street fighter.
Wow. Bubbles says 2024 has big shoes to fill when it comes to hobby grifts. 2023 ended strong with repacks. Facts. Happy 1st of December, everyone. You all suck. LOL. Joke. Much love. There you go, Tom.
Oh, you should have stopped right at the exclamation point. You didn't need to add the rest. You all suck. Yes. 100% agree.
Tom wanted to make sure we got into much love. What are you going to do? So any other thoughts on that, or we'll move on? Who wants to, because if we want to move on, I'm ready to talk about some charity fraud on dead mother.
Oh, yes.
Because we got an update on that one.
I know.
Okay, I use just for the fun of it, Spy Hunter. Okay, I'm done.
Oh.
There you go. So you've had a Tuesday favorite?
That anyways. Maybe you.
There. Dave says FTC. It was something like that. Anyway, there is a body that is involved in that in the US. So there is at least a set of rules that somebody's following. Federal Trade Commission. There you go. Thank you, Dave. All right, cool. So who wants some more charity fraud? Woo!
I will take it.
I do like charity
exactly.
fraud. It's really the best type of fraud.
Well, that was the thing. Like before the whole repack thing happened, before I was bombarded by everybody and their brother and fucking Packman and fuck Jeter and all these idiots, before all this garbage, I actually I got me some charity fraud updates. So we got some more. So I will include a link in the description to a couple of the ones that I referenced in that earlier piece. So if you want to check them out for yourself, evaluate it for yourself. See how obviously an ad it is. If you already saw it, then but I'll leave it to you if you want to check it out. But this one is the latest video from Karl Jobst, who did the other one that we talked about, the original one. So this one's been up for about a day, and it's already at about 819,000 views. So it's gotten a big solid update there.
Yeah.
So let's get into this one here. And this one is an expansion on the original issue. And the name of this one is called The Open Hand Charity Scam is So Much Worse. So where we left you off last time was that the individual, the beardo there was a video game YouTuber who had built up a pretty sizable following. I think he was like 1.6 million YouTube subscribers. So pretty sizable following over many years, was running a charity auction. So was running, a charity live stream for the better part of a decade, which was supposed to be money collected to do dementia research. And it was in the name of his dead mother who died from dementia. That was the whole underlying concept. But in the original video, the first one, they looked into the tax filings, which you have to file as a registered charity. You got to fill in the paperwork. And it looked like the money wasn't being distributed. In the first video, they actually talked to him on an electronic call, and he acknowledged that the money had not been sent out. And he came up with a bunch of excuses, said he was looking for a place to put it and all that. But it had been a decade that they've been collecting money. So that was the problem. So what this video does is expands on that, moves forward, and what happens is the same charity, the Open Hand Foundation, had also been doing a charity golf tournament for many years. So the original problem was that, okay, so is the money just in the account? You guys haven't distributed it, which is bad. But obviously, you know, there's worse things. But there was also a charity golf tournament. But if you look at what the charity golf tournament had with all the different corporate sponsors, and you start doing a quick napkin math, you start adding it up, how many gold sponsors, platinum sponsors, and all these things there are, you realize that the golf tournament was actually generating tens of thousands of dollars. And then the actual charity live streams, the video game one, would generate a certain amount of money. And you realize at a certain point, the two numbers didn't start jiving anymore. And the whole idea was, well, all the money is in the account. It hasn't gone anywhere, et cetera, et cetera. But the golf tournament is generating this amount.
What money? And
the live stream generating this amount. These two numbers don't add up. And suddenly the numbers every year didn't quite add up to the two of them combined. So where did the rest of the money go? And with the charity golf tournament, people were actually contributing to it via checks and things that are not as electronically visible. So where's the money?
Too.
Where's the money? So that's the question. So it looks like we have yet another. And by the way, it's been almost a couple weeks now, and not a single word from the Open Hand Foundation. And our bearded friend over here has vanished. Not a peep.
And
silence.
There's more. There's more to come. Definitely more to come. I'm sure there was other things too.
Vanishad, like sports card therapist, or like like
so right now. So the accounts are the YouTube channel is still there. The accounts are still there, but the lights are on and nobody's home.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what we're seeing right now.
The authorities can't find him.
They come in for one video and then they're gone.
Well, we have no idea. Like, that's the thing. The question now becomes, because even the folks that really were trying to help defend him, trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, trying to be like, okay, explain yourself. He's had almost 2 weeks now to explain himself. Like, it's actually been a couple of weeks. So it's like, all right, the story's been out there. Like, it's been reported on. People have had ample opportunity to condemn you. The pitchforks have come out. And it's now would be a good time to be like, I'd like to explain myself. Crickets. So that's kind of where we sit right now. So I will include a link in the description to you. I do recommend checking it out. It's about 13 minutes. You can check it out really quickly, and it gives you the update. I gave you a synopsis, but check it out if you're interested in the. I like at least see that's some scamming that we can get behind. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of scamming. Like at least you put it. At least you went for it. You went for the brass ring.
They went beyond the brass ring.
It's not like you mega bid a couple of Eli Mannings. You went for it. You made a charity in your dead mother's name and stole potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That is the worst. Stealing the money.
It's not quite It's not quite hookers and blow. But like I said, if hookers and blow is like a 9.95 on our scale, this was a solid 7.5. This was a solid 7.5.
Yeah, hookers and blow is pretty high up. Yeah.
Right now, that's still my high. I don't want to call it a 10, Bobby, because I need to leave room just in case.
Could be something else in there.
I need to leave a little room there, but it's up there. It's pretty close. It's right at the top of the chain. Kind of looks like Boris from the hobby box. I can see that. We're thinking about having a big beard, as you can shave when you go on the run. That's true.
Yeah. Did you guys, speaking of charity frauds and people getting their comeuppance, did you hear about one of our congressmen down here and in the southern part of North America got kicked out of Congress today? Bipartisan vote. They were like, you are crazy and you're a criminal. And they voted him out. And they literally showed video of them scratching his name off his office door and sent him back to the state of New York where he came from. The guy is out of his mind. He just makes stuff up. And one of the things he made up was, I believe, was like some type of dog charity that didn't exist. And he just took all the money for that and used it for Botox.
If you had stopped and made stuff up, once upon a time, I remember there was a guy who did that and became president. There is precedent set for this. There is precedence for this.
Oh, definitely.
Just saying. Just throwing it out.
Charitable donations.
Like, what's Buddy's name? What's Buddy's name? What's Buddy's name?
The one that got
the guy who got booted out. Yeah.
Oh shit! Why'd you have to ask me? Now I forget.
I don't know. Like whatever it is, I've already got it slotted for half of the Republican ticket.
The guy is an absolute nut. I mean, his own party doesn't want him there.
Biden?
None of this is a disqualification.
Yeah, no, I mean he invents things. Said his grandparents survived the Holocaust.
Oh, here you go. Ham says it's Soros. Is that ring a bell? Is that right?
His mother survived 9/11. You know, I mean, he says he went to colleges he didn't go to, that he's had jobs that he's never had. I mean, he is a complete pathological liar, and he got all.
If he
the
was
way,
a director of the Openham Foundation, I might vote for him.
and he made it all the way to
don't know.
Congress as a con man.
I thought it was a prerequisite to be a
I was about to say, like, Eric, isn't that on the job application? Isn't that like the bare minimum to get in?
Yeah, well, they're all criminals, but this guy, you know, the other politicians are criminals and dirt.
Okay, now real quick,
He's like
Eric,
a
I'll pause you for
reprint
1 second.
criminal.
I'll pause you for 1 second. I want to make sure I'm consistent on my thing. I always tell everybody that we're not going to talk politics. And like, Will called it out immediately.
No, this
on
is
the outside,
politics.
I want to make fun of Eric's random crazy, but you're right, Will. You're right. All right,
This
Eric.
is politics.
Quickly, we'll make fun and then we'll move on.
No, because this is an opinion. This is something this is not an opinion or a side. Both sides, bipartisan, voted this guy out because he's literally crazy. This has nothing to do with left or right or center politics. This is a con man got all the way into U.S. Congress, and both sides said, we got to get rid of this nut job.
Only one?
Well,
Bobby, I got to be honest. I think the other congresmen were intimidated that he was going to become president before them.
Maybe.
I think they were threatened. They were like, "Oh my God, this guy owns us.
Yeah.
He's better at this than we are.
It's all him, never us."
Oh my God, gotta get rid of him while we can.
He could
Send him to Arena Club.
Yeah,
Yes.
This is our only chance.
Thunderdome.
Campaign money for for Botox and all this other stuff. He might end up in jail. He is just insane.
The other guy's going to end up in jail, that's for sure, because there's no way you can get away with it.
Now, Bobby, did you hear? Since I mentioned it earlier with the timepiece gentleman and the our infamous 9-5, apparently he is in jail now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so he did actually get caught and he is apparently facing jail time. I'll confirm the exact details on it and I'll get back to you guys. But I did hear that apparently they finally caught up with him. So with his variety of crimes and various issues, who would have thought? I would have assumed to be on the run at least since 2024, but I guess I caught him.
Yeah,
it's a rough time.
Can't hide.
I
guess.
Yep.
Well, at least not him.
So
he's kind of big.
So real quick before we move on, is there anything else that we want to touch on either the Repack topic or charity fraud? That was fun. I do have a lighter story that's still kind of funny, but it is more hobby related. I can swing us back into the hobby related thing. I can actually get us back there.
Away from
corruption.
Well, moves with it.
I can't completely say away from corruption, but it's a little different. Not specifically about corruption. You'll understand why in 3 seconds. But I wanted to make sure. Is there anyone? I'll give everybody a second if you want to get caught. All good?
Just remember, the house always wins. That's all. Just keep that in mind when you buy in repacks. The house always wins.
There you go. All right. So real quick. So first thing is that I did a video where I did a quick around the hobby video. It'd been a while since I'd done one, but I figured, all right, I figured it was a good time to do it because there was enough there to discuss. ComC did their thing where they got the investment from eBay. More to come on that, I'm sure, because obviously we're only early days on that. I'll be curious to see where they take that investment.
I tried asking some of my sources in the hobby, and saying, what does this mean? How is this going to change things? What's going to happen? Nobody can give me a straight answer. So I don't know if either one of you guys reached out to anybody that you may know.
Not yet. I've got a few folks that I can reach out to and try. I'll give it a shot. My plan is to give it a shot this week. I wanted to talk about a high level because they did have a press release and ComC had it on their blog.
There's no
so I
answer.
didn't want to touch on it.
It's like we're going to work together now. It's going to streamline stuff. It's going to be great. It sounds like our former president down here said it's going to be great. It's going to be the most beautiful thing.
Eric, I already covered this with the Soros guy. Come on,
tell me.
Yeah. We can't push it too far.
But Eric, you know who might be able to get to the bottom of this? What we need to do is sick our greatest investigative report on the hobby that we didn't even know we had.
Andy.
Because I mentioned in that video, I discussed that SGC had a podcast, but there is somebody else who has a YouTube channel. Someone else who's starting to make waves in this space. Guys, brace yourselves for Big Bry, no holds bar. BG Brian Gray is back, and he's got a YouTube channel and a cartoon logo of himself.
Darn.
Big Bry.
Big Bry, ... No holds
Never heard
bar.
him. In
No
all the
holds
years,
barred.
I've never heard anybody refer to him as this.
I
I think
don't
that's
think anyone has.
self-titlement there.
But he's got a cartoon logo, Eric. He's got that. It
Well,
says
I
no
know
holds
somebody
bar
has
on it.
one
It
of
says Big
those.
Bry.
I know someone who has one of those.
He looks
I
thinner.
Well, a cartoon removes 50 pounds.
Oh, yeah,
So anyway, so he's got that going for him. So Big Bry, ... No holds barred. He has made videos. I didn't even realize it's been going on for a month and no one told me.
really?
I was very offended. I found out about this the other day, and I binge watched these videos. I binge watched them. They're okay.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping for more. Like, I think he's
Soft
still trying to
love.
figure stuff out. A couple of them have like tremendously terrible audio. Like, and I'm like, dude, seriously, invest in a microphone. Just put a microphone in the front, connect it to the camera, and you'll be fine. But just get a microphone; it will be a godsend for you. It's not a lot of money these days. You can get like a snowball microphone, whatever. It's like $80. Seriously, just invest a couple bucks in it. It'll be a great thing. Just do that. Go to Amazon, buy the shit, get it sent to you, connect it to something, and you'll be fine.
Plenty of money.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be good there. But in the videos, he does talk about selling Leaf. He gives a little bit of opinions about where he thinks Leaf's going to go, and he talks about the thought process behind it, a lot of it. So if you're interested in some of that, you can check it out. He's got 6 videos right now. So you're more welcome. I will include a link to it in the description for you. And he did try to do a breaking news video a couple hours ago, talking about Fanatics and Panini, and talking about contacts he reached out to that he says gave him some insight onto some football guys that might be signing exclusives with Fanatics. So I will direct you there if you want to check it out. Again, these are his sources, so I can't vet them. I have no idea who he talked to, but he said that he has some sources he reached out to that are giving this information, and it's titled Breaking News, so knock yourself out. Vet it yourself.
Yeah.
Or now it says, love Big Bry. There you go. Eric tried to talk politics a second time with the Trump comment. If Carlos said to change the topic, it's Eric's best attempt to try to get kicked off the show.
I'm going to get kicked off this damn show. I'm telling you.
2 strikes.
Zach, Eric can't get kicked off the show because we have weaponized. We have a special button that we can use. Eric, do you want to tell people about the 86 Red Sox?
Please.
He did. He secretly wanted to. Did you see that?
Huh?
I saw it. I looked at his face. I saw it in his eyes. He wanted to talk about the 86 Red Sox.
So,
Eric, see? Look. The system works, Zach. I tried to tell you, man.
It does. Are we talking more about the Mensa meeting in the SGC room there? And
we can if you want, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like right now, so Bobby, I wanted to make sure I touched on the repack thing since it's obviously literally just happened the last couple of hours in particular. Like I've been bombarded with this stupid thing on Instagram, so I was like, all right, I'm going to talk about this. Fine. The Big Bry thing I just thought was funny. I got a kick out of that. So what the hell? I'll share
he's
it.
back.
So yes, SGC did their very first podcast. If you have thoughts, hit me. What do you got?
No, I actually didn't get to hear your video. So,
okay. So I think it was a good first attempt. I thought it was very amusing to me. Part of the reason I thought it was funny was that SGC Pete SGC Pete promises things all the time. He promises a lot of things. That's why I always joke about the flying cars. It's like, so Pete, when are we getting the flying cars? When are we getting them? Because I've been promised things. I've been promised, 1 hour delivery, but via helicopter in velvet bag from SGC.
I did see an app. Was it 125 or something a month? Or I did see a little clip of something. So,
well, they have an app. I don't know if they've charged anything for it, but it's just
there was
they
this
do have
Starburst on it, 125 something, $1.25. I don't know what it was all about.
I'm not sure.
Oh, it was right on the video, on your video. I watched yours, but I was doing other stuff. So,
yeah, I think what's going to be interesting is when it comes to that one, and that was basically what I touched on in the video. So if you get a chance, you guys can check it out. I enjoyed doing that piece because I took the opportunity to talk about the podcast itself, but I also took the opportunity to talk about different companies in the space that try to do this and the things that I like when you do them and the things that I don't like when you do them. Because PSA started off with one of these. They had the PSA pod, and they've still got a feed where they do podcasts, but I think they lost their way. They started doing the index thing, and I'm like, who gives a shit? Like, oh, we'll do like, insert drafts. Like, guys, if you want to do this as part of a show, that's fine. If you want to do it as a segment on the show, I'm cool with that. But if you're PSA, SGC, even Beckett, heaven forbid, the only thing you can bring to the table, you want to talk about some generic hobby topics, go ahead. But the only thing you bring to the table that separates you from anybody else is some insight on the inside. You got to say something about what you're doing or something that you're working on. Or if you've got somebody that has expertise in something, you bring them in to say something about it. But if you don't do that, then what makes you anything else other than a corporately sponsored mediocre podcast? And that's basically what happened. The whole index thing is like, it's a mediocre podcast. It sucks. It's boring. If you're really, really into indexes, I guess it's fine. But otherwise, like, what is the appeal? At least when the PSA started their podcast, they were at least talking about the backlog. They said, oh, here's the backlog update. Here's where we're at. Here's what we're working on. Here's what we've done to improve this or whatever. You're giving some insight. SGC has this opportunity now, since they just started it. They have the chance to be like, hey, we're going to talk about this series today. We're going to talk about, T206 is common, but you could pick a vintage set and bring in one of the vintage graders and say, what do you look for? Oh, well, yeah, when I'm looking at these cards, I'm looking at this, I'm looking at that. This issue has a problem with centering, or it has a problem with this, or it has a problem with that. You can offer that you can't just get off a generic podcast off the street. That is your differentiator. And then if you want to talk a couple of things about auctions or go ahead. But otherwise, you're just another podcast, but you're handcuffed because you can't talk about the other graders. You can't. So you're basically like any other podcast except handcuffed. So it's worse.
It's worse.
It's terrible. So it's like, so then don't even do it, or take advantage of the thing you actually have. If you have some in-house expertise that can offer something, do it. That's basically the point that I was making on the video. I said, if you're going to do it, here's what I would like to see one of these companies try. I think PSA had an opportunity to do it. They've dropped the ball. CGC got Ali from Titan Cards to do a thing for them as a live stream. At least it's different. It's something else. And so I appreciate they're at least trying to do something else with it. I'm like, great. Not a bad idea. SGC has a lot of goodwill from a lot of people, so they could get people to watch it, but you got to bring the content. You got to make sure you bring something. Bring the content. You bring the content, then people will tune in and watch, and then you're adding a value to what you're doing. Then you got something.
It's funny. I was watching, what was it? Sports Card Gong Show. And it's really funny because I think they had my book and they said something about me and said it was a great book and everything like that. Somebody gifted it to him at the expo. So anyways, I was watching one of the videos today. It was really funny. He's going, okay, I looked up this guy's name because they do old sports cards and then they do hockey cards and then new hockey cards. So
for the PWCC thing. Yeah. For the sponsorship.
Yeah. So it was really funny. So he's going, okay, I've been studying this and I think I got it right. It's Jean Rattel. I said, he goes, oh, that's really, really kind of cool. And he goes, yeah. And then he read the back. He read the back and he goes, it's really funny this word. He goes, look at where the guy's from. He's from Guelph, which is Guelph.
Audacity, I know.
He's like, and he goes, yeah, and he's partnered up with Rod Gilbert. I went, oh, okay.
Oh my good God.
It was so funny.
Eric, they're the Hockey Cards Gong Show. How could they expect it to know anything about the hockeys?
But he studied the Jean Rattel first, right? And then he just screwed right up a minute later. It was so funny because it is hard for the Americans because they haven't really, you look at it, it's Gilbert, right? But if you're in hockey, it's Gilbert, right? So yeah, it was just kind of funny watching them. And then I commented on them because they said, well, all the peachy cards were cut with a wire. It's like, oh, here we go again.
Here's Bobby. I was going to say, you can literally picture Bobby with the keyboard going,
it's just like, well, if you don't head it off, it just keeps going around because all the people that watch that and hear that keep, and so on and so on. So if you don't cut it off quick. So anyways, hopefully they'll re-say something as I did with a couple other people who did that. So, and I've done it on Jeremy's show too, which is kind of funny. Anyways, but they're funny guys regardless.
They're jokes. I will refrain from the obvious, the easy one. It was put on a tee for me though. I did appreciate that. So I'm going to move on here for a second. I want to read Bob Bozel's comment. Agree 100%. Everyone craves insight to what the hell the grades mean. That's what I mean. Look, you don't have to sit there and give away all the secret sauce or whatever, but would it be a terrible idea to have a grader come in and give a little bit of insight, give a little bit of explanation, just talk through a couple?
Nice.
This is something you can do that not everybody else can do. This is something you can do that not everybody else can do on their show every week.
This is something you have to do because you need content, because everyone likes bad news. Everyone likes that stuff. If you're going to do good content, it has to be great content.
Yeah. But that, to me, take advantage of the stuff that you can do that not everybody else can already do in spades. So if you're just going to copy what other podcasts or things are doing in the space, well, then you're going to lose because you're behind. You know, big pride, no holds bar. If nothing else, BG is an interesting dude when he gets a head of steam going. So
Yes.
that's his hook. That's the hook, is that he's an interesting dude when he gets a head of steam. So if he finds the right topic that he sinks his teeth into, that's his differentiator. And he has been in the business a long time. So he has opinions about stuff.
Yeah, and if you can throw in some controversial stuff, that'll really get him going.
That's basically the point. Yeah. And what's funny, I'll tell you this: one of the episodes they were talking about the Leaf thing. He was, I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said that the current Leaf ownership should, and in his opinion, they should steer clear of being controversial for controversial sake. And he was actually very introspective. He said, that's something I kind of wish that I hadn't leaned into so hard. Sometimes I really enjoyed getting into the sparring and the controversy. Again, I'm paraphrasing, but he goes, that isn't necessarily what helps the company grow beyond. He goes, the guys that are in there right now are not going to do that. They're going to focus on building and growing what was already done. And then being, the way he phrases it, they're going to be more professional about it, because in the long run, that'll help them keep growing and building. And his assessment was, I agree with that. And I think in the long run, that's the good move. And it allows me to do my thing. Him explaining why he stepped away and why he wanted to do his own thing. He goes, but it makes sense for them to do it that way. And he goes, I have confidence in them to do that. Which is some insight. There you go. That's some insight you're not going to get from a lot of the other folks, because it was his company. He was the CEO of it, and he was giving his perspective on what he did and the approach that he took to it. Eric, that's insight. That's actually something we can't get from everybody.
Yes, that's true. And you're 100% right when it comes to getting him fired up. It doesn't take much.
Yes.
And once it gets going,
thank you, Josh.
You just stay back, get out of the way, and let him go, because some of the information is really good. There's a lot of experience there. There's a lot of knowledge there. And then there's BG. And that's just entertaining. He used to be in Clubhouse with us during the pandemic, and he was in there for hours, just like the rest of us. And he'd take the room over.
He likes to hold court. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like this format, if he leaves, it could be a thing.
You never knew what he was going to say. You never knew what was going to set him off. And he would just go and go and go and go and go. And you'd get sections of intelligent information that was interesting and hobby worthy. And then BG, and then he just like, oh my God,
alter ego shows up.
Oh,
yeah,
makes sense.
Brian Gray and BG are two different people.
Yep. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what he was alluding to in that piece. That's why I say, like, if he's going to be introspective and offer some insight in some of it, it could be entertaining. I'll reserve judgment. Like I treat all YouTube channels and podcasts the same way. If you inform me, I can work with that. If you entertain, you got something interesting to say, I can work with that. If you can do both, that's fantastic. That's sensational. That's top tier. But that's what I'm looking for. If you can provide one or both of those things, that's great. That's the trick. That's the trick.
Done that though, Carlos? On the ones that you
I think on a couple of those episodes, yes, and a couple of them, right now it's a mixed bag. Through 6 episodes, it's a bit of a mixed bag. But if he can also, but he does have industry contacts, that is true. So if he can provide some insight based on connecting with industry contacts and things, I could see value. So I'm subscribed to it. I'll keep an eye on it, and we'll play it by ear and see how it goes. Spurs Card 21, good evening. Good evening to you. Stuke here, good evening. Good evening to you as well. Will S says, people complain too much about the O-Pee-Chee rough edges. I should just lick mine before submitting to PSA. That's a good plan. I like it.
There you go.
Water and cardboard, they go great together.
I see nothing that could possibly go wrong with this plan. Will, make it so. Carlos Nietzsche's reluctant watchdog. Well, apparently when it comes to therapists and that shit, apparently I'm the only documents. Bobby, apparently I'm the only documents anything. That's basically my niche now. It's got to be interesting to me, though. Like I said, the Repack thing, I was reluctant until they bombarded my Instagram with the damn thing. Then it's in my face like 50 times. I'm like, oh, now I'm annoyed. Now I'm going to make fun of Packman. Now I'm going to find out how many 80s video game references Eric has. We're going to find out.
Oh, I have more. I could get more. Don't worry about it.
Sprinkle them throughout the night.
Yeah.
And
good evening.
I'm all done with this idiot. Okay, and he knows why. I've had it with him.
Are you saying you've broken out with him? His breakout?
I don't want anything to do with him anymore. I don't want him watching the show. I don't want him typing into the show. He knows what he did this week. I've had it with him, and I don't want to see him anymore. He's dead to me. Dead.
I see.
He knows what he did. He knows what he did.
Does he though? Does
he knows. He knows. He knows. Oh, he knows.
Sounds like a claim you'd make. So let me pose a question, and I think Will could weigh in on this one. So what do y'all think? He goes, dead. That's right. So here's a question for you. Since he did it this week. What do y'all think about see Eric? Now and I have no choice. Now I have to invoke it, and we're gonna have a little fun with it. So what do you think about Sports Car Dad doing his latest camping video for the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame?
Oh crap, is that coming up again?
I don't remember what the actual dates are, but he made a campaign video. So one way or the other, he did it.
That's great. That's fantastic. I can't
so while we're
wait for
talking
all the others. And
what's funny is I have never seen anyone actually try. Well, I'm sure I've seen one or two, but I've never seen really a lot of people try to do campaign videos. It is an attempt. I'll give you that.
I want to do an anti-campaign video. I want no part of this.
By the way, the title is "I Need Your Help," which true words have never been spoken.
I agreed.
I would have removed the word "your." I would have just gone with "I need help." I think that'd probably be appropriate.
You are advocating for yourself to be a part of.
He did suit up though. Okay, and he included a whatnot ad in it, so that's bonus.
If he's joking, then I'm all in. If he is serious, I got nothing for him. I don't know what to do.
See, I'm trying to decide. So, Eric, kind of my thought process on that. I'm just letting it play with no audio because Lord knows you don't need the audio. The thing is, I'm trying to decide because I'm of two minds. And this is kind of the pitch I made. On the one hand, I like it because it will piss off some people who take this shit way too seriously. It really will. Like just the sheer thought of it. Because, and this will be my pitch on this, you do realize, so I'll stop playing it for now. So you do realize that the way that the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame works is that as long as someone has been doing YouTube videos for a year, they're an eligible voter. So anybody who has a YouTube channel has been doing it for at least a year can be an eligible voter. Dustin has done shout outs and things for a lot of different YouTube folks over time. If they're eligible voters, he could literally stuff the ballot box with people that have never been involved in the first place and could technically win under the rules as they sit today by default.
If anybody votes for us, I will hunt you down and kill you.
They already voted for us before. You're too late on that. And by the way, voting for us means me, not you.
That's fine. I don't care. I don't want to be any part of it.
You're already part of it.
I don't want to
listen to the video. I laughed the entire time. What did Name do to you?
He knows.
Eric, where did the bad man touch you? Eric?
He knows.
Sidebar. Eric, have you heard the new Ace song?
I have not heard it yet. I've seen the advertisements for it. It's on my to listen list.
There you go. Michael Ham says, I told him on the Wednesday show, my goal is to get it before he does. We better see some campaigning him. Have you been doing YouTube for 3 years? Probably at this point. I don't know.
When it comes to Ham, I was going to say this earlier. As we all know, I'm not a fan of Mr. Ham.
Now, to be clear, are you not a fan of Mr. Ham or are you not a fan of Ham? Because that can be easily confusing.
Both. 1M or 2, I'm not a fan of.
All right.
But a broken clock is right twice a day, and Ham put out a video that he did from a card show, and I watched it begrudgingly.
He does a lot of videos from card shows, but go on.
And he did a good job. Okay, he did a good job. I watched it. I didn't vomit on my shoes. It was acceptable. And, like I said, a broken clock is right twice a day. So good job for him. But that does not mean I like him or support him in any way.
Interesting.
Sam, I am. Michael Ham.
Barbosa says, I've seen Carlos get votes. I assumed he was in. I think last year I was like in the top 10 or just outside of it, somewhere in that range.
Was that thing back again?
Yeah. Well, that's the reason I was having some fun because Dustin made a campaign video. He even suited up and everything. It was very exciting.
Suited up.
Yeah. You didn't catch the clip there, Bobby?
No.
No. He had a Windsor knot on his tie and everything. He went fancy.
I'd have been impressed if it was a double Windsor, but okay.
Oh, fair. That's a
I used
legit
to
point.
do double Windsors, so
that's a fair point. I, as you all well know from previous videos, if you go back in the archives, you will see that I have voted for this twice because once people started actually giving me votes, I felt like, all right, I guess I'll make a ballot. I take my ballots very seriously. I carefully evaluate my options. And I'm not saying that in last year's video, I talked to a disembodied version of my own logo, but I might have. Just saying. All I heard is I'm a fan of Mr. Ham. Eric likes me. He really likes me. Facts.
No, I do not. Not a fan. Not
you like
Ham Gator Wrangler for Hall of Fame? I think that's fair. Zach says, I literally want to start making videos and become eligible voter just so I can vote for Eric. Yes, it's worth the trouble. I think that's fair. But Eric actually has to make a video. Like that. The problem is, so Dustin, so the reason why I say it's amusing to me, the Dustin thing, is because if he does it, again, it will piss people off because he meets the criteria. He is allowed under the current criteria to do this. There is nothing preventing him from doing it as long as he follows all the rules. And the rules are the voters have to be at least a year. And the one being voted on has to be at least 3 years. Both conditions of which are met. And as long as they're met, it's allowed.
Well, there you go.
People still have to vote for him, but like it's allowed. He is eligible this year because he has crossed the 3-year mark on that channel. So he is within his rights.
Well, 3 years is GOAT status.
Ooh, basically, yes, that's right.
Yep.
Josh says, I actually think it'll be interesting to see how many channels that start in 2020 get in this year. That's true. Well, like I said, you have to stuff the ballot box, right? You have to actually do it. So it's like, we'll see. We'll see, I guess. Will says, why is Dustin obsessed with this Hall of Fame shit? A joke? I think the Hall of Fame thing didn't exist the first time all this came up. So Will's in the Discord as well. So he knows some of the backstory, but not all of it. I don't even try to get into Dustin's real motivations. He'll play both sides of this. He'll say like, oh, it's all in good fun. It's like, no, you kind of like the fact that he would piss off some of the people that have been critical of your channel. I can appreciate, like, look, don't lie that there's some shot and fraud element to this. There's an element of, I know this will piss them off, so that's why I'm doing it, which is why I kind of appreciate that he at least took this tack. He's basically saying fuck you to the Hall of Fame people. Really? He's not saying it, but he's kind of saying it.
That's good. Innuendo works really well.
Oh, no, it's there. Bobby, it's right underneath the surface. It's one of those things where it's like, deny it as hard as you want, but it's there. I can see it. I know why you're doing this. You don't give a shit about this. Oh, but you know, this is bring attention. No. I call bullshit, sir. I call bullshit. I know deep down inside you're like, take it, eat it. I like it. I appreciate it. It amuses me. Double D Sport Vintage Sports Cars. Can I ask why you dislike the YouTube Hall of Fame so much? Because it's stupid. It was always stupid. It was always stupid.
It's not like it's been going for
I've actually been, but
something.
To be fair, Double D, I don't know if Double D has been around the last like more than 3 or 4 years. I was saying it was stupid 3 or 4, even maybe even 5 years ago. I've been consistent on this point, like since day one of me hearing about it. Whole time, very consistent. It's like, guys, it's stupid. As a concept of like, oh well, you know, it's kind of a way of promoting channels. You're like, no, it's a popularity contest. It always devolves into popularity contest. That's I got to vote for my friends, and then my friends will vote for me, and then boom. And like I said, I only voted. Literally, I've only made cast ballots the last 2 years as a courtesy for folks that actually did take the time to make votes that included the channel in it. I appreciated they did because they said nice things, so I appreciated that. And some of them I'm friends with, so I do chat with, so I'm cool with that. I'll play along, but I'm very picky. I won't bother. Like, I actually don't even use all the spots on the ballot that I have available to me. It's like, this channel I like, I watch them, so they're good. I like them, so therefore they're eligible to be added into the ballot, so I will do so. But other than that, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit about this crap.
It's a formidable circle jerk, really, at a certain point.
It really
if you
is.
think about it, because it's only been going on since what, 2000, and that's when the hobby started.
I don't remember.
I think
Something
the hobby
like
started in 2000, wasn't it? 99.
that was what I heard. That's the allegation I've heard.
Yeah, the other 30 years I was in it, I wasn't really in it.
so Bobby, what I really want to find, don't forget though, there is a website now. This is important. There is a website.
Which one?
For the YouTube Hall of Fame. So now I got to find the thing. What is this stupid thing? I will find.
They have a dedicated website. Like who?
Yeah, I've shown it before. It's the one who's the commissioner now. Legends Never Die has a website that he actually maintains for it.
Oh, okay.
That's a newer thing. He actually started because Mike Baseball Collector is the one who started the whole thing in the first place.
So it's almost like a charity thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Ooh, are we getting some charity fraud? Don't excite me, Eric.
Easy.
Bobby, don't tease me with some good charity fraud.
I just dropped a little
do
nugget. Love those little nuggets.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it for you guys. I'll try to show you because I've shown it before, but I want to make sure I do it. Let's see. Eric kindly asked me to post every Boston Bruins card I own, and I obliged. Dang, shame.
No, he's lying. Do not believe him. Do whatever you do. Do not go and subscribe to his Instagram or Facebook.
It was 3 cards.
Or my face or any other kind of crap he's got going on. Do not go and subscribe to that crap and look at what he's been putting on there. All right. It is wrong. It is forbidden. I'm disgusted about the entire thing. He has no right to be doing what he's doing.
He has 3 Leo Boyven cards.
He has no right to be doing what he's doing, and he's dead to me.
Literally everyone's dead to you. For God's sake.
This is
so Bobby, to answer your question, the first class for the YouTube Sports Hall of Fame was 2018. It's actually been going on for 5 years now.
But it's not really been popular until the last 3 years.
In fairness, Bobby, popular is relative. I would argue it's never been popular.
Oh, in the sense of their popularity to themselves.
Sure, yes. Why not? Yeah, sure. But in fairness, that means the YouTube Hall of Fame predates the existence of the hobby in 2020.
It does, yeah.
It's kind of shocking. I like the votes where someone says, I know he gets a lot of flack, but that's right. Sports Code Dad, it's Terrell Owens of Sports Code Hall of Fame candidates. Ooh, I like the comp. Fair enough, yeah. Like I said, it's just my opinion. And the folks involved know my opinion. So the best part about it, Bobby, my favorite thing about the whole thing is that they know that I'm like, I do not take this crap seriously. And I'm like, I think it's kind of stupid. I'll play along. And look, the fact that in the video, I talk to a disembodied logo of me.
Yes.
How seriously can I possibly be taking this shit?
But they are adults.
I guess. YouTube Hall of Fame reminds me of passing out Valentine's Day with passing out Valentine's to all my first grade classmates. There you go. That's a valid comment.
Yep.
What's your war, Carlos? I denounce war, but also infinity. Someone find Rick, put him in. There you go. I'll be voting this year, but I don't think I can get to 10. I've never gotten to 10. I'm sorry. I'm not doing the reciprocation game. I'm not doing. If I pick a couple of things, like I think the channel's good. I watch the videos and I think it's good. That's my criteria. If I enjoy watching the videos, and they're not already in the little list of things, and there is a list, and I'll show you the website here in a second. If that's the case, then I'll add them on the list. Otherwise, I won't bother. That's my criteria. I keep it really simple.
I remember your list from last year.
Yeah. It is the second dumbest Hall of Fame on the planet.
What's the first?
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They just inducted Dolly Parton.
She's not rock and roll. She's country.
Thank you. Second dumbest. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is the dumbest Hall of Fame there is.
Yeah.
So if you scan through
Country Hall of Fame, there should be like the
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
There isn't there a Country Hall of Fame though already? Does that exist?
Yeah.
Nashville.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Right. But Dolly Parton just got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I love Dolly. If you don't love Dolly, there's something wrong with you. But don't put her in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Look how long it took them to get Rush in there. Holy crap. Wow.
So I'm just quickly scanning through the site itself just so you guys can see it. It is literally a full website. Like it really is. It's even got the about page talking about it and breaking it down. Like I said, it was made. There's a contact form. It's a whole thing. Like it's a thing.
And there's folks that are in there.
Yeah. Well, including our good friend Bob Lewis.
Once you induct Bob Lewis in a chair, into your Hall of Fame, you've lost all credibility.
Well, we
Listen,
like
man.
Bob. We'll give him a
We-
pass.
Bob's a legend. We know this to be true. Bob's a
Yep.
legend. Just accept it. And she blind with your Frank. There's Andy, friend of the channel as well. So it's
He
not
made the Hall
like I
of
said.
Fame.
Yeah, he's there, 100%.
Oh,
So it's like one of those things where like I can have fun with it and also poke fun at it. Like I said, I got friends that are part of this thing. So if you guys want, I'll include a link to it in the description for you. If you want to actually see the website, it is a real thing, and there are links to all the YouTube channels involved. So
yeah, I could use
there you
a laugh. Sure.
So you're welcome to check it out if you wish. Here you go, Michael
When
Ham
we
setting
make
up.
it. When we make
I'm
it.
feeling that rumble.
Ooh,
This is for you, Eric.
maybe. Are you ready to rumble? No, don't go for it. Put that.
Do it,
Put
Eric.
that
This
knife
is your
down.
moment. This is it.
No. Ow.
We'd like to thank our sponsors, Crumble Cookies, for their undying devotion to the Because I'm Carlos show. And because of that undying devotion, they have graciously given out a code for a discount for all the Because I'm Carlos viewers.
Hmm.
All you have to do is go to any crumble in North America and say, I need them.
No spaces altogether.
Once you say, I need them,
You get them.
will get one free cookie. This
So-
only is going to last until Christmas. This is our Christmas gift to you. Any crumble in North America, I need them. One free cookie until December. Again, we thank our sponsor. And remember, if you get that rumble, you better get some crumble.
There you go, Ham. He is pandered to you as you wished. So real quick, I'm going to scroll through. Bob Jackson says, YouTube Hall of Fame, is that like the Razzies? From my perspective, it is.
The rats.
I've used it like that. She actually agreed about not being rock, which is why she did a rock album. There you go. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is a bunch of music industry losers playing with themselves in a circle. There you go.
Pretty
Doing
much.
the Eric line. Josh says, I wonder how many do make content. Quite a number, actually. You can, like a lot of them basically haven't made videos in years that I've seen. Some of them still do, but yeah, you know, we got Bobby's favorite Pepino Man is there. So, you know, it's legit.
Oh yeah, he made it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yep.
I haven't seen a
Well,
video
says,
since.
Yeah. Well, now he's on 4 Collectors. There's a 4 Collectors YouTube channel, and he's on that one.
Oh, good.
At least once in a while. Like I think they're still making videos over there. So that's the thing. It's not quite a content network. You know, a content. You know, what is it? A content agreement? I forget what the stupid name is. It was the thing that Floating Head fucking made up. That Dustin had like a it was like a media partnership or something like that. It was something like that. It was like a media partnership. It was like a thing. I was like, I will make videos on your channel. That's basically all it is. It's like, dude, it's like an extended collab. That's basically what it is. Don't come up with a fancy name. It's like an extended collab. Just work with it. So nice. That motivated to watch Dustin his Undertaker suit. There you go. Live the dream. Carlson Dustin Hall of Fame class of 2024. It's up to people. Like I said, I'm not going to worry about it. Listen, I will treat it with the dignity and grace that it deserves. If you vote for me, I will regard it with the respect and reverence that the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame has earned. That is my commitment, and that is my promise.
I'm gonna get the sports card radio guys on there. That'll be fun.
Woo! Big right. They are eligible. Good evening, gents. Is cardboard and totally. Yeah, they've been doing videos for longer than 3 years. That 100% is eligible. They could do it. Good evening, gents. Is cardboard and therapist in the hall? They are not.
Oh, wouldn't that be funny? Oh, love that.
Therapist, I don't think made it long enough. I think he quit too soon. I think because you need to be making videos for 3 years. So I don't know if he made it to full 3 years.
Made it. Oh, damn.
Yeah, probably. He's probably getting close, to be honest. He was probably close.
Yeah.
Ham said,
And he was
Ham
a
appreciated
shoe-in.
that.
Now he's a shoe out.
Yep. Bob Ozel says, the hall is a legacy. It lasts forever until Google inevitably closes YouTube like it does every other feature.
Pretty much.
I think YouTube actually likes I think Google actually likes YouTube because they do get some use out of it. It'd be tough to replace it. I don't think anybody else would want to do that model again. Like it's a very specific. There are other video hosting sites, but none of them are built and as robust as the YouTube one has been built. It is one of the top search engines in the world. Like, it really is. You can search almost anything on it. So it'd be tough to replace it. There's a lot of content on there. Mike Graham says here, I'm going to walk in and use this part of the video to crumble to national giveaway and see if it works. I'll take it to the manager level if I have to.
Why wouldn't it work? You have until the 25th of December.
Yeah.
I need them. That's all I got to say. One free cookie.
Yeah. Floating head, is that the same guy as soaring skull, careening cranium, meandering melon? All are far more noble than the real one. Floating head will suffice. Floating head will suffice. Jason Carson Comics. Good evening, Jason. I am voted for nothing. It's dumb. Facts, Jason. Hashtag facts. If you put Ziggy in the Hall of Fame, Dustin would probably quit his channel. I don't think anything other than sponsorships abandoning him would make Dustin leave his channel. I mean, his love of the channel is unquestioned. That's what I mean. That's what I meant. Bobby, that's what I meant.
Okay.
Totally what I meant. Anything else you heard is fake news. Bob Ozel says, Sport Car Dad will put MJ and not join the Hall. If Isaiah, I mean Ziggy gets in. I don't think we're any. Unless Dustin successfully stuffs the ballot with channels that will agree to do this with him. I don't think we're in any danger of either.
No.
I'm not saying it's not possible, but you would literally have to collude. You would collude. Like, no, but look, Bobby, the reality is the scenario that could be done is if people outside of that of the circle that have never participated in it but meet the criteria, you bring in voters. You basically bust the voters in from the outside. It's like, nope, they meet the criteria. They have been doing YouTubes on the sports card zings for 12 months or more. It is legit. It counts. You do that, you stuff the ballot box, then Dustin could probably pull it off. It requires some coordination on his part. He'd have to get the majority whip and get the votes together. Make sure to get all the votes lined up. It is possible. Like, it is doable.
It'd be interesting.
I look forward to the chaos if he succeeds.
Will there be chaos? Like, even with
there will be. There will be a lot of Bobby. There will be so much bitching and moaning. So much bitching and moaning.
Yeah, be behind the scenes, so it won't be right in front of everyone.
Oh, no. So some of them would literally go on their videos and bitch.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, they would, Bobby.
But once you make the Hall of Fame, don't you have that status you have to maintain? No.
To call
like, isn't there some higher
Pepito Man, Bobby? Pepito Man.
Has to, huh?
What decorum are we holding in this place? Come on now.
The other issue I have with this whole thing, and I have from the beginning, is
only one.
Just one.
The main issue. They call it the YouTube Hall of Fame. Okay.
YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. Yeah.
Okay. Is YouTube behind this in any way? Are they even aware that this exists?
Absolutely not.
No. Then you can't. It isn't like, YouTube's top 10 biggest, subscriber, whatever,
Eric, YouTube has a program to reward subscriber count.
Yeah,
they've got plaques. They've got a program. It exists.
Yeah, right. And there's plaques and all that. So, yeah. But if they actually called it a Hall of Fame and their top 10 biggest, content creators are in there, okay.
That's why the word sports cards is in it, Eric. It's to confine it to the niche.
But it's a niche. I get it. But it's still, YouTube doesn't even know it exists.
No, so of course not. Why would they care?
Think that YouTube's behind this, and you're going to get one of these plaques from YouTube that says "Sports."
I don't think anyone is being fooled, Eric. No one is being fooled. I don't think in the 5 years it's been going on, I don't think anyone has been fooled.
No.
Well, I'm calling YouTube.
They might invent their own one. That could happen. So you never know.
Yeah. I really don't, because the category would be so awkward. It'd be one of those, because basically what would you look if YouTube tried to do it, like, all right, genre, category, recognition, whatever you want to call it, by genre, by category. There'd be so many categories that'd be so much more worthy of that long before. Like, it would take years, decades to get the sports cards. Decades.
So is there anybody on the Hall of Fame that is no longer attributing to the
active?
Yeah,
totally, 100%. Several, yeah.
Oh, so you get it, and you get out a bit. What's going on with that? How does that work?
Well, I can
do you not get dethroned?
Hold on. Okay, so luckily, because it's only been 5 years. Luckily, my memory is good enough that I remember a lot of these channels, so I can kind of do this. All right, Baseball Collector started the damn thing. All right. So he started the damn thing. He got voted in the first class.
Huh.
Hashtag shocker. Anyway, so this one's AR Falk 77. He was one of the OG YouTubers. By the time this was all going on, he was one of the OG sports card guys in the YouTube side. So he'd been doing it for years and years. This goes back like to the early days of the platform on sports card, and he did it for a long time. So it went on for quite some time. This is kind of it's almost like a veterans committee pick is what ended up happening with that one.
Yeah,
because it really was. It was like by the time all this came to pass, he was out of the game. But he had been doing it for like over a decade before that. So like they gave him credit for having been doing it so long. People remembered him from the time they watched it. Card Cutter is Garrett. Good guy. He's still got his YouTube channel. He's still around, so I would consider him to still be semi-active. And he does some stuff with Mike for auctions and things like that. And he does autographs. So he's still around. Elite Co 3, definitely still around. This one, Joe Zepp, I don't know that one. I can't help you there. Mike O's still around. Pepino Man, obviously, Bobby's favorite. Ray from Philly, still active. Silver Jacobite, still active. Tops 85401, definitely. 80s Collection, I think I know who that is, but I don't know. Like, I'm not 100% on that one. Baseball Card Junkies TV, that was with Tops 85401 and a collaboration of him and another creator. Jack Frost, I genuinely don't know who the fuck that is. I genuinely have no idea. Joey Brings It is definitely not active anymore, I would say. Mark from Kentucky, I think still active. Ricky Russo's dead, so I think we'll give him a pass on being active. Snoop, very inactive. Those Back Pages, still active. Tommy Golf, I've seen posts, but I don't think he makes videos anymore. Western Griff is Ed. IRP, Ed. Blue Jacket 66, still active. Bob Lewis, still active. B. Roth, Dustin and Blake, still active. Enough Civ Cards. Filmington, we got him, so he's still active. Scotty, Shibani Refractors. He doesn't make videos much anymore, but he's on here semi-regularly, so he's still around. Mangini Collection, Triple Crown, Bill the Hall of Fame collector. Bowman 53 is Alex. He still makes live streams every week, so he's still active. Geez, Mikey, I think he's still active. It Cometh an Egg, Mr. Fisher Bike, Cyclone Sports Cards. Just quickly scanning. X Invictus X, I don't know who that is. Scanning. These are all newer ones too, so the newer ones are all active. So it's actually not too bad. Like, honestly, the majority of them are still active. Like Ricky Russo's dead. So we'll give him a pass. I don't think he needs to keep making videos from beyond the grave. I think that's legit. But he was making videos for quite a long time, so I get it. But again, it's not real. Look, the bottom line is it's not real.
Yeah,
it's this concept. It's a construct, but it's like, and there's no real criteria that anybody's expected to do, and the amount of voters can flow in and out. Like, there's no real voting committee or anything. Like, that's what I mean. Like,
so what do they do? It's like
the Hall of Fame?
Yeah. Like, okay, so you're in the Hall of Fame, so that's it. You
get a patch. You get a patch, and you get to be a Hall of Famer. Yeah, there's a patch.
At least I gave hats.
Yeah, there's a patch. Come on.
I didn't know there was. No, now I want to be in it.
Now all you got to do is make videos.
Yeah.
I've put videos on my channel. Me riding the bicycle. That counts.
Yeah, those ones. Yeah.
Maybe if you did it like Doc from Little Mac in the Nintendo game. If you did that, that'd be sweet. I'd vote for you for that. Michael Ham says if they put together a YouTube Hall of Fame party at the National, it would blow up. I feel like there is like a mini gathering.
Something that'd be awesome.
I feel like there's a mini gathering.
Victor.
It'd be fun.
Yeah. So here, Victor says, "Good evening, gentlemen. Let the record show that I voted and campaigned for Carlos in the YouTube Hall of Fame in 2019. That is true. That is true. Victor has been one of the voters in the past.
Victor, how many times have I told you to stop encouraging this shit? All right, clean it up, knock it off, and clean it up.
All right, Eric. Hold on, Bobby. I think we'll give Eric an opportunity here. Eric, in the spirit of good debate and discussion, since you insist on bringing it up, can you make a pitch for why this channel why it's not Hall of Fame worthy in the illustrious fictional YouTube Sports Hall of Fame?
Anyone?
I'm sorry, your connection disconnected. Sorry, how about that? Anyway, YouTube Sport Hall of Fame, not to be confused with the Sport Card Show Cemetery. Facts. Back to you've been on 3 years. I'm pretty sure he's got to be close or something. Yeah. Rick Vintage Alba Cards. Good evening, Victor. Is still alive, I think. Yep. That group is like being part of the chess club. Psh, not quite that illustrious. Settle down. So it appears baseball YouTube sticks together, votes each other, basically. That's basically what happened. Elect me commissioner. We'll have induction ceremony at Sapphire Seduction. Ooh, look at you, Bubbles. Thanks for the proof of life, Rick. There you go. Just for that, I hit the like button, Eric. There you go.
Huh.
You didn't make a very good argument, Eric. I gave you an opportunity. Bobby, did I not give this man the platform to make his pitch, make his argument? And what happened? He got the like button for his trouble.
Hey, I'll give you the perfect argument. Any
Okay, go
channel.
on. Oh my goodness.
See?
This connection issue, Bobby, this connection issue is real bad. That's why what Zach was saying earlier is like, Zach, anything that happens on here, I kind of allow for my entertainment and amusement.
Mhm.
I've always got a button. I've always got a kill switch button. And by the way, you don't like looking at Eric? He's gone.
Nice.
And now he's back.
Oh.
And now he's gone.
Oh.
And now he's back.
Mhm.
Lemon.
Any channel that is dumb enough to put me on it.
Yeah,
Oh, I missed the second half of that argument. It felt like it was a good argument. It was to be so close.
I kind of almost
Well,
want
number
to hear that.
Facts. It's true.
Yeah.
Good try there, Rick. Are you sure? Would it make you feel better if we talked about Hal Gill?
I don't want to talk about Hal Gill.
Red
Bobby,
tea.
so I don't know. So Bobby, I don't know if you got a chance to see the podcast. And I got to be honest, I had a lot of fun with it because we didn't have the therapist as a topic. We didn't. we couldn't lean on that. It would have been fun, but we did not have that luxury to be able to do that.
He's ghosted himself. So
Yeah, there's no updates as opposed to Gerard the Completionist and the Charity Scam, where I have at least some kind of update.
Yeah,
With the therapist, he's gone. So like right now, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can say. There's nothing we can add. But I did have a little fun though because we did have the Boston Bruins Century Collection, or what's the actual name of it? Is it Boston Bruins Centennial Collection? Is that what it is, really?
Yeah.
the top 100 and the top 100.
Well, it's not even the top 100. It's there's a list and then there's a top 100. So in the podcast, what we were talking about Eric was trying to make a pitch. The SP signature legend Hal Gill,
There he is.
highlights and compilation being shown on the screen, is somehow an SP signature legend and yet did not make the vaunted Boston Bruins top 100. I'm like, you don't even have 100 half decent players.
You see how it's the
pretty much
Leafs?
Hal Gill, Joe Thornton, Dick Clapper, and that's it. It pretty much drops off.
Look at it's the Leafs.
I know.
Damn.
Like we're seeing Hal Gill compilations right now. Like, look, it's Hal Gill doing Hal Gill things. Hal F'N Gill being an SP signature legend. Eric, is he or is he not an SP signature legend?
He's an SP signature legend.
That's right.
I
So he
know.
deserves to be in the set. There's really no argument against it. It's pretty much it.
Probably the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, like honestly, it's been this snub is one that is honestly far overdue for correction.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
He might even make the YouTube
Yeah.
Hall of Fame.
I don't have a major issue with Mr. Gill.
You should not have any issue with Mr. Gill. He's 6'7". He will kick your ass.
He would, without any doubt at all. I'd have no hope of survival.
Hmm.
He did a fine job while he was here. It's to say that he is a legend is where I have to put my foot down and say, no, he's not.
So you're saying, if I understand you correctly, Eric, Bobby, I think I'm picking up what Eric's putting down. I think I get it. I understand it. What he's saying is that legend is not a high enough echelon. Legend is like merely here.
What could
When we're
we-
talking about Hal fucking Gill,
demigod?
the pantheon, like the top tier, the greats of the greats.
Wow.
Hal Gill literally looks down because he's 6'7". He looks down on most people, but he looks down upon the peasants. Wayne Gretzky, psh.
Bobby Orr?
Well, Bobby Orr is a Chicago Blackhawks legend, so
True
he wouldn't be a
enough,
part
yeah.
of that set.
Wrong team. I'm sick.
Blackhawks, yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I say like I would have counted Bobby Orr if I associated him with the Boston Bruins, but I associated him correctly with the Chicago Blackhawks, his real team. So there's that. And then Ray Bourque would have counted, but that's Colorado Avalanche.
Mm.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, really, when it comes to the Boston Bruins again, it's pretty much Hal fucking Gill, top of the mountaintop. We got Joe Thornton, second greatest Boston Bruin of all time, only after the great Hal Gill, and Dick Clapper. That's it. 100 years. That's all we got. The fact we were even able to find 97 other people to put on the checklist is actually very impressive.
Yeah.
I don't know who the hell you would put on there. Honestly. Tuukka Rask again. Tuukka Rask a third time.
Eddie Shaw.
Byron Defoe. See? Eric can't think of a single one. He's silent. He can't think of one.
Silence is golden.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Haga was a legendary Pollen legend. Hal Gill is legendary, playing on 3 original 6 teams. His name is engraved on the Lord Stanley's Cup. True. Why did Corey Perry get kicked off the Blackhawks team? Because he didn't acknowledge Bobby Orr as the greatest Chicago Blackhawk ever. Facts.
We don't know why.
Nobody knows why.
But the I think to have a semi-serious discussion, you really saw how evil the internet can be this past week in regards to that situation, with the accusations that were made, and the fact that people were out saying the most horrible things about Connor Bedard and his family, having to do with this Corey Perry situation. The kid is 18 years old. He's a child. I mean, I don't care about legalities. He's a child. Okay. He is closer to his birth date than, his estimated death date. He is a child. And the fact that the internet trolls and then everyone else, put this out there, and then everyone else bought it and believed it and continued to spread these horrible rumors and lies. Like, that kid doesn't have enough on his plate that these horrible things are being said about his family when he did nothing wrong. This is 100% about Corey Perry, his behavior, his issues, and somehow it became all about, Connor Bedard and his family. And I can't imagine what that 18-year-old kid's been going through for the last week. The general manager of the Blackhawks had to come out and say something. Corey Perry himself finally released a statement saying it had nothing to do with his teammates or their families. And I just think it was really disgusting that they went after this kid and his family for absolutely no reason. And you know how the internet is. One person types something and that's it. It's there forever and everyone believes it to be true. And I just can't imagine what that kid and his family's been through this week, all because of whatever Corey Perry did or did not do. So it's really bothered me all week, to be honest with you. I'm kind of disgusted by the whole thing.
Clearly, it appears so.
What are you going to do going forward? It's going to be a lot of that going on. So always.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Unfortunately, not Corey Perry, but Connor Bedard, unfortunately, being in the spotlight he's in, everything is a controversy. Everything's a discussion. Everything going surrounding, and then speculation is always open when there isn't clarity. This is important. Where there is not clarity, if everybody knew what the Corey Perry thing was, if 357 doesn't have this question and we don't have a definitive answer, that's what leaves rooms for speculation. That's what leaves room for people to make up stories and come up with whole kinds of ideas. There are only a few certainties in life: death, taxes, and the legend of Hal Gill. Those are the only things we know for sure.
Yeah, and people on the internet suck.
And truth on the internet.
Yeah, there isn't any.
What does Mr. Minty have to do with Hal Gill? Mr. Minty wishes he was on the level of Hal Gill. Tuukka Rask has some of the best rate stats ever. He's a top 10 in nearly individual rate stat. This is a valid point. I think Tuukka Rask really should be like, he's right there. Not quite Dick Clapper, but it's right at the top.
Yeah.
Moving on. So I actually do have one other legitimate topic that we can touch on, and we'll kind of play it by ear from there. But I do have one other one that was brought to my attention that I think is worthy of discussion. We've done the Repack discussion about it. We talked about that. We did our charity fraud update. We got that on there. But I do actually have another one, and it pertains to Series 2. Since we talked about Connor Bedard, it pertains to Series 2 pre-orders. And one of the big breakers in this space, one of the big companies in the space on this side of the border, Clouts and Chara, So I use them as an example. But at the same time, the issue is actually a bigger issue. So let me outline it quickly. Like a lot of other companies, they took pre-orders on Series 2 of Upper Deck and Flagship. And what happens is, obviously, that's always rife with risk. First point, pre-orders are risky at the best of times because there's always caveats in there where if allocation happens, because allocation things can happen where you've got distributors involved. Do they give you the full allocation? Did you count the numbers right? And they're a breaker. So how much did they allocate for themselves versus how much they're selling to the general public, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So anyway, they took pre-orders like a lot of them do. I've heard a few things, but I'm not going to speculate on those things. I'm going to leave them be. But no, I have to leave it be because it's not a confirmed thing. It's something that I've heard, and it's credible enough that I think could make sense. But since I don't have it corroborated, it would be irresponsible for me to go there.
Can you hint it to us?
I can hit it to you after I turn this off.
Okay.
So anyway, so here's if you read between the lines and think for yourselves, you can probably come up with something that would be similar to what I'm saying. So anyway, so bottom line though is they took pre-orders, and what happened was, for whatever reason, they claimed that they could not fulfill all the pre-orders that they did. So what they did is they actually sent out a notification to the folks that had done the pre-order, apologizing a little bit. I saw some of the wording that some people took screenshots of. I wasn't super impressed with their approach to it. I think it was a bad customer service approach to the whole thing. But they basically said they would refund, that they would withdraw half of the pre-orders. And then what they would do is they'd refund you for half. But in effect, they've been holding your money for this time because the pre-order, right? So you've done that. And then they offered this, so that's bad. But then on top of it, you said, oh, and then they made a buyback offer. They said, well, for the one that you're still got as part of your allocation, we are offering to buy it back for $210.
Really?
And I think the pre-sale was $159, so $160, we'll say. They're offering to buy back at $210, which is $50 more, but the $50 is in store credit. Well, here's the thing: the box is worth more than $210. Even if it was cash, the box is worth more than $210. So they're offering to buy it back from you with store credit. So they'll refund you the cash and then give you $50 in store credit. So I'm like, you're not making friends and influencing people here. And also, and people ask legitimately, you're also a breaker. So aren't you going to have cases allocated for breaking? So you say you can't meet so you're saying you can't meet the pre-orders that you took, but you're going to have boxes available when it comes time to break.
Well, they had those first.
Yeah. So obviously Series 2 hasn't come out yet. What I'm saying though is they've already established at this point they're not going to be able to meet the allocation. So they're kind of pinning it on the distributor. But regardless, if you don't know what your allocation is going to be, isn't it kind of a dangerous game to take pre-orders in the first place? Unless there's a reason you decided to do that. Again, I'm not touching this speculation. I'm leaving it be.
That's a charity. No.
Sure. Yeah. Open Hand Foundation. Strikes again.
Why did they sell more airplane seats than they have seats on an airplane? It's like, get the money in hand and then sort it out later. And, it makes no sense. What you can produce at this point, how much of it you've ordered to have produced, that there's going to be a lot of want for this product. And yet, now after you have money in hand or, you get these pre-orders and people's money possibly, that it's sorry, and it's just, that's just bad business.
Yeah. So that's why I say I want to focus it on two things. I wanted to give the layout of the land on this one. I will include a link. So this was given to me and offered. So thank you. Again, it's great when folks occasionally will send those things along because then I can look into them a little bit and we can bring them up as we discuss. So I'll actually include a link to the r/hockey cards Reddit. So talking about this thing, this, listed as 23-24 Series 2 low stock, specifically talking about the Clouts and Chara. This person got a phone call from them. But it's also been confirmed from other folks who got a similar experience. So you can check this out for yourself and see it. And I think some people posted some screenshots of the actual message they got pertaining to this and the whole thing and what was being offered and the whole bit. So there's two parts to this. First of all, from a customer service perspective, it's really bad for Clouts and Chara to do. And doubly bad since they're a breaker. So the second you were going to break a single box of Series 2, you had more allocation. So when you're removing half, so if I pre-order 10 boxes and you're telling me, oh, we can't meet that, we're going to give you 5 boxes. But you've had my money for 10 boxes this entire time. That was money that was in my pocket that I could have done something with or whatever. But you held it. I get my money back with no interest, really. what are you doing to make it right with me? Because you basically borrowed my money.
$50 store credit.
But only if I sell back the other boxes, Bobby. The $50 store credit is if you sell back the boxes that you are going to be receiving.
Yeah, that turns into a real bad situation for a lot of people. And makes
Exactly.
them look like something's up. And I'm sure they have their allocation for the breaking. So they probably ordered 50, 75, 100 boxes, whatever. So that's already done. Those are first and foremost because that's your business, right? And everybody else will suffer the balance, right?
Yeah.
Or the lack thereof.
Yeah, exactly.
And a rebate and the store credit, so you can buy another box in advance, so they can short you on the next release.
Yeah. Well, look, my high level takeaway is this. Obviously, I understand why people do pre-orders. They understand that the product is going to be hot, so they're hoping that by doing pre-orders, they give themselves a chance to get a better price. That doesn't always work out that way, by the way. But if the product is going to be hot or there's a big hit, so like the Connor Bedard Young Gun is a big draw. We're all pretty confident that if everything goes as it's been going so far this season, he's played well. So if it just continues trending that way, well, Series 2 has the Young Gun. It has parallels to the Young Gun. It has, Billy Cilio has spoken of in places that they are making assurances that the one-of-one Outburst Young Gun is going to be in hobby. Not an EPAC. Sorry, I don't remember if it's hobby. Either way, it's not going to be an EPAC because that was the question. Because I believe that's what he said. But either way, he said it wasn't going to be an EPAC. They said that they made sure to include it in the physical boxes, one way or the other. You can open a physical box, and that's where you can get it. Because obviously that's the big hit. That's the big pull. But a lot of places have combined the two. They said if you order Series 1 with us, you can also order Series 2, and we'll kind of make them a package deal. So you get your Series 1 first, and then when Series 2 comes out, we'll give you. But allocations are murky at the best of times. It's always a question. You as the consumer can't see what's going on with the distributor and the card shop. So how do you know what the distribution is going to be? How do you know if they're going to get the whole distribution? And if you're the card shop, you're taking a real risk putting up a certain amount of pre-orders. Can you fulfill them? Because in this case, they were not able to fulfill them for whatever reason. And then at the same time, like I said, it's a bad look if, all right, you can't fulfill these pre-orders, but you have cases available for breaking. It's not a good look.
So what's the moral thing to do there?
Not do pre-orders because you're not going to have a damn clue for that product. The real thing, the thing you should, as a consumer, I wouldn't want to touch pre-orders on a product like that. It's too dangerous. And also, by the way, here's the other risk. For Series 2, this is not going to be a problem. But in the other boxes that I've talked about in the past, so I talked about the whole AEW thing with metal and Allure and all these things. If you had done the pre-order, you actually would have done terribly because the price dropped almost immediately after release because it wasn't flying off the shelf. You actually would have paid more by pre-ordering.
Exactly.
You were better served to wait and let the market decide itself, and then the price came down to you.
I think that's why maybe they took in too many pre-orders, and because everybody was anticipating a good product. So
well, Series 2 is going to go. Series 2 is going. So the conspiracy theory guys, Bobby, for this one, the tinfoil hat folks are going to be like, this is what they'll throw out because I can almost guarantee it. Oh, Clouts and Chara knew that it would sell for more than 160 a box. So they're saying they can't fulfill it and offering to buy back at this high increased price because then once they have all the boxes in hand, they can sell it for 250, 300. That's the real number. That's the number that's going to come out of the box. So why stick yourself to 150, 160 when you can make 300? That would be foolish.
Yes.
So you're going to get that. You're going to get that question. But either way, it puts your business in a bad light. It really, it puts a sour taste in a lot of people's mouth. The best move would have been like, we have no idea what the allocation is going to be. We're ordered X. We don't know if we're going to have X. We're also doing breaks. So we're definitely going to have some boxes for ourselves. Until we figure out what the real allocation is, until we have them in hand and can count them, don't take pre-orders or take very little, like small, that you'll definitely have more than that. Don't take a bunch of pre-orders. That's where it gets dangerous. And as a consumer, it's a dangerous game to play. You're taking your chance. You're tying up your money. Well, and then you still didn't get the product. Or in this case, you got half the product you asked for.
It wasn't tying up their money. So there you go.
Yeah. But I'm saying, as a consumer, you tied up your money. You basically gave them your money to basically get your spot in line. And in this case, you only got half of what you asked for.
Well,
It's not a great idea.
You know, when they're building a new like condo or something like that, they have to sell out like 70% of the condo before they can really build it. And a lot of times, if it doesn't sell out or it sells to that point where that they can get a loan for that, then people can be left like 3 to 5 years, and you bought your condo, but the building hasn't been built yet. And there's been a lot of scenarios like that. And the same thing with this kind of thing. It works almost similar in a certain way. So
yeah,
it's just not a good thing. So it's like an investment. I think it's another part of investing, whereas people want to get in on the box. They want to get on the low end and they pre-order. And then, hey, when the box is released, boom, $300 a box. I double my money. I ordered 10 boxes. Done. I guess.
So Brendan Ryan here says, get ready for the loaded box conspiracies for when Series 2 drops. Probably. Whoever gets the Bedard, whoever gets the big Bedard, there'll be questions.
Yeah.
Watch Clouts and Chara get one of the big Bedards.
That would be too much.
We did it, you guys. We did it. Mission accomplished. Bring the banner.
Yep.
Bobby Champ says, containing excitement for Bobby's live stream and whatnot, opening 2Ks of UD Series 2. We got Bobby Burrell Garage Breaks. I'd watch that. I'd watch it.
Absolutely.
I got it planned for next week.
Love it.
Oh,
International Borders says, surprise, Upper Deck won't stop the presses on Griffey rookies to start printing Bedard Young Guns. Why not print both? Don't forget the Bedard SSPs, first degree in the market. Popcorn ready. That's right. Also, can't wait for unequivocally the first ever 1-of-1 Young Guns. I know, Patrick Stefan holding Supreme.
Unequivocally.
That was my favorite thing. There were a lot of fun things last week, Eric. My favorite thing was when Billy was trying to avoid the. It's like, answer me, Billy. Answer me.
My favorite thing about last week was Billy had good internet because he was at someone else's house.
That is true. It hung in there. Yeah, for the most, it did have a couple of glitches, but for the most part, it was actually pretty good. Which is big for him.
This is my opinion on the Bedard cards that are coming out. For those who really are going to go hunting, you are going to spend hundreds upon hundreds of dollars. How about you take that money and instead of gambling it, you hold it, wait for someone else to gamble, and then buy a raw copy as soon as they start popping up. Then you can, if you choose to, then go send it off to get graded. And I would assume that for many people, that would save them money in the long run. Going into your hobby shop and buying, 4 boxes of this stuff and gambling, those hundreds of dollars away. Just keep the money and wait and get a sure thing.
You know what I'm hearing from you, Eric? I'm hearing #invest in Hal Gill SP Signature Legends.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm hearing from you right now.
Yeah, I need it. Gotta have it. Need it.
Eric, it's the SP Signature Legend. This is the on-card. This is the auto.
How much is
the
that?
auto, Eric?
How much is that?
This right here is $3.01, Eric.
Buy it.
#invest. Let's go.
I gotta have it. Buy it. Hit buy. Send it.
Joke's on you, Eric. Joke's on you.
Gotta have it.
I did buy it.
All right, good. Need it. Gotta have it.
And now I'm gonna put in a place of honor. I'm gonna show the respect to Hal Gill that you fuckers never did. The SP Signature Legend Hal Gill. He's on PCP. Could be. What's your guess on a raw Young Gun Bedard will be? 500 to 1,000. So for the Young Gun, now the thing is, so we talked about the whole SP. It's not an SSP or triple SP or whatever nonsense. The draft card is a cool card, but I think the draft card is gonna settle in at like $100, $200, whatever. It's gonna be somewhere in that range, which is fine. That's nothing wrong with that. That's still a cool card, especially if you're a fan and you're a collector or whatever. That's a cool card. But the Young Guns do well. I guess I can try to look it up now. I'm not putting them in the same tier right now, but just so we understand what a modern Young Gun can be, what's the McDavid now?
Oh God, a raw one. You have to look at raw, right?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm looking at. Like, I'm just curious what they're going for these days. So I'm pulling up old eBay. Actually, that reminds me. Yannick made a very good point the other day. and I'll show you guys here in a minute, because sometimes it's good to get a little reminder. So we'll talk about that here in a second. Eric's investing advice better than anything ever said by SEI. Geoff. Thank you for spelling it correctly. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's like telling a gold prospect, just wait until gold drops by. It's about the hunt. I get it. But all right, so I'm looking here. I don't want a graded one. I'm just trying to see if I can find a raw copy. I don't know if I necessarily go to buy a raw copy, but I'm just trying to see what we can find here. Problem is, a lot of them are graded. Let me see if I can remove PSA.
And that's what will happen. It will be almost impossible after a short period of time to get a ungraded copy of his young gun.
Yeah, and McDavid's not a bad example because there are a lot of graded copies too.
Yeah,
like a lot. And like I said, I'm not pretending that they should be the same. I'm not treating them as the same because McDavid has at least played some years, won scoring titles. Like he's done these things.
Right.
So he's at least got that in his back pocket already.
Yeah, he's got to be a Hall of Famer. There's no question.
Yeah. So not seeing, I can't really find any raw copies. What I'll say to you, maybe it would be interesting. Let's do this. Let's just try PSA 9 just for the hell of it. We're not even going to do a 10. We're going to go something like a 9, something of at least relatively common. So you can get a McDavid, $1,000, give or take, in a 9, $900,000. So we've got the new hotness. Connor Bedard's the new hotness. I don't think it's going to be quite that crazy, but just imagine. I feel like 400 or 500 out of the block, and then you get it graded. Obviously, it can go up from there quickly if you're early. You're getting in the spot. I feel like that's not out of whack. It shouldn't be, but I feel like it's not out of whack.
I think it's going to be more. And
I'm not talking about the first couple of copies. I'm literally talking about within the first month and a half. I'm talking about like you're going to get the first couple of outlier sales. Right. I'm talking about it's going to settle in like the 400 to 500 range. That's where I have my head at. Okay. Once the first like crazy sales go off.
So what we have to look at is this draft day card. When it just like you were just saying,
yeah.
First came out, it was like anywhere between 1,000 to 1,200, right? When it like first hit the market. Within in a week, we saw that thing drop like a stone.
Yeah. The Hobby Champs' question, there's six young guns per hobby box in memory serves me. So I think this ratio works about right.
It went from 1,000 to 800 to 500. And now I think it's even lower than that now. When we pulled ours at the shop at work, we all agreed, we had a discussion about it, that we had to move this thing ASAP because in another week it's going to be much less. And we pulled it and sold it in less than 24 hours to get at $500. I believe it's even less than that now. When the Young Gun comes out, even the base, because we know there's Young Guns base, Young Guns Rainbow, Young Guns Iguana, Young Guns 1 of 1. I mean, it's stupid. Acrylic, see-through, autographed.
Listen, don't forget the uppers. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, just stupid. Just freaking stupid.
All right, so pause for a second, Eric. Pause for a second. I'm going to read a couple of comments here. So US Sports Car says, what would happen to the hockey collecting community up in Canada if Fanatics was able to acquire Upper Deck and they own hockey? Would the snap out rage be greater than when Fanatics snagged up the MLB? I think a lot of that would depend on whether their acquisition meant that they also had Upper Deck with the Upper Deck IP and brands. Because if you're still getting the cup, you're still getting flagship, you're still getting those things, I think there would be some people that would complain about it, but there's people complaining about Upper Deck right now. Like there are people who complain about Upper Deck right now doing the hockey license and certain issues with it. So some of them might not give a crap one way or the other.
I don't think it would change much, would it?
As long as you still have the cup, flagship, and some of those brands that they expect to see, I don't think it would make that much of a difference. I don't think it would make that much of a difference.
Right?
So International Borders is saying PSA is more comparable to Raw. Fair enough. So I looked up some PSA 8s here. So I got McDavid between 650, 700, 750. So as an 8. Now I'm putting Bedard a little bit lower than that, but I like that would still be pretty respectable. So it's kind of it'd be kind of interesting to see. Hard
It's
to
a
believe
long
Fanatics
road.
over Lukaku. For sure. This is the early hype is going to give it a boost for sure. But then the question, either way, I think Bedard is going to be higher than a lot of the young guns we're used to seeing out of the block. But there are a lot of young guns. So what I'm talking about, so we want to make sure whenever we give a price prediction, a guess, we got to put time horizons on this. So I said two things. I said, I'm not talking about the first couple, like the first couple that literally hit eBay that day, somebody listed immediately. People will go nuts. That will be outliers, like really crazy high prices for a raw copy right out of the block. Then it'll stabilize a little bit. And then more product gets open, and more product gets open, and retail comes out, and more product gets open, and more product gets open. I don't know. We don't know how many young guns there are going to be, but north of 100,000 is not a crazy number. And when we're talking north of 100,000, that's a guess. Why wouldn't it? The price then creeps downward. We get downward pressure on the price as there's just so much supply. McDavid is at least an established player. So that's what PSAs look like now after winning scoring titles, after winning MVPs, after doing all these things. So the kid can creep them back up, but he's going to have to start accomplishing things to then regain that. The first couple of the blocks will be crazy. It'll come down, and then it'll come down further as things stabilize and supply fills the marketplace, and we have plenty of copies to go around. And then it's his performance after that. Yep. His performance will determine if he goes up or down from there.
Yeah, but this is one rookie that's come out really in the, after the 2000s, let's just say, that's really come out, that's really been publicized, overhyped. And so his card should maintain or stay high for quite some time until it depends how much product is open. And I think a lot's going to be open. So.
Brendan Ryan says, makes sense for a hockey card content creator to get the magic loaded Bedard box. Ziri!
Mm-hmm.
Ziri would be my first pick. My first overall draft pick. If I have a hit draft for person to pull the big Bedard, Ziri. If I'm going to direct it, I'm directing it to Ziri because he's one of the bigger breakers in the hockey card side of the space.
Not backyard?
No. I think backyard. I think backyard's on the way out. I don't think they have
Hall of Fame status though.
I think they've lost some luster. They've lost some cachet. So Hobby Champs here, 50 young guns. Yes, 6 per box. That's right. Perfect. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Did I tell you guys about what I caught Webb doing at the show? So listen.
I did actually see him at the show also. A pleasure chatting with you briefly.
Yeah, no, I don't know about that. But
Eric,
anyway,
are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to say nice things about Webb?
No, just give me.
What? Huh? Go ahead.
The show is he doesn't want me to tell. So he knows. So the show's ending, right? Like all the customers are gone, and it's just the dealers and stuff packing up. And I'm kicking around back there because I was helping Corey out and doing some other stuff. All of a sudden, I'm walking through the aisle, and who do I see? Him with a cart stacked almost to the ceiling of the show, with just boxes and boxes of merchandise and cards, and all. He was stealing them, and I told him I caught him that he was stealing them, and he had this big smile on his face. And he knows it too. You should have seen
50-foot ceilings there, guys.
Those were by my dollar bin fines. He's lying. I caught you. You like had a small. It was like a Peugeot. That's how it was, the size of a Peugeot. Yeah,
you can't even spell Peugeot.
K W, right? Yeah. So yeah. I'm telling you, you should have seen this thing was the size of a small car. He's dragging it through the show, and I called him out on it, and I've been waiting for him to come on so I can rat him out in front of the whole world that he's a big stealer.
Okay.
Amazing.
There you go.
Amazing.
Done.
So here, Michael Ham says, do you think Bedard will be an all-star this year and win the Rookie of the Year? The second one for sure. Right now he's leading rookie scoring, rookie goals. He's got all that for Rookie of the Year. I think that's comfortable. All-star, it's a bit of a stretch. He's playing well though. Like in all honesty, he's actually playing pretty decent.
He shouldn't make the all-star. No.
The thing is, he's got 18 points. He's almost at a point a game as a rookie. He's actually playing well.
Every team
on a garbage team. So it's actually pretty good for him. He's at 10 goals at this point.
Yeah,
again, as a rookie.
He's definitely going. Every team has to have a representative.
Yeah, don't forget, when it comes to the All-Star game, they have selections that they can make.
Sure.
There's players that you get on merit, and then there's players that you put in because they're a star and you want them in.
The hype, yes.
Yeah. So that making an All-Star doesn't mean you have to be. You can get it, but they've changed the format so many times. It can be popular vote. It can be a variety of different. I don't even know what it is now. Like, I don't know what the All-Star format is now. I don't remember.
Pick who you want, I guess.
But he's absolutely got to make the All-Star team.
Yeah, if they have a choice and he's still playing, he's upright, they'll put him in.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. He's guaranteed to be Rookie of the Year. This is the face.
The Rookie of the Year. The Rookie of the Year, and he's earning the Rookie of the Year because he's leading all the scoring for those kids. So.
That's for sure. All-Star, I would question, but anyway.
Who else is Chicago going to send?
Well, there's still time to sign Hal Gill.
Yeah.
Continue the legendary run.
Maybe Hal Gill's stuff. Maybe.
So real quick, so U.S. Sports Card says biggest hockey bust, biggest hobby big money bust in the last years. Hobby Champ says Lafreniere. I kind of inclined to agree with that, because considering he was obviously the hit that year and where he's sitting right now, like he's not playing terrible, but he's obviously not a generational player, and they tried to sell him as he was, and it's like he kind of is where he is.
I think.
So
yeah. See, he doesn't. See.
I like that. Time for a mega bid on that Hal Gill. Facts. Starters more goals for his first 21 games than Gretzky and McDavid. Probably true. Like I said, he's playing well. Like I said, the team's not very good, and he's playing well. So there's nothing wrong with that. For me, you take a kid who's 18, it's like, just do your best. The team's job is just to surround him with the opportunity to take shots. Honestly, I would literally tell him to be like, go out there, have fun, take shots, take a lot of shots. Right now it's development. That's like, you're not going anywhere. The Chicago Blackhawks are not going anywhere. So it's one of those situations where no, let the kid take some shots, let him develop, let him work on his game. And then you can take advantage of that and then get more players to surround him with, and the team will get better, and then it'll get interesting after that, hopefully.
My picks for that 10 and 15 over the last 10 and 15 years of busts, of financial busts and stuff, I would pick Taylor Hall.
Taylor Hall's not a bad one, yeah.
And I think he's doing a lot better now, but Jack Eichel.
Although, didn't Taylor Hall win an MVP?
Yes, he did with New Jersey.
That's still good. Like, that's still pretty good.
But
Hart Trophy's solid.
Hey, absolutely. But he's never played when he's with Edmonton. He never played that well. After New Jersey, he never played that well. It was that one season.
I get what you're saying, though, but I feel like if you win a Hart Trophy like that, disqualifies you as a bust. Like, it's hard to call him a bust.
Hold on. You didn't say bust.
He did say bust.
The question was
big money bust.
Big money. I thought we were talking about like in the hobby, like dropping money on a player in this hobby.
Big money bust.
Bust.
I guess so. But look, all I'm saying is if Jamie Benn has been able to ride an Art Ross trophy to the point that people still insist to me that he should have value, I feel like a Hart Trophy is worth more.
No,
I feel like a Hart Trophy carries more value, I think.
I'm not yes, if you're talking about non-hobby, just hockey players, the league, the guy's a Hart Trophy winner. He's not a bust. He was. I totally agree. I took the question as people dumping money into a player in the hobby and having it backfire, and I would say Taylor Hall and Jack Eichel.
So do you guys want to let's have a little fun here. This would be a good opportunity to do what I was
talking
talking
about
a second ago. True. But no, I mean specifically, Yannick made a good suggestion, and actually this is a good opportunity to do that. So let me actually take advantage of this, and we can kind of semi-answer our question, because I don't have the historical number. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. However, we can have a little fun with it. So I want to take guesses. Let's use the Young Gun, since obviously that's a good standardized across the board example. Plenty of copies out there, opportunities to check it. So what do we say a Taylor Hall Young Gun goes for today? If we got any guesses. Curious if any of you have any thoughts on this one. And what I'm going to do,
10?
Let's say a PSA 10. For the sake of argument, let's say a PSA 10, Taylor Hall Young Gun, and guesses on what the going rate is. And what I'm going to do is, as I'm doing this, I'm actually going to open up a tab here, And I'm actually going to go in because Yannick was making a good point. That's a lot of times I'll reference Repack.
Yeah.
And not a lot of folks necessarily know where it is because I think it's a great resource. You don't have to have an app or whatever. Repack is useful and it's free. So like you have access to it. So right now I'm on ebay.com. So I'm going to actually go into Repack and I'm going to look it up as we talk. And we're going to try to see what we can find. So
$1.50.
you have to have, I believe you have to have a seller account in order to have access to the tab. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to my eBay. I'm going to go to selling. So I'm just quickly going to go into it for folks that are not familiar. And I've got these tabs across the top. And specifically, I want the research tab. And this is where I can look at up to the last 3 years worth of sales. And I can look at the different ebay.com, ebay.ca, various international ones, or all sites. But I'm just going to stick with .com. So we're going to do Taylor Hall. And I don't remember what year Taylor Hall's Young Gun is. So I'm just going to go Taylor Hall Young Gun, just to keep it simple. Young Gun and PSA 10. So Ham went 45. Hobby Champs PSA 10. So Hobby Champs is $40 for 10. All right. You guys don't have a lot of confidence in the PSA 10, Taylor.
Hold on.
I said $1.50.
I think
I haven't hit the button yet, so go ahead.
I think a 10 in any
10.
card, people go crazy for that number. So I would rather look at these raw, or mid grade.
No, but Eric, the thing is, if you Young Guns are so common that if you do a PSA, there's going to be a bunch of PSA 10s.
Yeah,
there's not one or two.
People will pay more for a 10 on a common because it's a 10.
And if you're somebody who has a Taylor Hall rookie at this point, you would send it in to get a 10 then and get your money.
$72 for a 10.
All right. Bobby, you want to take a stab?
Yeah, I said $1.50.
All right. Bobby Burrell says $1.50. All right, and I'm going to sort it. So I clicked on it, and I'm also going to sort it by most recent, so we can see the most recent. So last PSA 10, $52 in auction, $65 in fixed price. This is the 20th anniversary, so I'm not going to count that. So what happens is when you search it, you're going to get all kinds of results. So you want to make sure you scan through, and you can actually click on it and see the picture also, just to make sure you can you see what you're supposed to be seeing. So always do that. Double check. So here's one, 61 auctions, 78 auctions. So it hovers around a couple of different ones. If you get a fixed price, so this is September 2023. So not that long ago. So there you go.
Huh.
So
that's the answer.
I said 72.
Let's look at the chart there. What's his highest?
The chart here goes back 3 years. So
yes.
If you want me to, I can narrow it down a little tighter, but it gives you a bit of an idea.
Well,
so back in 2021, there was an average sold price of $373.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's really down. Eh?
It's up and down. Yeah. So that gives you a bit of an idea. But for folks that are not familiar, this is a really handy tool to use. It is free and eBay provides it. And if it's in Repack, it actually was paid for. That's a very important distinction. If it was in the Repack feed, then you're actually getting the paid for amount. Even 130 point of some of the other ones do include sales that were not paid for. So that's an important distinction to do.
Yeah.
The reason Yannick mentioned it is because he felt like it would be a good reminder for a lot of folks here. I'm sure already know this, but I just figured I would point it out since I do reference Repack oftentimes. Right now, I'm not using Card Ladder or Market Movers or any of those ones. I just go in here quickly. Most of the stuff I'm searching for doesn't require it, and I can get 3 years worth of sales data. That's enough for me.
Yeah.
I get the information I need to make a judgment call of whatever I want to make.
Why do we need 3 years? I mean, I understand you can adjust it. You don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Why do I care what 3 years in the pandemic was? I want to know what the sales have been going on for the last 3 months.
You're talking about cards that sell all the time. What if a card sells once in a blue moon?
Yeah.
What if it's actually a tough card? Then I might need 3 years to find a sale or a sale or two.
Or a trinket. Like if you only get one coming
I need a little more data. Yeah. I need a little more data. Because then I might not have something in the last year or two that'll help me. And then if you could give me 3 or 4 years, that'd be great. That's helpful.
If you go into the PSA and do the search there, you should see a lot of, when I was looking at some of the pre-war, I was sitting there going, they don't even have data for prior to or after 2000, like 2019. I'm sitting there going, where's the recent prices? Just none.
Yeah.
Just none. On a lot of the pre-war cards.
Yeah. So Hobby Champs is talking about Aho here for under $100. And the reality is there's a lot of good players that you can get 10s for. But the other thing, important distinction, I use the Young Gun, which is like the most common available card. And I even made it a PSA 10 to help it. And even then, there's only so much you can do. There's plenty of them out there. You have to be an elite player consistently to keep that price up. Otherwise, it loses value, and it loses value pretty quick, especially today. Because, like I said, I don't know how much Series 2 they're going to print. I don't care if allocations were cut. There's going to be plenty of them. Lots of them.
Is allocation really cut?
I think two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
I think distributors are going to play games.
Yes.
Because allocation is based on the distributor. It's not even what the distributor has. It's how much they're willing to distribute. Because if they cut allocation and then play the game with the card shop, hey, we found some more cases in the back, but they're a higher price now.
Yes.
I think there's going to be a lot of that.
Yeah. Well, isn't Fanatics taking over more of that distribution part?
For baseball now, they're moving more and more to the direct model. And where that's the case, then you're getting from the manufacturer, it is what it is. They're getting their cut directly, so they don't give a crap. They're just, this is the price, pay it.
How much do you want? Here you go. Yeah.
Basically. Yeah.
I wonder if they'll base it on pre-order.
You know, international borders. Yeah. Lightly traded sold history. Hal F'N Gill last sold in 2001. And that was a legendary sale. A legendary card. Look, Eric protests too much. I feel like Eric, we've got a Centennial Boston Bruins set. And here's Eric trying to deny the legacy of Hal Gill. Do y'all not see the clips? Like, I played highlights of Hal Gill doing Hal Gill things.
Yeah.
Were you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
That's what I'm saying. Bobby, look, man. Look, we had so much, Bobbles and I had so much fun with Eric because we literally went on a Hal Gill agenda. It's like, as soon as it was like, Reggie Lebanon. Look, my favorite part, and I might have to clip that for the year-end review. My favorite part was where Eric was trying to protest the Hal Gill thing, and it was like, we have to make sure. And then Eric had the audacity to tell us that Hal Gill did not make the top 100 Boston Bruins.
He didn't.
And I was like, what? And I was like, if you do the top 100 Boston Celtics, do we not have Bill Russell? Is Larry Bird off the list? Are we not counting? Like, why are we not counting the greats?
Wouldn't he just made it by height alone?
I know. Honestly, he literally looks down upon all the other Boston Bruins. Zdeno Chara is literally the only one who can remotely look him eye to eye. The only one. That's it. The other ones are like his children. He like pets them on top of the head.
Yes. We're talking about Chara.
I heard everything.
No.
You deserve to hear everything I said. You deserved every word of that.
Everything.
Look, you besmirched the name of Hal Gill, and I didn't see you protesting the Larry Bird point. You're like, yeah, Larry Bird, shit, I hate that guy. And you're like, and you're moving on to the other players. It's like nothing. Terrible.
No.
Unbelievable.
I got Larry Bird on my wall. He's right over there.
Hidden behind in the wall of shame.
Perch.
In the wall of shame.
No.
CC says, curious, do any of you actually own a Young Guard card? Yes. I got one for Jamie Benn, and I've got a few others. A handful. For me, the Young Gun is not something. Medano wasn't in the era of the Young Gun. So he predates that one. But then for like Jamie Benn's the only
gun, though. When was the first Young Gun?
1991. There was a Young Gun. There was like one or two cards that had the little graphic on the bottom. But it didn't become a real thing until 2000, consistently.
Really?
Yeah, because they interspersed them. They used them in 1991. They interspersed them in a couple different. They even used them in Collector's Choice one or two times.
Wow! Because
it didn't become a thing fully until like 2000, and then after that, they did it every year since. It became the staple.
I thought it was earlier than that.
Yeah, they used it here and there. So that was from 1991. That's one of the first uses of it. And then they would they take a couple of years off, not use it again, and then they bring it back and intersperse it here and there. It's an interesting history, but once they started doing it, once it became consistent, Upper Deck realized, wait a minute, this is a winner. People like this. So let's just do it every year. That way it rolls through. But it wasn't until about 2000 they started doing consistently.
I remember in 2000, it was the Young Gun year for sure, because everybody was selling Young Guns. It was crazy.
Absolutely. Yep. And every year after that, it became a thing after that.
Yeah. Well, we had the pandemic, so the show really didn't. But yeah, online, sure.
Yeah, Sergei Fedorov. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
So last saw how PSA 10 sold for $65. Yeah. Hey, listen, man, there's nothing wrong with getting some of these cards and some of these players and having some fun with it. So have some fun. Why doesn't Upper Deck have a Montgomery Club equivalent? At this point, it would be, if they did a Montgomery Club equivalent, we'd be getting our 89 Upper Deck Griffies out of it.
Ooh, yes.
Yep. Beret, love that card, Eric. That's right. It's probably less 92, 93 Young Guns than 2023, 24. True. That is true. That is a fact. 2000 when the hobby started in hockey, basically, yes.
Yeah, well, we know that.
Yeah, if the cost was the same, would you rather have an autograph rookie refractor card of your favorite player or an RPA? Ooh, I think this is interesting. Because this is interesting because in a lot of the scenarios, they don't exist, right? So, Eric, would you rather have an autograph rookie refractor card of Reggie Lemon or an equivalent RPA?
Well,
Nobody likes RPAs. Come on.
Does a rookie refractor card or a rookie patch autograph?
I'd take the RPA because you still get the autograph, plus you get a piece of his game one jersey. So
yeah, I'm in agreement. Like honestly, Modano obviously was in the era before all that. But if he had both these things available, yeah, especially since Upper Deck does a pretty good job of actually having game used pieces. So you're getting game used and you're getting an autograph. You're combining the two things in a universe where that exists. I'd probably go with the RPA. It'd probably be an on-card autograph, especially since they're usually pretty good with that. Last couple of years, less so, but they've been historically good with it.
What do you guys think about doing this? And I don't mean to change the subject. We can go back, but it just got me thinking. So I have this really nice Ray Bork O-Pee-Chee card here.
With Colorado, go on.
No, shut up. From 2007, 2008. It has great patch stuff in it.
Yeah, so this is O-Pee-Chee Premier.
Yeah, and it's only out of 35. And I had him sign it.
Only?
So now, you pulled this from a pack with this auto and this nice patch. This thing would be worth a large amount of money. But because it didn't come out of the pack autographed, I don't know if
it gets a grade of 1.
Yeah, true, right? Because now it's quote ruined.
Yeah, now you'd have to do the authentic thing. You have to do the authentic.
But
yeah, KSA thing.
I've done this before on really nice patch cards and jersey cards where I have the player sign them, and I think this looks fantastic, and it's just as good as if it came out of a pack this way. But it's
is that an EWA?
Yes, Eric Wade authenticated. Poopy Pony authentication, Bobby. You know
Right.
Very good.
Well, so let's actually so two things. I'll read a couple of comments, and then we can actually take this in a bit of a debate direction and include the chat in it, because there is a debate point to be made historically about the point that Eric's talking about here. CC says here, Eric, please don't take this as a compliment. He won't. But given how many boxing cards you have in the room, you're very good at locating a particular card in your collection. Don't take it as a compliment.
I won't.
Brendan Ryan says, Invista refractor made from aerogel. Don't put it past tops. Facts. Question for Eric. Do you want an RPA of Hal Gill or a jar of mayo? Respect the GOAT. Respect the legend.
I don't dislike Hal Gill. He was a fine defenseman when he played.
I feel like your praise is lackluster, Eric. For an SP signature legend, I don't feel like you're giving the correct reverence and respect for not only Hal Gill, but if we use his God-given name, Hal fucking Gill, Eric.
I know. I had no problems with him when he played here.
I'm glad you don't have problems with him, because he might have problems with you after we're done explaining to him the disrespect that you're putting on his name. Spider Beggars, you actually saw him sign it, right? It's an awesome board card. So let's touch on this though. When it comes to cards like that, from the collector perspective, it doesn't matter. If it's for your personal collection, do whatever the hell you want. It doesn't really, nobody can really say no, like it's your collection. Right. But historically, and this is something that obviously became a bit of a discussion, Geoff has tried to put this into the universe a little bit as well. But if we're being honest, the infamous, for years, autographing a card, like a rookie card or something like that, was frowned upon for the longest time because, quote unquote, it devalues it. But obviously, if we're talking the junk wax era, nothing can devalue the card. Especially if it's an authentic rookie, if it's an authentic autograph, if nothing else, it enhances it.
One times it, it goes up.
Because I showed it for the expo, but obviously I got this one. Mm-hmm. This one was given my way, and I appreciate it. And that is the 90-91 Upper Deck, and it's an autograph, which is great. What's that?
Considering that everybody's collecting autograph cards, vintage cards, it's a real big thing now.
It's a cool card. Obviously, I have copies of the card as it is, and this is a nice little. It adds a little flavor to it. It adds a little extra.
Want to do a full set of autograph cards.
Exactly.
So here's another one with a great piece of jersey from Milt Schmidt that I had him sign years ago. And it didn't come out of the box this way. I had Milt sign this. Hall of Fame 61, number 15, great autograph as always. And I think this card's even better now. And I love this thing.
Well, if
But
you consider what that card is really worth prior to its autograph.
I think that's the key thing though. Like, so the reason I'm bringing this up is that, like I said, I'm talking historically, but in the example I use, that doesn't decrease the value. The Medano Upper Deck rookie is like $2 or $3. Like, it's not there's trillions of them. Like, it's not a common card. A good autograph on it though, I don't think it hurts it at all. Like, it enhances it. Yeah, it enhances it. So I think if you're taking a normal card or even a memorabilia card or something like that, like the examples you gave, I don't think it's a problem. The only time I think it's a little tricky, and we've talked about this in the past, the only time I feel like it's a little murky, if it's a 1-of-1 and nobody else has the option. Because I've shown a card in the past where somebody chose to do that, and it's like, I'm a little iffy on that one, because I feel like if it's in your PC for life, so be it. You're going to be buried with it. Well, then whatever. Really, nobody else gets a crack. But if somebody else is a fan and wants a card, you basically taking the choice out of their hands. They can't get another copy. There's no other choice.
Don't do a 1-of-1. Don't be stupid.
That's fair. That's the reason I bring it up. I think if it's a commonly available card and people can get other copies, and there's plenty of other available copies, do whatever the hell you want. People can, if they don't like it, they can choose to get one of that Milt Schmidt. If somebody doesn't like that, there's other copies out there.
Yeah.
It's not like Eric took the only copy in existence, got Milt Schmidt to sign it, and that's it. That's the end of the discussion. No, you can get another copy. It's fine. And if you like the copy and he wants to move it down the road, he has a choice, or he can hang on to it forever. Like, all these options are available. I just think for a collector, I think it can add something to it.
True. Yep. I think on cards that aren't valued very much, it's fine. You're not doing $50 cards or $100 cards. Well, you are, but I mean, that's for your personal collection. Actually, those help on the vintage ones. The newer ones, I really don't know. I could say it helps it, but I don't say it really increases the value. But if you have a 1952 mantle signed, it doesn't hurt it so much.
Yeah, I don't think it hurts it. And to be honest, most of the 52 Manos that I've seen signed are beat up cards anyway, so it's like it doesn't hurt. I think it helps. I think nobody has put a pristine 52 test Mano and Mickey sign a card.
They have with Bobby Hull. Somebody did it with a nice Bobby Hull.
Oh, really? Eh? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, but that was before Bobby Hull was worth as much as it went up to now. So it was many years ago, and I said, oh, okay, whatever. But now it's like, now he's screwed because it kind of hurts it, but helps it in a weird way.
Yep. So there's some good questions here coming up. So real quick, Hobby Champs, thoughts on Bork winning his own cup of the Avalanche? Well, he only played with the Avalanche, so I think that's fair.
I thought it was great, and I was at the parade that we threw for him when he came back to Boston at City Hall Plaza, and brought the cup back. So everyone around here supported him, and we're all happy for him.
Why do you get rid of everybody? You get rid of Bork, get rid of Orr.
They hate greatness. We touched on that topic in the live stream. I think they actively rebel against greatness.
I think so.
I think it's more that the Jacobs family sucks as owners, and they never wanted to spend money back in the day. They brought Ray Bork, who had 5 Norris trophies here, probably should have had more, to arbitration. This was before the salary cap. The Bruins have never ever wanted to pay their players, and that is why
they pay defensemen so much. Come on.
Yeah, right. He's only like top 5 defenseman of all time, but you don't need to pay him to stay. So
yeah, Hal Gill 1 through 4. Who's
they didn't pay him what he was worth. They didn't put surrounding parts around him. Because the Jacobs family has never wanted to pay players here. That they kind of imposed the salary cap before the salary cap, and they would not let Harry Sinden go over the number. So he was constantly trying to piece together the franchise with Band-Aids and bubblegum.
So why did he even stay?
Why did Bork stay or Harry?
No, Bork.
Bork?
Why
Raising
would
his,
he even stay if he, So he obviously
I
must
don't
have
know
been
why
paid
he stayed
decently
after.
enough.
Well, why did you ask him? He probably pitied you. He was like, Eric has got nothing else going on for his life. I'm here. I'll do what I can.
I'll sign your card too.
I think I don't think anyone would have blamed him when they took him to arbitration if he said "screw you, I'm out of here," and went right from there to a Stanley Cup contender and got paid big bucks.
Should have.
Well, I think, in all honesty, if he had told them to go screw, you personally would have been like, I am your greatest fan forever.
Mm-hmm.
I declare a blood oath to you.
And
then you would have followed him wherever he went.
Yeah. Nobody around here likes the Jacobs family. They can all go pound sand.
Wow.
But you love the Bruins. Weird.
Oh yeah.
Well, he's got to buy boxes of the Upper Deck thing to get all his Hal Gills. So Stu
the Toronto owner there from back in the 70s and 80s was
Harold Ballard.
Yeah, Harold Ballard was a complete nut job, and you still, and destroyed that franchise, and they're still trying to recover from it. And you're still.
I don't think the current ownership has any association. I don't think they're too concerned about his legacy.
They're just as bad with players anyway. So.
Yeah, they do. At this point, I think they just do it for fun. I secretly think that the current ownership is like, we have more money than God. We can do whatever. We don't care.
We can lose every game and still sell.
Let's get rid of him. Oh, we have Dave Keon. Let's get rid of him. We have Daryl Sittler. Oh, let's get rid of him. All right, all three are in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. None of those guys are Hal Gill. None of them are an SB Signature legend.
I mean, yeah,
I'm going to read Stuke's comment. Anyway, Stuke, thank you for your comment and thank you for your patience. Signing cards was always good when I came from 83 on. Many people had Roger Maris, Mickey Mantle, the old Yankees, and others came to far away from the Maris Golf Tournament. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Eric, I've done the same for 192 Canada Cup cards and getting autos from worthless to worth a couple of bucks. There you go. Yeah. Perfect. And so here we go. So I'll open this one up. So this one's what about Josh Jung? So this is from the Texas Rangers. Josh Jung. Drawing glasses in a 1-of-1 on a heritage card. I will see if I can find a picture of this because I've seen this, but I want to see if I can find it so I can actually show you guys who have not seen it previously. So bear with me a minute. I will see if I can find it.
Who's Josh Young?
He's a player for the Texas Rangers. Your World Series champion Texas Rangers. I will see if I can find it. So let's see if I can find the card in question. Yes, I think this is it. Let's see if I can find a better picture. Actually, this is probably fine. Hold on. So what happens is you've got various cards that through Topps you can get autograph. But what happened is he actually took the liberty of having some fun with his autograph card that came out of a Topps pack. So you could actually pull this card, and I think somebody did. So there's Josh Jung. So there's his autograph, and drew himself, glasses, a mustache, go Rangers, and then the 1-of-1.
Well,
it's the player who did it. He had some fun with it. It was him who did it.
How it came out of the pack, and it's a 1-of-1. Then there you go.
Yeah, he just decided to have some fun with it and screw around. So this is like an ultimate personalization. It is from the player himself who did it just to have some fun. So the question was from US Sports Cards. So silly or cool to you? So given that the player himself is the one who did it, what do you think about it?
It runs along the lines of, when Mastro cut the card, the Honus Wagner.
Yeah,
and that they know it's trimmed, but it still gets good money. So that might go the same way.
I think it's unique. I wouldn't want it.
It was unique, and now it's uniquer.
Yeah, it's more unique. Yeah, it has more uniquenesses. It has more uniquenesses.
There you go. Better.
I think it is silly.
It's so fun. It's so good. What the heck, right?
Well, I think. Look, the point here is
nothing
this.
else like it.
And look, at the end of the day, if he had just written "Go Rangers 1-of-1," would there be a question about it? No. The fact that he put the glasses and the mustache thing on himself, at least perfect. It makes it different than the other ones. So maybe this would be so Eric, let's bring it over to the discussion in question.
Yep.
If Reggie was bored one day, was asked by Upper Deck to sign a card, and it's a 1-of-1, and he decided to have fun and do something like this, do you still want it as a collector?
As a Reggie Lumlin collector, absolutely.
Yeah. Does it make it more interesting? But let's assume he's signed a variety of similar type cards in the past. does the fact that he decided to do this for this one case, assuming he doesn't do it every time, he just does it once in a, this time he decided to have a little fun with it. The rest of the time he just signs it or does something else or whatever.
Oh, I'd want it.
Yeah, I don't see any harm in it. Let's put it this way.
Player collector, I'd want it.
Yeah, I don't see any harm in it as long the player himself had some fun with it. We keep saying collecting and cards are supposed to be fun, and the player clearly had some fun. If you're a fan and a collector, who gives a shit? Enjoy it.
Yep.
And it's going to be different than the other ones because he signed other cards. So, and this is the only one that has this unique set of.
It's
conditions.
literally a 1 of 1, and
yeah,
it's a 1 of 1 of 1.
Yeah, and if that was his base card, base auto card, and he did all of them with just his autograph, but the last one in the pile he decided to do something silly with. That's still a 1 of 1.
Yeah.
I think going forward, that would be a great thing for them, the card companies, to do. Something like that.
That's a discussion that I think some folks have had, is because they've started, I think, under the Fanatics banner. I don't understand what the exact wording of it is, but my understanding is they've been encouraging the players to have a little bit of fun and do inscriptions. Not all the time, but like they'll sign 1,000 cards, but they'll grab a couple and like put a little blurb or do something in there
to make it
on a couple to make it different. And the rest of them will all be just signed straight up like normal. You'll pull them and there they are. But then you'll get a couple where it's like they wrote something in there or had a little fun with it or did something just to differentiate from the norm and break out of the pattern.
Yeah. Change up the refractor or something. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And that's why I say, like, I have no issue with it. To me, it's like, nope, that's fine. I think as long as they have some fun with it, I think it's cool. And if the player themselves actually enjoys doing it and came up with it, and they're the ones who, if they weren't fed, if they weren't like told, oh, write this or, do this, and it was on them, they say, nope, come up with it, whatever you want to do. And that's what they came up with. I'm cool with it. So I think that's kind of the key with that one. I actually want to find. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's unique, and isn't that what we're all looking for, especially with 1 of 1s? I mean, do I like it?
No, we were entertaining you, Eric.
That is so nice.
I know,
right?
That is awesome.
Yeah,
and I didn't think you guys liked me. Wow.
Oh, Lord knows. Oh, I listen. Only Hal Gill gets more of my esteem. CC says, it is my imagination, but are these high values placed on after-the-fact autographs only apply to rookie cards? For example, Griffiona's rookie cards versus later year cards. Mm-hmm. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair point. Like if you just randomly autograph a third-year card or a fourth-year card, I don't think it gets the same. It's not the same.
It isn't. It's about rookies, yeah. There you go.
But I'm not going to let him sign that mint O-Pee-Chee one. I got this
Why?
Because he's not gonna.
If he wants to and draw a mustache and sideburns or
then he.
Do you prefer this inscription one? So here's a Tom Brady Bowman Chrome. If baseball doesn't work out, there's always football.
Oh, awesome! Because one thing I'll tell you, and I'm being serious, is that Tom Brady no longer will write inscriptions on things. He's charging like $1,500 plus for a single autograph. He is if there is some type of promotion for him to add inscriptions, it's going to cost you that plus more.
Yeah, well, that's what this is. This is through Fanatics. Fanatics specifically promoted that because what they did is they did a Montreal Expos.
Yep.
Tom Brady. There's very limited amount of these. Like they're super tough to pull and super expensive.
And he doesn't write on stuff. Like he will not do it anymore. When he was a younger player, we have stuff at the shop being here that we're 20 minutes north of Boston here in Massachusetts. We have stuff at the shop where from his younger days he has written on things. Newer stuff, the word is out. Do not expect Tom to write 5-time Super Bowl MVP or whatever the hell he is, or Super Bowl. He's not right. He's writing his name and maybe his number, and that's all you're going to get. So to have a card like that, where he has taken that much time to write all that out, as a if you are a Tom Brady collector, that is huge, because he is not writing anything but his name anymore.
Man.
Now, I think that plays into because Ruben was, Fanatics Overlords, bless
Mhm.
us, send the check. So anyway, so Ruben was on the Bill Simmons podcast and he was chatting a little bit about this. And one of the points that he was making, which is accurate, is that obviously with Ruben's connections, he can make some calls and get certain things done that a lot of other people can't do.
Of course.
So that's one of the general ideas. That's one of the concepts of them owning Tops is that they can get shit like that done.
Yeah.
Like obviously he knows Tom Brady. So, he can pick up the phone and be like, hey, Tom, we got this idea. Would you be willing to do this? And then he'd be like, oh, yeah, sure. I'll sign a couple for you. That's fine. Whereas as opposed to somebody else doesn't have that access, doesn't have that capability. He can pick up the phone and make a call. And the same thing, he used the example of that MLB debut patch. When they came up with that idea for the MLB debut patch, it was him picking up the phone and calling Rob Manfred and calling the Players Association rep, the president. I forget the name. I think it's Tony Clark or somebody else. Basically, he picked up the phone one, picked up the phone the other. Hey guys, we want to do this. Can we get this done? Couple of phone calls, boom, done. So where he has that access, where a lot of other manufacturers in the past do not have that capability, because he knows those people and he can be like, yeah, can we do this? And it was like, this is our idea. Oh yeah, sure, yeah, we can get that done. So that's kind of where it's going to be. Again, I guarantee they're going to screw up 1,000 more times, 1,000 more times, easily.
I look forward to it. Yeah.
But at the same time, 100%. Why not? So will I. It's good content. But the fact is, though, it's hard to argue that he doesn't have a lot of power and a lot of sway to be able to talk to a lot of people and make a lot of things happen that Panini can't do, Leaf can't do, none of these other Upper Deck can't do it. they pick up the phone. They're like, yeah, who the hell's this? Leave me alone.
Yeah. There you go.
Figure says Ruben sits on the board of directors of the Illuminati. He's well connected. Yeah, he is well connected.
The only way Victor would know that is if he too was a member of the Illuminati. So
who do you think decides who the rookie card is?
Yeah. Well,
go watch The Simpsons and find the Stonecutters episode. We do. You'll see Victor in the background.
Yeah.
Oh.
Saying Easter egg. Keep an eye. Keep an eye. Mm-hmm. Facts. So we covered a lot of ground actually tonight. I got to be honest. We actually covered quite a bit. Charity fraud. We got that. We got in the repacks thing early.
Yeah, that was good.
So what do y'all want to talk about?
What else is going on? I got a great little scenario from the show. I'd like to explain to everybody. So
give us a scenario from the show. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm set up.
By the way, Chad, along the way, if you come up with anything, let me know and we can always talk. But Bobby can give us a scenario from the show in the meantime. Go ahead.
It's one of the funny scenarios. I have one gentleman come up to me. He goes, "The prices in your app are too low on one product." I said, "Oh, okay. What is it?" He goes, "I said, you want to show me?" He doesn't even have the app. Okay. So the guy he sold stuff to comes up to me and says, "My prices are too low on this product in your app." I said, "Do you have the app?" He goes, "No." So two people don't have the app coming to me. It's been released a week before, but it was a couple days in on the show. And they come over to me and tell me this. And I'm saying, you guys are trying to tell me this, but you don't have the app. So why would you care? Because you care about what other people think? So he's selling at a high price. So this guy's coming in and justifying that he paid that high price. So my prices are low.
Right.
So what did Bobby Burrell do? Well, he just went, okay, well, let's.
Who? He spoke of himself in the third person. Go on.
I did. That doesn't happen often, but I went to Classic and I said, okay, here are 2015 prices. Here you go. Here's all the prices. Super high, they're all high. But we had big guys in the hobby at that time. After 2015, most of them got out. And then we had the prices of 2015 on. And I said, well, as you can see here, those old prices that you guys are, complaining about that were really high, they haven't been high for the last 10 years. And I gave you 8-10 examples. And I said, if anything, my prices are not high enough. And I mean, not low enough. Sorry. I said, I'm low end on that. So you guys are just like complaining to me, but you can't even justify it. And they're saying, well, we take into consideration the show and not online, because online is, questionable. I said, what area are you living in? Like, honestly, when do you not use the internet and just use a show? And we're talking about vintage and stuff that's not sold very often. So it's just like, oh, come on, guys. So, you know, you come across a lot of people, and the end result is a man convinced against his opinion is really still of the same opinion, except he's just trying to justify it. And they're just not man enough to say, well, maybe you're right. It's not that I'm right or wrong or anything like that. It's like, you can give me an opinion. We can put 10 different ways of how that card should be worth, or how that piece should be worth this, because of condition, because of availability, because of rarity, because of whatever. Sure, you can play with that number a lot, but come to me and tell me my prices are wrong, and then I prove to you that they are not wrong. If anything, you know, I'm more in the right than they are. And to sit there and go, well, we both can be right. I said, that's 2 + 2 = 5. What are you guys doing? And people just won't give in.
Eric would defend you, but you entered into the realm of the maths. So now he's lost. That's over.
Oh yeah, it was fun.
I've been seeing butterflies on, you know, flying over a meadow for the last couple of minutes. I got lost.
Okay.
I think to kind of answer your question, Bobby, or your concept that you're talking about, I think unfortunately, if you're talking about something that doesn't have like a lot of sale points, it's like people can make a debate, make an argument, and do all that, but like the reality is, it goes back to the conversation we had last week. I talk about the part of the problem with private sales. It's not that they're not real sales, but there's so many little nuances, weird factors that play into. But that's why I gave that real scenario. What if we do a sale where I make an offer and you take the money and I get the card or the trinket or whatever it doesn't matter, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Real money changed hands. The item is in my collection. It's real. We've been doing business for 20 years. I bought 100 things from you, and we've done a bunch of sales back and forth, and you've made X% on this one, X% on that one, X% on this one. You don't care this much about this one. It's been sitting there for a while. You want to get rid of it. So you cut me a break.
Mm-hmm.
But you sell it to somebody else. You're like, no, you would insist on this price. That doesn't mean the comp's not real, but there are factors. There are mitigating factors that change how this number works. If we just put it up on eBay and everybody has a shot and some people want and they get into a bidding war, we're going to get a different number.
Yeah.
The numbers keep changing. So it's like, so the question, what's the real number?
Yeah.
7.
Exactly. But that's all I'm trying to say is that the format is important. The scenario is important. The timing is important. All these things play into the result we get. And it plays out a million times. We've seen it in high volume things, low volume things, all of them. You'll see these wild variances. What happened? Well, this completed at 3 a.m. No one was paying attention to it. It's so low. That's all that happened.
I get it.
That's it.
It does work that way. But just with these two guys, neither one of them have the app, yet they're complaining about the app prices. One's the buyer and one's the seller. You sit there and you go, okay, guys. So you prove them wrong and they're still right. And I'm saying, it's fine. I said, I use comparables. He goes, well, comparables are kind of, I said, man, is this really going to be one of these conversations? And it was. And it was just like, you can't talk to some people about some things. Some people don't want to be wrong. And it's not that I'm right or wrong. I said, if I'm off a little bit, there's a lot of considerations, like you were just saying, Carlos, condition, rarity, whatever. Sure. Yeah. I understand that. But going forward, if you just don't want to, it's almost like you didn't need a price guide. We don't need prices because we can figure it out. No, you can't. You can't because you're wrong. And I gave you all the evidence and you still don't want to admit to it. And I can't use comparables and whatever. Okay. So there you go. Top buyer in the hobby. One of them.
You should be able to comment on this more and defend you if I was allowed to have the app.
I know. Well, they didn't have the app either, so you can comment.
So I would feel better if maybe you lifted the ban and allowed me to view it, and then I could give a more educated opinion on it.
Mr. Gorbachev, break down your wall. There's a history reference for y'all.
Yeah, the Berlin Wall, guys. Anyways, anyway, people are people, and they do what they want, and that's fine. And I'm just there to. It's a guide, anyways. It's never an exact price. Look at the prices we got on that card. It was like 42 and 62 and 71.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah.
But the thing is that okay, so I can actually quickly expand it into a different discussion, but let me read a couple of these comments here and we'll touch on this because I think there's a valid discussion to be had, and I want the chat to chime in on this too. We may as well talk back and forth on it. So US Sports Car says that you guys talk about Brian Gray's posts on Twitter. So I didn't talk about Twitter, but I did talk about his YouTube channel. And on his YouTube channel, he made the point about this as well, but I'll quickly touch on it. 2024 top rookie prospects allegedly being autograph exclusive Fanatics. So to answer your question, we did talk about the YouTube channel, and his most recent video talks about that. So if you check back, I will include a link to those things in the description for folks checking out replay. It will be in the description for you. So you'll get it. You get a link to his YouTube channel, the open hand charity video from Karl Jobst. Got to have that. And maybe the Repack one. I'll give you the Packman Repack one because that's funny. And you can check out where they graded reprint as a Peyton Manning rookie.
It's beautiful.
So that's fun.
Beautiful thing.
So I'll make sure to include all those. So yes, we did, but not from the Twitter. But yes. So Hobby Champ says, was that?
The house always wins.
Yeah. Hobby Champ says that's a good one. I essentially called him a hypocrite on YouTube. He's infamous for getting exclusives when he was with Leaf. Now it's a problem. He did do that with what's his name? Who was the Buffalo player? Rookie around Connor McDavid's year, right around it. It was Buffalo. What's his name?
Hal Gill.
I wish it was Hal Gill. That'd be awesome. No. Eichel. Thank you.
I was talking about him earlier in the show. Jack Eichel.
Yeah. But he did do an exclusive with Jack Eichel. So that is true. Leaf did that with him, and he was an example of one. And yeah, that's true. He's done that. Almost everything Brian Gray ever complains about, he's done.
Yes.
So he talks about exclusive. He's done that. He talks about, now he always has an excuse. You know, he has a reason. Repacks, he'd be well versed because he had a repack. So
yeah,
he should know. Yeah, he should know. So anyway, so here. It's also interesting that there was always so many large bulk sales where lots of cards changed hands. The values are minuscule compared to single sales, and we never capture the data anywhere.
Yeah.
Because it would be almost impossible. So I used that scenario where I said, imagine if a bunch of cards, high end, low end, middle end, are part of a big sale. So let me lay this into what I was talking about a moment ago with the comps thing. So thank you for that, and thank you for that. So let me pose the question here to the chat. The infamous comps question. Comps are a murky business at the best of times because there's so many little things that can go wrong and create problems. If something is sold 1,000 times a day, that's easy because we can level it out. Sure. If there's a weird outlier, high or low, we can throw them out, and then we'll kind of figure out where we wind up somewhere in the middle. We'll figure out where we need to be. But sometimes stuff sells once a month, once every couple of weeks, once every couple of months, or once a year, or whatever. It becomes tougher to break things down. But then you've got, imagine if you had access to those things. You're like, so this was sold as part of a bulk lot sale. Okay, cool. So you've got a bulk lot sale. This card is $1,000, but it was part of a $30,000 sale. Are we doing it by ratio? Are we doing it by percentage? You can't count it. Like it's part of money changed hands. The card changed hands, but you can't comp it because it's part of this whole deal. It's like, unless you've itemized every single individual piece and you've counted it to the penny, you have no idea what it's sold for. You know it's sold as part of a group lot. You know it's sold as part of a collection, but you have no idea how much that card's sold for because you paid this much for everything. Each one of those individual items could be comped out a certain way, but that isn't reflective of the collection price. It's a whole different thing.
And I think what they were doing is more like what Becca did like 30, 40 years ago is they would just, call around and see what prices were. Here we have the internet, major auction houses, sales, lots of them too. And still disagree. It's like, okay. But I love your price guide. I said, yeah, not the app though, right? Mm-hmm. And they still don't have it.
But it does basically at that point, Bobby, my contention is just that at that point we have to throw it out.
Yeah.
If you buy a card as part of or an item, doesn't matter. It can be anything. As part of a collection, it doesn't count. Not because it didn't sell, but because like I can't differentiate. How am I supposed to break it into pieces appropriately, given that the deal involved everything? The deal didn't involve the one item. You didn't itemize it. You said I'm going to pay $30,000 for the collection. Well, everything that's inside the collection is part of it. It's not like we can't break it even. Oh, you bought 1,000 cards. So is it $30 per card? Well, that card is $1 and that card is $1,000. it's not even. It's not apples to apples, even though it's part of the same collection.
Yeah, actually, I had that discussion with Rich Klein just, I think it was last week or something like that. And he says, no, I use comps from sales at shows. You know, oh, yeah. I said, because I think he's used to it for the last 4 years. So it's just like, I said, I can't use those.
I have to reject them for the reasons we outlined. Like it's impossible. You're playing all these weird, funky games. And by the way, to be fair, if we're being 100% fair and transparent, okay, so let's say we all agree. The hobby will never agree. Just to be clear, the hobby will never agree ever on anything. But let's say for the sake of argument, let's say we agree. Let's say we say, okay, we're going to use eBay comps. Cool. Okay, so here's a question. If we're being truthful, honest, transparent, when we're talking about eBay comps, are we talking about how much it's sold for? Are we talking about how much it actually costs to get it into your hands?
Yeah, that's always a question too, because if you're talking,
nobody ever counts that. Nobody ever counts that.
You know, when you buy a card, then you have the juice on top of it, right? In a major auction house. So it's 20 points on top of that. But people are considering that when they're buying the card. Are they?
Mm-hmm.
Or are they not?
That's the question. So, Bobby, but I'm presenting that the juice is part of it in that kind of auction. But even if I'm just talking about eBay,
exchange rate,
shipping, what if you're international and you have to pay customs? I had to pay all this money in order to get the item into my hands. The money still left my pocket. Like when I bought the card or bought the item or whatever it is, I still had to pay X and I had to pay Y and I had to pay Z, and then I got it in my hands.
That came to mind when I was thinking that too. Is that if you're paying, like, let's say $5,000 or $10,000 on an item, and it's 20% juice, that's $12,000. You know, that's $22,000, right? So where does that extra $2,000 go?
Yeah.
Is
For
that
a small item,
is that the comp at the $2,000 or $22,000? You know,
well, that's exactly the question.
$10,000, yeah, whatever, $10,000, $12,000. Sorry, my mistake.
If I'm talking about a $10 item, a $5 item, a $20 item, it's not a big deal in the grand scheme. It's not a big deal. But when we get bigger and bigger numbers, and there's the additional charges grow exponentially, so customs is a legitimate thing. I talk about the ship my cards and how that helps me with certain things. But I'm doing a consolidation. So when I'm buying these items, for example, I'm buying these eBay auctions for my collections, whatever, I'm sending them to consolidate. Okay, so I'm still paying for the auction or the buy now or whatever it is. I'm paying for that. I'm paying for the shipping, even though the shipping's less because it's in the United States. I'm still paying shipping for all of these items. Then it goes to ship my cards. They charge me a fee. While it's nominal, in the grand scheme of things, it still costs me less than if I had it shipped to Canada and paid all that extra. But I'm still paying a fee for each one of those lots that are coming in. And then when I'm done, okay, now I'm ready to send all these things to myself. I'm paying another fee to have it shipped, and I'm paying another fee to have custom. All of this comes into the cost of acquiring these items. All of it is part of the money still left my pocket, but it's not part of the comp.
No,
it doesn't count. None of that extra counts.
No, it shouldn't. No. Yeah. Like what I see there is on, you know, okay, this one sold for $964. It's like, that's it. There's the price. Let's divide it out. But I had to pay this much. Sorry, that's not the comp. That's the extra added service that you have to pay because you purchase it from that particular place. What if they paste on eBay and you still pay the same? Like, then you don't have those fees. So, you know, you can't say that. So comps are comps are comps. You know, they're just the same. They don't change.
No, I agree. But I'm just saying it's like we've all collectively decided that in order for the universe not to become more complicated than it already is, we have to ignore the actual cost. You know, if you were running a business, you'd say cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold actually includes the cost of goods sold. Everything is part of that cost because you still have to pay it out of pocket. But when we're talking about comps, we obviously don't count it.
Now, there was something that came up when I was talking to another guy. I was saying, you know, we were going through some card prices and he goes, you know, well, these are $1 and these ones, you know, I said, but, you know, how many of these cards are sold at let's say 78 card. Okay, the commons are what, $1 or something like that. Your 78 Topps cards or Peachy, whichever you have there. It doesn't really matter. So you can't get it shipped to you for under $3 or $4 for those cards. And those cards are more on eBay than there'll be at a show. You know, you'll sell, you know, 50-to-1 ratio. So is that card still $1? is the question. Or should it be a minimum of $3 because you can't get it shipped to you for anything less if you just buy the one card? Although you buy it in group lot, it eliminates all that. It still stays $1. So what do? Do you add that in or you take it away? If you're looking at comps and trying to determine value, and a single card that's 50-to-1 ratio sold online opposed to at a show.
Yeah.
It's hard to put a 25-cent value on a card because you can't get it. You can't get a sticker delivered to you for 25 cents. It just doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Like we've what's funny. So kind of my overarching point here.
It's a hard question.
Is that we collectively agreed for simplicity's sake to ignore certain complications in the cost of acquiring the item. We decided to just ignore that because it's too hard if we have to then incorporate, because factors change the whole numbering system of this whole thing. And US Sports Cards here. So I want to thank you, Tom. I want to thank you, CC, and everybody, and also Zach and everybody else for including in the conversation here. I'm showing the comments, but I want to make sure I acknowledge you all. So here, US Sports Card says this: I always feel like the comp should be the amount of money that the seller actually was able to keep versus the online sale. So that's a third number, because that number is the sale minus the fees that eBay or whoever takes. Because that's so we've got this. So Eric, where we're at right now is we got the sale price, which is one number. That's the one we're currently using for comps. Then we have what the person was actually able to get out of it minus fees. That is a lower number. That's the second price. And then we've got the actual cost of acquisition for the recipient, which is plus shipping, plus taxes, plus anything else that comes out of that, customs or anything else that comes out of that. That's the highest number. That's the third number. So the same item has three distinct numbers depending on your perspective.
So we take the medium and call it a day.
I don't understand. I made it very clear about 3 hours ago. I don't fucking math. Yet everything you just said was math.
It doesn't have to do with math. It's just high or low.
I have a contract.
Eric would be more comfortable if we started using some algebra. Can we include some letters into this to help him out a little bit?
You know what a nice isosceles triangle is?
Right ahead.
Anyways.
We needed some algebra, in a mayo jar, and that'll do it for Eric. He'll be good to go. So I'll make sure I include these comments as we're going here. Tom says, my comps are what I paid plus eBay fees. If it's a card, I don't care. If I'll take a loss, if someone is like or attached, I want profits. Some are happy to deal. Others refuse. Open market, that's fine. Random eBay sellers I buy from them, or they submitted a PSA, then it shows up, look up the cert. So I know they were kind of discussing different platforms and everything. But no, the only reason I bring up the question is that I'm not trying to change the comp system, but I'm just pointing out there are some complexities, there are some nuances, some weird stuff that it's like, we collectively, while we may not agree, we collectively decided at some point, just for simplicity, to just take the basic number. Because when I showed you Terapeak, in the Terapeak thing, you can actually see the sale price, which was paid, which is good. But if you look a couple of columns over, you'll actually see what the shipping was. Nobody ever includes that in there. Nobody. They'll look at the first number in that one column. That's the number they'll look at. We ignore the number a couple of columns over, which is the shipping. But if you're buying, you still had to pay it. You still have to pay the shipping. That was still part of the equation, right? Still part of the math. That's why it's always kind of been kind of interesting to me. A little weird because it's like we always talk about these numbers. If I'm at a show, then whatever the price I pay is whatever the price I pay. But at the same time, we already talked about the problem with show comps. So we talked about the problem with show, but at least show comps are the actual price you paid.
Yeah.
Like you paid and then you walked out the door with the item. So that's true. Or if you go to a card shop and you literally bought it and walked out the door with it, then so be it, you're done. But when we're doing an online transaction, we've got other fees and other costs potentially
but
that we're not counting.
Gets suckered into paying more for something, and then you have the dealer who sold it to him is justifying the more, and then coming to you and putting it on me that my prices are too low. It's like, be gone, boys.
Bobby's point earlier about what you made some kind of comment like what year are you doing this looking these prices up or getting your information from we have the internet now. It takes no time at all to go and do some research. That's why all these people are standing there in front of dealers' tables at shows with their phones in their hands, looking stuff up. So I don't want to hear, in 2023 anymore about what you paid for this at a shop, what you paid for this at a show, what you paid on some bulk lot buying out someone's collection. I'm not interested. I want to see real numbers, real facts, and an open auction where everybody and their mother can look it up and start bidding on it. And what was the highest bid? I'm only, like I said earlier, for the majority of cards, I'm only interested in the last 3 months. I'm not interested in what it sold for 3 years ago during the pandemic. And the information is all right there, and it's instantaneous if you know where to look. So, when people tell me,
it's a shift of stupidity is really what it is.
Yeah, I'm not interested that you got this at a card show and paid X amount. I don't care. We have all these different platforms now that we can go and look and find this information of what these cards sold for, that were wide open to the public. Not just got the buddy price from your friend at a show, or you traded them plus cash, and I don't care. I don't care, and I'm not interested when people tell me all their side stories. Show me the money. That's it. Take out your phone.
Wow, Jerry.
And show me the money.
Dang.
Help me help you.
Yeah.
I know.
I don't have any patience for all the back and forth and the silliness and the conversations at times. It's like we literally can grab the computer the computer that's in our back pockets is more powerful than what was on the Apollo 11. Okay? You can look up whatever you want in a matter of seconds. And you can go to Terapeak, you can go to Card Ladder, you can go to Sports Card Investor, whatever.
Market movers.
Yeah. I don't give a shit, whatever it is. Plus you can do a bunch of other different things. You can go to use the Center Stage app. You can go to Collects. I mean, all these are just popping off the top of my head, there's other ones. I'm not interested. Well, I bought this at a show 3 years ago and I'm into it this much. And that's the going. No, boom. Look at eBay, last 3 months sales. They all range somewhere in between this number and this number. That's it. I'm not going above that.
Yeah, I know. Well, these guys also, they didn't say nice app or anything like that because they didn't sign up for it, obviously. But they got the information for it, which was very interesting, who they got it from. I can actually probably get it down to who probably gave them that information. Looked it up and said,
it wasn't me.
No, it wasn't you. It was, for sure it wasn't you. It was somebody. But, it's just, there's no compliments, there's no nothing. It's just your prices are wrong. And they're just trying to justify themselves. And I'm sitting here going, come on, guys, just whatever. If that's the only thing you want to talk to me about, that's fine. And,
well, Bobby, this is where I feel like since you've got an app that you can modify on the fly, this is where you're like, you could have some fun with it. It's like no matter what BMW tells you, no matter what BMW tells you. Oh, sorry, I have no idea who you're talking about. No matter what BMW says, wrong.
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's a big one too.
Yeah.
But that's it's a tough thing you got to deal with people, and there's a lot of leeway in between things. But this was a little bit too much leeway on the pricing. He paid a lot, and then the same came up on Classic Auction just last week, and sure enough, I'm right, and he overpaid by $1,000.
Yeah. So I thought PSA
2,000 for 3, and 3 went for 936 without the juice.
So Tom here says, I thought PSA was supposed to add value, not kill my margins even more. It depends. I always laugh because a lot of folks are like, well, why did it? Like, guys, it doesn't matter what it is. Look, so this is not what Tom's alluding to, but I always joke about with some folks. They're like, because one of the fun phrases now is like, we're in the junk slab era. I'm like, okay. It's like, well, that's bad. How? It's like, well, there's a lot of slab. Okay. We had the junk wax era. It's like, oh, it's going to ruin the hobby. The junk wax era didn't ruin the hobby. But it's like, it doesn't matter. No, like, I'm being serious. It doesn't matter. You know why it doesn't matter? Because some stuff is rare. Some stuff is tougher to come by. Some stuff people still want. So it doesn't. 1991 Fleer being printed into oblivion doesn't change anything. If you
And
don't
some
want
people,
it, you're not going to buy it. So
some
you can
people,
just ignore it. It's there.
although some people are stupid buyers, and some people have
I,
too much money.
I understand, but the only point that I'm making is this: the physical existence of these items that are overproduced in the junk wax era. If we're using the era that is commonly referred to as the junk wax era, that same junk wax era that has 1991 Donruss, 1991 Fleer, 1991 Tops, 1990 Tops, 1990 Fleer, all these sets that are produced to infinity, all of them, doesn't change the fact that if I go and get a 1993 Topps Finest refractor of Cal Ripken or King Griffey Jr. or whatever, it's going to cost me thousands of dollars.
Uh-huh.
It's in 1993. Why? Because people want
Junk
it.
wax.
They still want it though. But it's still 1993. It's still in that era that is considered to be this junk wax era. Why? And here's the thing: it's
Because
rarer,
people need 'em.
but there you go. But here's the thing: it's rarer, but it's not like rare in the conventional sense. But the thing is, the demand is there.
Yes.
There's still more than enough demand to make up for the fact that the supply is, yes, less, but it's not like there's 3 King Griffey 93 Finest refractor. No, there's actually plenty.
Well,
But
see,
there's 1,000 people that will pay for it. So therefore, the price adjusts accordingly.
and that's the thing. You have a show where you have limited amount of people that show up, and it's a big show, understanding, but you don't have all North America, looking at, and bidding on. It's just a show, and a guy sees something and he likes it, and he's stupid. He's got too much money, and he buys it.
Sure.
Fine, the dealer justifies it, and then they both come crawling back to me because they feel like they've been, I don't know, beat up because of the app price. Well,
Do they
that
come by
price
and say
is
we all
right.
got duped agreed?
Uh-huh.
I guess.
It's a classic. I'm just saying. It's a classic move. So, Eric, that's interesting because I don't trust auctions much. I trust buy now pricing. What's funny is that auctions, if it's you open up, buy now pricing is if you don't have the patience to wait it out and you're not going to get another crack at it.
Yeah.
If you do auctions, is like, no, this is what it is. If people
Pretty
are allowed to
much.
pay what they actually want to pay, that's it.
If it's
But it's less because
well
people would
titled,
rather pay
yes.
less.
I get the point. My point that I was trying to make is two points. Is on these auction sites that you can get the information from, that the majority of them are legit and they're easy to get to. Okay, it's not like back when Bobby said back in the past where Beckett was going around to a couple of shows and saying, hey, what did you sell this for? Hey, what did you sell that for? And they're guessing the prices and putting them in their monthly magazine. It's instantaneous. It's easy to look for. The other part and the bigger part is that whether it's buy it now or it's auction on eBay, millions upon millions of people. I understand not everyone's interested in the same things, but my point is that auction is open to millions upon millions of people on the globe.
potentially, sure.
Right, potentially. So whether it's buy it now or whether it's auction, it's not just open to the 50 people who showed up to a small show someplace or the 10 people who actually asked about that card that day and the 4 of them who were serious because they had the money in their pocket and the one guy who got it because he's actually buddies with the guy and got the friend deal.
Maybe.
It's open to millions and millions and millions of people potentially. You're going to get a better idea of what that is actually worth when there's more people involved with different incomes. And it's you're going to get a much clearer picture of actual worth the more people that are able to take a look at it.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing with the show, and people just kind of, I haven't seen another one. The app and the books, they always work out to the advantage of whether you're buying or selling. either the if the selling price in the let's say the app or even one of my past books is too high, it's just this guy doesn't know anything. Don't even look at his book, you know. But then they'll go to the book when they really want to say, see, it says $150. So it's like, use it to your advantage, will you? So I'm quite used to it. But coming from these two people, I was very surprised. Veterans. Right. One was a veteran, the other one was a newer veteran. So like a kind of like Hall of Fame kind of GOAT kind of.
Ooh, Hall of Fame GOAT kind of guy. There you go.
Oh,
well, 3 years in and GOAT status. So yeah. Anyways.
I read a couple comments here. Tom says, one in the case of T-Law, Silver Prism rookies on eBay. Pretty sure 90% of raw or graded auctions are being shilled for months now. Can't even trust eBay. I get you. Hockey 99 has joined us. Trying to collect from Canada sometimes make me want to start a new hobby, but here I am. Stockholm Syndrome. My sales lately have been PSA 8, PSA 7, 91 Impel, DC comic cards, Flash, and Green Lantern. Junk wax like $20, but still made profit. So got to buy stuff people want low. There you go. You're talking United. The hobby was pretty much dead by 93, or at least bottomed out. Carl's one of the few left at the time. What's funny is I went to card shows and I wasn't the only one there.
No, there was lots of people.
No, there was lots of people. Now, what's funny is since you brought it up, I have to go through it properly. I talked to you guys about the series that I've got. Paul was nice enough to provide me some old Beckett's and some tough stuffs and a couple ones. For whatever reason, Bobby, the show disappointed me. I was hoping somebody would have some old back issues or something. Like I wasn't seeing it. I was looking around and I wasn't seeing it, but
anyway. It's hard to find,
Paul,
yeah.
I had a copy of this somewhere right now in the archives, but I don't see it. But January 1994, we got my buddy Mike Medano here. We got that going on. So that's a January 1994. And would you believe it? There's cards here with up arrows. There's a bunch of cards here with up arrows. That's right there in the 93, 94 dead zone. We already had the baseball strike and like the hockey lockout. And would you believe the Mike Medano rookie is $6 in O-Pee-Chee Premier with an up arrow? With an up arrow.
No, I will not.
Crazy.
No.
Well, I'm afraid it's true.
Love those
I'm afraid
arrows.
it's 100% true. It is 100% true. The cover guy, I see up arrows. I see up arrows. I see some up arrows, some down arrows, some up arrows, some down arrows, like all over the place. It's crazy.
I think they were flipping a coin back then. Anyways.
Yeah.
Bobby, all I'm saying is it feels like there was market activity in that early 90s. What's weird is I was buying and selling and shit was moving and it happened.
Yeah, I think a lot of people got disgruntled over the fact that they bought a lot of product that they thought it was going to be worth something later on. A lot of pro set and stuff like that, and they just got caught on it, and it dropped. Now it didn't drop the hobbyists, so to speak. It dropped the hobby in the newer card values at that time. People were still going and buying 50s, 60s pre-war. It didn't matter. It didn't stop the show. The hobby didn't die. It just the overproduction of those cards it was rearing its head, and
100%. But Bobby, I think the key point is, like always, people get lazy and they do a narrative where they're like talking about one thing. It's like, guys, none of it matters. The only thing that matters, if you're talking about prices, buying and selling, the question is, what did you buy it at? Oh, but it was $1,000 and now it's $100. Cool. I bought it for 10. I still made money.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit? Like, I'm being serious. Like, who gives a shit?
Well,
like
all
when it comes
to basketball cards, and now they're worth 100,000 less.
Yeah, and like I said, this is January 1994, so this encompasses remember, we're a month ahead, so this is really December 93. So what we're looking at here, if we're looking at it. And if I go look over here, Dave Andrewchuk, 84, 85 OPGs, $20 with an up arrow.
Wow, you can't get $20 for now.
$20. The Iserman's only 60. So Andrewchuk's a third of Iserman here.
Yeah.
Pat LaFontaine's $50. He's most of the way to Iserman.
Wow.
That's not the case today. I will share more when I actually go through this properly and give it a full. But by the way, Dougie Gilmore, it's $50 with an up arrow.
Yeah, and that's good. He was on the way up.
Remember, this is December 93 going to 94. No shocker. Like, isn't it funny that the guys that are hot have up arrows? Isn't it crazy? It's weird.
I don't know.
Isn't that strange?
Yep.
I was shocked.
If
I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Who knew?
What's Gretzky at that point? He's still at 800.
What was that?
Gretzky's still at 800.
The Gretzky was 750. The Gretzky was 750.
They had that at like that price for what? 3 decades.
Yeah. We got Colorado Avalanche legend Ray Bork, $140.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's what it's at right here. But the point is this: like, I'm gonna go through it. I'm gonna go through it from front to back, cover to cover, proper, and give it a good look. There you got Gordy on the back. There you go.
Oh, I like
Oh.
that.
Another number 9. Number 9. We got two of them. So, but the point is this: every single step along the way. And by the way, 93 was a lower period. But I was attending the expo in 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. It was still supposed to, I kept being told it's dead. But I kept being stuck in lines for promo cards for some reason. It's so weird.
There were some problems with the cards. They were in that flux of change. And the hobby was still there. It was just the manufacturing was getting up to snuff. And not until I think 98 did it really kick in back again. And then collectors got more into it. And we went through another, I think it was a generational change again. We went through the people who were born in the 50s, and then their era kind of ended and we took over from there. I always looked at 1969 as I looked at all the players. I was doing a list and I went, these are all old guys. It's just like it's from 70, 71, then that changed and went forward. And now we went from the 90s, and then we get into 98, and then, things moved on. So that generation shift to change every 10 years in the hobby is quite interesting to look at in retrospect.
Yeah, no, 100%. But look, when it comes down to the reason why I had fun with it, and the reason why I pointed out, look, the reason Medina was on the cover here in this year, this is 93, 94. This was the first year in Dallas. He scored 50 goals.
There you go.
So right now, at this point in time, he's right in the middle of a hot streak, and he's going to be scoring 50 goals in this year. Yeah, he's at $6. But in 1993, 1994, early 1994 dollars, that's a pretty solid return. That's because I think Yager was like 16. So it's not like, so it's pretty good. Like it ain't half bad. But it's all relative. Like remember, $5, $10, $20 is pretty good money. It's pretty solid.
Eric's got all the cards in multiple.
He does. And he's got the rookie card top loaders, no less. But the bottom line is this: at that time, people made money. 5 years later, people made money. 5 years after that, people made money. But how is that possible? Because some people were buying, they kept adjusting. The adjustment is constant. You have to keep adjusting to what's going on. The conditions on the ground are going to keep changing. You have to keep adjusting. And then sometimes you're going to be like, okay, that you're not going to get that price again. So you can either hang on to this until it falls right to the floor, or you can cash out and then buy at the new price and then make your money on that. These are your choices. Choose wisely.
I think there was 3 main buyers. I've said this once before, that there was 3 main buyers from, prior to 2015. And like I said, with those prices on the those anyways, whatever they were, I won't want to mention it because then the guy know exactly what I'm talking about, which he probably already does. Anyways, I'm gonna leave that. I'll leave it alone. I'm gonna pass on that because I don't want to get too far deep on this one. But anyways, there was, look, I will say it. Okay, so prior to 2015, there was 3 major collectors in the hobby, in hockey, in the, let's just call it the food issue and what have you. They drove prices to this height beyond where it should have been. And now after 2015, as I said, with the other purchase these guys made after, and I was showing them the difference in pricing, that it had went down because these guys all got out prior to that, right? 2015. After that, the prices came down by 2/3 because the next person was way down here, the next buyers, the high-end buyers, and these guys were just super millionaires paying whatever, just to get stuff. And they supported that part of the hobby for, I don't know, 2 or 3 decades. Just unbelievable.
Sure. I think what you're describing though, and I will say I haven't listened all the way through. I have to go listen to it fully. But I think Jason, Cards and Comics, talked about it from the player collector perspective. But it's the same concept. What it is that a lot of these markets are very thin, which is to say that there are certain buyers that are pushing the action. And as long as a couple of them are operating simultaneously, it keeps things up. It pushes things. But
it's
all it would
almost
take,
like shill building, but it's not.
Yeah, but it's more organic version of it. It's actually these two
yes.
people that are competing with each other, and they actually want to win, and they're competing with each other.
But it drives the bottom end up.
It does.
Rising shift.
It does.
Tide. raises all ships. These guys were paying $700 for these beat up commons of the 71 bazooka cards that were on the back of the gun boxes.
Yeah.
Now they're $60-70, but he was paying $700, and that brought everybody buying them at $400, $500, $600. It was just like, you know, and that was false in a sense because it was a fake market. So we had that. It was a big drop, and it's actually still dropping a little bit on certain things because things catch up. You know, we get to that critical mass stage in the hobby with different pieces and generational. You know, some people love this, but they don't love that, and going forward, it just kind of drops away. You know, like a lot of the '90s cereal boxes. You know, they were all hot, and then they just, you know, now they're in the $5-10 range, and that's it. Where they used to get $40-50, you know, sort of like LaFontaine used to get. Now he doesn't, unless it's PSA 10, and then changes.
Yeah. Well, the key though is that in that scenario, when that plays out, if one of those players drops out and the next person after that is way lower, all of a sudden you see the prices, and it's not because the first person wasn't willing to pay more. It's because the second person dropped off, and then the third person is like, yeah, I've got $200 or $300. You're at 700. I'm at 200 or 300. That's the most I can do, which means you're one increment above 200 or 300. That's it. That's where it so suddenly it drops by 50%. What happened? Well, the marketplace changed. It shifted. There were two people pushing the action at the very top end, and then it was a steep drop off after that, and that's all that happened.
And we've had 20 years of eBay on top of that, you know. So all these collectors who were collecting stuff back then, they fulfilled that in this last 20 years. These last 3 years now, it's like everybody's kind of got those. That's why they don't go for much, because there's not a lot of people pursuing. Until you have action going on a particular issue, you see the prices drop. And it's sort of unfortunate, but it is the way it is going to go, you know. Like, who's going to think of Hal Gill in another 20 years? Just Eric.
Everyone will think of Hal Gill.
Oh, sorry.
SB Signature Legend Hal Gill.
Yes.
They will explode.
I think
the Bobby Orr statue card, so they can build a new one in its place for Hal Gill.
La 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 la.
Greatness
will
be accepted. Mm-hmm. The Hal Gill statue will look down upon the rubble of the Bobby Orr statue. Look down upon it.
And kick it.
Absolutely. It's deservedly so.
Yeah, kick it. I might kick you guys.
you keep this up, and we're gonna listen. I'm gonna make some calls. I'm gonna get Hal Gill over here, and he's gonna take care of you. He'll be like, disrespect. Boom, you get dropped.
Yep.
U.S. Sports Card says, we'd love to hear Bobby's thoughts on a handful of 7-figure baseball card sales like this current Babe Ruth card, the uber rich vintage baseball market. So while you mention it, I actually had it in a tab. So while you mention it, let me bring it up here. Robert Edwards Auction has the 1914 Baltimore News Babe Ruth. So I mentioned that in my most recent video because I thought it would check. So I will actually ask a question of the chat. So I got a question for all of you. You guys can let me know here. Let me share. There we go. Perfect. Boom. Okay, here's my question. So right now we've got a day, 21 hours. So just shy of 2 days. I think it's Sunday that it ends, if I'm not mistaken. So here's my question. Baltimore News Babe Ruth, great card. Our friends at SGC talked about it, so that's fine. We're at 5.75 million is what we're at. We've got 14 bids going right now. So my curiosity is, where do you think we wind up on this one? We still got time, obviously, an extended bidding and all that. That's going to be part of it, but we still got some time. So any thoughts on where we land on this one?
You know, it's a really interesting card that it can go for that much money. You know, once it gets past $1 million, somebody's net worth has to be quite a lot beyond that to spend that much money. So if it's already at 5 million, then we're talking, you know, a handful of super millionaires, billionaire, and that's just what it gets to. So where does it go? The sky's the limit.
Eric, what's your max?
It's the ultimate card, right? So it could go 10 million, could go 20 million, could go 50 million. It depends who's got the, I guess, who doesn't want to lose. And these guys spending 5 million is like spending 10 or 15 or 20. It's like us spending, you know, 500, 1,500. It's no big deal, but to them. And this in the hobby is a cool thing to look at, but nobody's going to own one of those. None that watch our show, unless Nat Turner comes in, and so I don't know who. But
well, I happen to know Nat is a big fan of the show. Big fan.
yes.
Hey,
Oh,
Nat.
shoot.
Hey,
Yeah,
Nat.
hey, Nat.
Good evening. But no, so I actually want some guesses. So seriously, so if a couple of bidders get into it, do we go into this? Do we go into the 8 figures? Do we get there right now? Given the current state, do they bother going into that category, or does it kind of slow down a little bit and we fall just shy of that?
Well, I think it'll go up at the end because that's where everyone's going to get into the dogfight, right? So
sure, but right now we're at 5.75. So the question is, we've still got some room. So we could get to 8 or 9 million and still fall short of 10. The question is, do we get to 8 figures?
I think we just stay under that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it will go to 10.
I think we'll be around 8, just
7.2.
You did that last time, $72, 7.2. Are you?
He's a big fan of the 72.
original?
Oh,
Just
my
get into numbers. He's just repeating numbers.
my favorite number is 27.
So you did a reverse.
We already passed.
So if Eric guesses anything, it's 27 or 72. All right, there you go, guys.
Yeah, or 7. 7's my
2.
I like that. Yeah. So any of those numbers.
Okay.
So I say it's 7.2 million.
Yes.
CC says, nice Ruth card. My guess is that it's not sell for more than the SGC 9.5 mantle. Fair enough. SGC, the only non-waterproof slab, the biggest fork. It's crazy. The ultimate grails in them. If water can get oxidation kills carbon, doesn't it? So what's funny is Flippin' Steve did a test and the SGC failed and water got into the slab.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That was the joke. I was sitting there like, it's funny because look, I talked about earlier tonight that I did the video on the SGC podcast, and what's funny is, and I made sure to make clear, friends with Brad, PSA Canada, which is now under collector, so now it is PSA all the way through. But even before there were PSA all the way through, and they were bulk submitter, good friends with Brad, and I was actually chatting with him earlier today. So we keep in touch and we communicate. And obviously, I've got a good relationship with AMG. Scrolling on the bottom of the screen. But I'm also good buddies with Bobbles. We chat with, he's part of the podcast. We chat regularly. And it's one of those things. And he's an SGC bulk submitter and a big fan of that. So I don't give a crap. I don't have any issue with it, unless it's the coaster maker. If it's the coaster maker, then I got a problem. Outside of the coaster maker, I can almost live with anything you want to throw my way. Like, whatever. Live and let live. Live and let live. Look, I'm going to make fun of KSA. I'm going to ridicule it without mercy.
Okay.
But do they harm me? No. Are they offending my sensibilities? They are not. They're just there. It's fine.
They offend everyone's sensibilities.
Look, good on you. Good on you. Good luck, guys. Have a good time. At the end of the day, it doesn't hurt me. Doesn't hurt me in any way, shape, or form. It's fine. It's cool. Almost all of them I can live with, except for Arena Club right now. Arena Club right now, fucking Jeter. Right now, fucking Jeter is on my bad side right now. we got some issues. We need to discuss. But outside of that, I don't give a shit. Whatever you prefer, or I hate grading, I don't like it. Great, that's fine. Fantastic. Good to know. Good for you. SGC needs to fix that slab though. In my opinion, SGC needs to upgrade the slab. Like, it needs a fix. They've done some good things. Like I said, that in the video I made reference to when I was doing the PSA Canada show with Brad, and it was under a bulk submitter, we could actually talk about other graders, give them credit where it's due, critique and criticize where it's due. Unfortunately, it's under PSA management now. I'm sure if they bring that back, they're not going to do it, which is fine. I get it. I totally understand. That was one of the handcuffs that you're going to have if you're in the industry that way. But my point is that all the graders have something to improve. All of them. Every single one of them have something they can improve. That holder needs to be improved. 100%.
I don't like the header either. I don't think the number, the font used was good. I don't know.
Really? I think I like it. It's funny.
Really?
Yeah.
It's really hard to see the number because the font is so thick.
No.
And then PSA is too small on their number.
Yeah. This is stupid.
I can't see anything.
The red and the white is I think, ridiculous.
That's
It doesn't match with everything. It matches with this card, but I mean, it
not
doesn't match.
supposed to match. It's not HGA.
Yeah, no, but the point is, black and white goes with everything. Red and white does not. So black and white is universal. That's going to go with everything.
Well, they're
It's
not
a
colors;
nice
they're shades.
giant
So
number, with the new labels that came out the last handful of years. You get that big old number there, so it's clear as day to see. I don't have to squint my eyes to see these little
it's
tiny
thick
things.
and
Yeah.
bulky looking.
I don't even think I have one.
Yeah, but Bobby, it's pretty clear cut. Like you can see the 3 there. It's not that hard to see.
I mean,
It's
Yeah.
pretty large.
I
Like
mean,
it's there.
No, I
Yes,
know it's
Stevie's
there. I
older
just think the
one.
font is too thick.
All right.
Is the
It looks like a
7.5
5
that-
to me from here, and I have my phone, right? So I can't.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
What's that?
That's
That's the
7.5.
CSG.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a 7.5. Yeah, see, I can see that. I like that. See, that's a nice one.
But
Good clean font, nice straight letters.
I preferred after they updated it to the newer CSG one and the newer CGC one.
CG, yeah,
the
that's
green was really the issue with that one.
Yeah, right.
It was, yeah.
Exactly.
So good evening, Dakota. I'm looking forward to the tag repacks. I think that would be the perfect combo.
I don't think I even have any of the newer ones to even.
Arena Club, I love you, but maybe just go away. Yeah, Arena Club's its own issue. Coaster makers and floating heads, they go together.
They go together.
I like something about each company's slab, but for the most part, 0 are perfect. Yeah, none of them are perfect. All of them have something we could critique and improve. 5 and 8s are easy to mess up. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Tom. But no, like, look, I could see it clearing 10. I don't know if it would go much north of that. I could see it. I'm going to go with 10-2, just for the hell of it. I'm going to go just north of 10. That's what I'll shoot for on that one. That's my guess.
Well, we're playing Price is Right rules, so if you go over, that's it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to say 10-2. 10-2 is my number.
7-2.
On the certain number in SGC. There you go. Exactly. But like I said, the point was that we were in a position where we were able to speak critically and also honestly about other third-party graders. And I think that SGC has done some really good things. And this is actually a point I made in the video. So you guys should check out the video. The video is good. It's actually got some good points in it. But one of the points that I'm making is that, like, look, if people vote for who is the most popular or the most respected of the heads of a third-party grader, SGCP is going to get a lot of credit because he's enthusiastic. He's going to get a lot of credit because people like him. He seems likable. He's enthusiastic. He seems to enjoy himself. I think that's great. It doesn't mean they're running the company the best, but there's things they're doing well. But then there's other things where I kind of go like, why are you focusing on that when maybe you should be focusing on this? All of them have that. Every single one of those third-party graders have that problem. Something that we could point to and say, why are you not focusing on this? This is where your weakness lies. Maybe you should focus on that. That's an opinion. But they can take advantage of it. They've got a loyal constituency right now that like them, that feel like they're doing good work. So you can build off that. You can do more with that if you want to. It's going to be whether they're interested in doing that or not. It's great to have high-profile cards selling in your slabs. That's a good thing. I do think the slab can be improved, including waterproofing, apparently. I think there's things you can do to make that slab better. That's my take on that.
I think
Dakota here says that.
Keep the air, dust, because if air can get in there, dust can get in there. If water can get in there, air can get in there. So they got to be complete. Every slab should be completely sealed to keep it out of the elements. That's one of the points of having it slabbed. If it was just the grade, you could put them in, you could put them in something like a mag holder,
In upside down mag holders.
and just put a sticker on it. It's not just about the grade. I mean, there are some people that get their cards slabbed and just have authentic put on it without a grade because all they want is the protection. If your card really can't, if the slab can't really protect the card, it's useless.
There you go. So Dakota here says, I think the general hype will drive it above 10. 10-2 sounds solid. Thank you, Dakota. But lump with the slap chop guy. Vince offer. Appreciate that. That's the greatest baseball card. Fair. Who they get Sports Card Anonymous? Retired YouTuber. His faking of knowing about Babe Ruth was a bit laughable. Got to do better homework or prep better if you're going to lead with info. Let me see here. His faking. I assume you're talking about it in the SGC thing. So I that was actually a good point. I did see that. So in the SGC, so Eric, just so give the context, the background.
Okay.
So in the SGC podcast, what happened was we had SGC Pete in the middle, kind of hosting the show, so to speak.
Okay.
And he had 3 co-hosts, and they were all from the marketing department.
Okay.
Now they're all relatively young guys, which is fine. That's fine. That's okay. Listen, that's completely fine. When it comes to the realm of vintage, I did a lot of my research and study in my younger days. So like I actually did a lot of my study. I've still retained a lot of information that I acquired in my teens and my 20s studying the vintage side of things. So there's nothing wrong with being a younger collector in the hobby and studying and learning the craft while you're doing that. That's great. But they're marketing guys. They're operating in that context. So whenever they're talking about something like this, they start talking about Babe Ruth or whatever. They're like basically reading off notes. And I'm like, come on, guys. You've literally got some folks in the office that know this shit a little bit. Maybe bring one of those guys in. You don't need 3 marketing guys to go with SGC. You can grab one of the grizzled veterans, old fogey graders you got back there to hopefully know something. You can bring them in, like you can let them participate in it and let them chat a little bit. It's fine. It's okay.
It's the same type of guys that call people, Gene Ratelli.
It's possible, I guess.
Yeah,
it's. Yeah, I would say, like, okay, let me open it up here. Hold
I think
on.
it's more like Rod Gilbert.
Yeah, exactly. It was a bit, like I said, it was a first attempt. I can accept that, but it's gonna need some work. It's gonna need some refinement. It's gonna need some work. They're gonna have to keep working on it. And if they do so,
Bobby, do you ever see that old Bruins goalie from the 70s? Giles Gilbert.
Oh yeah, Gilbert. Yep, Gilbert.
Okay. So let me show here. I'll show the show the podcast itself. Okay. So let's look at this. All right. So we got SGC Pete over here. We got him doing his thing. And then we got, like I said, 3 basically marketing guys from them who came up in the system, so to speak. And obviously they seem to really like the idea of taking folks that started, because almost all of them started off in a different division and ended up in the marketing side of things. They started off like in the mail room and became a marketing guy, or started off in like the, like in front of one of the computers looking up the labels and then became one, which by the way is a very similar story to what happened with SGC Pete, where he started off at the bottom and by his early 30s, he's CEO of the company. So they gave him a lot of latitude to grow inside. So he's clearly trying to develop a company of young guys with a lot of energy that are being. But the question is, though, are they in the course of trying to grow so fast and trying to move up the chain so quickly? Are you actually learning the things along the way to really understand what it is you're doing? That would be the question I would pose.
You mean the focus being more on knowledge of the hobby or knowledge of marketing going forward?
Yes. The answer is yes. The answer is yes to all things. But my point is that, like, here's the thing. I respect and appreciate ambition. I respect and appreciate folks. Look, no one tells you, I don't care what anybody says. If you're good and you can move up the chain, then move up the fucking chain. Why on earth, why sit there and stagnate when you can learn and expand and grow? But along the way, I'd like to see actually learn and grow. It's not just that they moved you up the chain because, well, they showed some initiative.
Or the 3 guys quit before you, so you're the next guy up. That's what happens.
Yeah, whatever it is, I have no idea. But like, it's all. That's all I'm getting at. All I'm getting at is that I want you to show me that you've taken the time, because being young is not a crime. Because guess what? Your mind's fresher. You're a sponge. You can absorb all this great information and absorb it quicker. At this point, I can still learn a lot of things, but I'm tired. I'm a little slower. Like, I can still absorb it, but I have to take a second and kind of absorb it a little bit and think about it a little bit more. Whereas if I'm in my 20s or in my late teens, like as fast as you want the information to come in, it can be absorbed. Done. Go.
Yeah.
That's the advantage they have. They have the advantage that they're in that stage where they could do that, which is awesome. I would love I would love to be 25 and be able to absorb. I would love to be 25 and know what I know right now and be able to absorb the information as fast as I can absorb it. I would love it. It would be fantastic. That would be great. I don't have that luxury, but I do have the luxury that I have learned what I have learned, and I've acquired more information along the way. So I have that database. I have a bigger database, but I can't pick up new things as quickly as I could. Still pretty quick, but not as quick. There's no way. If I try to compare the two and compete, 25-year-old Carlos will kick my ass. He'll absorb the information way faster, absorb it, boom, process it, and make something with it immediately. I'm still pretty quick, but not as fast. There's no way. It's not a fair fight.
You have, it's your mind's like a processor. It gets to that point that you need more RAM, and there's no more RAM. Yeah. So what do you do?
So that's the advantage those guys have, but I question whether they've actually taken the opportunity that is presently at their disposal and actually absorb that information. Because when I go and look, it's like, did you actually learn the thing that you should know right now?
Depends on their focus.
That's all. That would be my only critique. I would question SGC Pete in himself is already a young guy. He's already a young guy. And then he's surrounding himself with 3 other young guys. That's cool for the energy. But do you have the knowledge base? You've got people in the room with knowledge. You've got people in the room with experience. Why? I would have one of them representing that side of it.
Yes.
In that setup with the 4.
You got enough to have the experienced older guy there somewhere.
Yeah. And that's where I would do it. You've got 4 chairs, use one of them for one of those folks.
Yeah.
And the other 2 can be your marketing guys and he can do his thing. That's fine.
True.
That's my opinion. Again, work in progress. I have no problem with that.
But I think image is a big thing now, right? So they want the young guys, want to keep things hot.
So here, Hobby Champ says, read my comment on the SGC video. I think I found it here. So here we go. I think you should have an SGC branded show where you talk mostly about cards in the hobby, not a show where you promote SGC and talk about SGC a lot. Of course, you have SGC branding and talk about SGC, but you should only be passing and promote specials or whatever at the end of the episode. High selling SGC slabs of the week or something would be cool, though. People respect him more of his hobby centric and not SGC centric. Just my opinion. Enjoy the episode, though.
Well, I assume that's the way you're talking. You were just talking about that. Do they have the experience? They can talk, SGC, but they need to talk cards. Cards is a hobby. They're the third party. So treat the cards. That's the interest of the people, not your business, so to speak.
Yeah. And look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Like all I can do is offer a critique. And that's all I did. I offered a critique, an open-ended critique, and hey, take it or leave it. My opinion is that I think I'm of the opinion that I like the energy. I love the fact I like there being these young guys with energy doing their thing. But I think you got to understand sometimes that you don't know everything yet, and embrace that. That's actually useful to you because that's an opportunity to acquire that. Use those resources around you. That's a shortcut. That's a cheat code. Use the resources around you and take advantage of them to really. But when you're presenting this is you trying to talk to other people and teach them. Well, what am I going to get out of 3 marketing guys in their 20s? Who have literally just come out of this company from like the floor. They're basically glorified interns who are now marketing guys.
They get a lot of 20-year-olds watching. That's it.
But as I said, that's a one-shot deal. Like it's not going to last if you don't have anything to more. You have to give me. That's why I say like you become a mediocre, average YouTube hobby show if you don't have that extra element, because you can't trash talk PSA. You're SGC. You can't trash talk PSA. You can't trash talk CGC. You can't even trash talk Beckett. We can do that. Yeah. We have the luxury. We don't need to care. Like, what are we going to do? Beckett's going to get mad at us? Who gives a shit? We don't have to care. Yeah. They do, though. They're in that industry. They cannot afford to play that game. So what can you bring to the table? What unique thing?
It's hard, though. Yes. It's very hard.
It is. I agree.
Especially that's why you have to think very carefully. You want to promote your company, but what are you coming in as owners of the company? What kind of information do you have? And obviously they were lacking in that, obviously. So what are you going to give to the people? You can only have so much SGC. You could only have so much PSA or whatever other company.
That is why, in a certain way, that's why in the course of that critique I offered, I said, as a company in the space, it's actually harder for you. You don't have the luxury of being, it's not like you can't even say, even somebody who's sponsored has more freedom than an actual company in the space to be able to say what they feel or what they think, or give an opinion or give a critique. You have to be extremely careful because you're at the table with these other people. When the industry events happen, you have a seat at the table. So you're going to look across the line at PSA or SGC or Beckett or one of these other companies in the space. So the question is, all right, you want to make a podcast? Cool, man. I'm 100% in favor of that. But you have to think very carefully what the formatting is going to be, what you're going to say, what you're going to bring to the table, and you have to provide something unique. And if you can offer something unique, then I think it's good. If you're just going to try to, let's talk some hobby news. Everybody talks hobby news.
Yes. Bring something else to the table. There's too many, I guess, podcasts have lost their footing and they're just not doing anything anymore. Look, we went through the Hall of Fames. How many are really active in there? 60%. Yeah. And how many are really relevant? 10%. Maybe.
But even that discussion is niche. At least the audience, when we're having this conversation, at least some of the folks in the chat know what we're talking about because we made fun of it before. So like, we're not starting from scratch. I don't have to explain the whole thing to you and then we do the whole thing. At least you have a starting line, a baseline. SGC is not going to talk about the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame. Why would they? That has nothing to do with anything. That literally has nothing to do. They're what do they focus on? Talk a couple of SGC things, promote themselves, self-promote, and then they're like, hey, Baltimore News Babe Ruth, that happens to be an SGC holder. Yes. I asked the question. I asked a legitimate question. Eric, posed the question in my video. I said, would you talk about the 1914 Baltimore News Babe Ruth? It was in a PSA holder.
Yes.
If you're doing a podcast about this hobby, it would be foolish not to mention the biggest story in the hobby at the time, even if it is a competitor, and obviously you don't want to promote that. I think the silence would be deafening, as they say, if you were doing a hobby podcast about the hobby and not talking about potentially the most expensive baseball card ever sold.
And they were service. Sorry, go ahead.
I just think they're doing a disservice to your audience.
Would have been a great thing, and just my thoughts. You have that Babe Ruth card.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Biggest rookie card around. Flying Victor. Get him there for 15, 20 minutes talking about it. Fly him out. See you later. Get somebody else in who maybe owned one, past owner, or whatever. You have to do something. They didn't explain anything about the card. Like really. So,
what's the provenance? Where did it come from? Who's owned?
There's no backstory. There's nothing. It's just
was it
here's
found,
the card. It's in our holder.
Was it found in a Bible in a barn toolbox? That belonged to somebody's great grandfather. I want to know. Give me some information.
Yeah, backstory is everything. I just wrote a backstory for my publication, the Hobby News Daily, and I did the whole backstory of me going back to 2001, the Studley hockey cards. And that there's a famous comic book artist who did the artwork, and all this whole backstory of how I found it, how I didn't think about it, and then I came across it. It's like that's what we want. We want that story because the story grabs people. If it's just an explanation, well, this is Babe Ruth's his rookie card, it's the news, and it's officially his rookie card. Because actually, I think Victor did that card in one of his podcasts, and that'd be perfect to have a guy on him there like that, and that would change it up a little bit because you can't have those four guys sitting there every time. It doesn't work. It won't work. They don't have enough between them all, like you were saying, Carlos. They don't have enough, chutzpah.
Yeah, it's just like I said. If you're going to go that approach with those guys, it's going to be tough row. Like you're going to have a tough time because unfortunately, the guys that you've got there do not have the requisite knowledge base to be able to add. So if you don't know anything really, and I'm not picking on those guys, I don't know them, but I'm just asking the question. Like if you don't really have that knowledge base, you're there. What are you actually bringing to the table? What are you going to say? You're just going to sit there and like, what are you going to read off notes? Like, what are you going to read off notes? Like, what are you offering? Have an opinion. I don't care. Make up something. Like, I don't give a shit. Babe Ruth is overrated. He sucks. Okay, fine. At least, all right. I might not agree with you, but at least something.
Bring
But
the guy
otherwise, I don't
who
see the
graded
purpose.
that card, right? Bring the grader in. Oh yeah, I
Well, that's
remember
what
this
that's
came
what I'm
in. It was
that's what I'm getting at. I believe there's an opportunity there to do
somebody.
something else beyond just the basics. And hey, actually, we can offer some background on this because it is an SGC graded card.
Yeah.
Maybe you could offer a little background on it. That'd be great.
Sure.
That'd be sensational.
But-
Hobby Champ says, I believe they mentioned the card's journey history. They did. I think Pete went over it really briefly. I think he touched on it a little bit. Hockey and I would like to see Carlos, Bobby, or Eric on a Watchdog channel live stream. Eric's always there in Sports Car Radio. He's screaming in the background. You got to look for him harder.
I'm busy
always
enough with the shit I do.
Yeah, he's always there.
I'm
He's
good.
always there. I have a very high retainer, so I think I'll stick with where I'm at.
That would just be like a duck hunt for me.
Like the dog laughing. That'd be amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody hates the dog, and like everyone really secretly wants to shoot the dog.
Yeah.
Laughing at me, missing a single shot. How dare you? I would like to know the difference between that one and the blue PSA 4. There you go. I think that would be. I think that would be something
There's a
that you could have.
question.
Yeah, but I think
Simple.
that would be like a perfect thing. Now imagine you're bringing the senior grader to offer some insight on the nuances.
Or
Why
they
did
should
you give it
know
the
the
grade?
nuances? Those guys should have had that information there. Because otherwise, you're just going, it's an SGC holder. And so, yeah, this a little bit of information, but people want to hear a new story, a different story, a backstory, a forward story, where it's going to go, what it's going to go for, maybe some predictions. We don't know, but hey, whatever. You really have to change it up. It's hard to grab an audience and keep them going. Very difficult.
Well,
This.
What I'll say is this for their initial trial run episode, I'll give them credit for this. They've been able to mobilize their SGC fanatics, their army. They're at 3,000 views for that.
Yeah, well,
That's actually very strong for a YouTube thing for one of the graders, because if you actually look with Pete.
That's the initial. As we get on into it, we'll see the sustenance as it moves on.
No, I totally get it. But look, here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that with Peter Steinberg's thing for SGC Pete's whole thing, he's done very well with the social media side of things. Look, for comparison, kind of what I'm talking about. Okay, that was on YouTube. Here's the PSA YouTube channel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the index, Rare Ichiro Grail, that's one of the episodes, the current episode, 135 views 3 weeks ago. Hit Draft, 80 views a month ago.
Yep.
PSA Magazine, the index, 104 views.
What's the most views they have?
The most views they have was PSA card packing guidelines from 8 years ago, 75,000. A year ago, they got Fishboy, old Fishboy, Mike Trout, my channel favorite. So they got him on there sharing his favorite cards. Submissions 101, grading card tips from PSA 9 years ago. So let me go with something recent. 10 months ago, the 2023 service level and pricing updates. So it's got to be a very specific topic. I got to scroll through and keep scrolling to find a podcast episode that even registers.
Yeah,
I have to go. I have to go down because the podcast episodes don't offer anything. They don't bring anything to the table. That was my criticism. That was my critique. So I said, well, you're the biggest player in the space and you can't draw flies.
Yes.
SGC was able to get 3,000 for 4 young guys, 3 of whom may not know anything.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Like I'm saying, in relative terms, that's pretty good. That's now, can they sustain it if they make a second episode, a third episode, a fourth episode? I have no idea. No idea. You're going to have to bring something to the table.
It's all
but the
content.
point is, for one episode, I'm impressed. For one episode, I'm impressed that you were even able to draw that. That's good. I think that's good.
It's really good.
So let's go. Let's go here. Bobby will be too busy busting UD Series 2, and Eric will be too busy eating spoonfuls of mayonnaise.
Oh,
Facts.
ooh. That's just disgusting.
More than Buffalo Sabres get sad. More than Buffalo Sabres get sadly. Their YouTube is crazy for a pro team. Get your Tom. Get your Tom. PSA collector used to dominate the space. Where did he go? Eric killed him with mayonnaise.
Yes.
The irony. What he hates is what he uses as weapon of choice. So that's why I say, like, to me, my opinion, if I was offering a suggestion to SGCP and I go, look, you did extremely well for that first episode. Congratulations. You got to think very carefully what you do going forward with the next episodes, because if you can keep that momentum, if you make the adjustments, if you make some good adjustments, you can actually be the biggest player in the space on the social media side, and that can benefit you in the long run. Because PSA dropped the ball on this big time, dropped it. CGC is actually trying to do something. So to CGC's credit, they're actually trying to do something different. Whether it'll work or not in the long run, we'll see.
Yeah.
But they're doing better than PSA too. Beckett, I think, died. Basically, they're relying on Eric, and I think they're doomed.
Yeah.
They're kind of doomed. So that's all. So right now, the social media landscape for the third-party graders, SGC could dominate the space if they put even an adequate show together. All they have to do is be decent, and they can do better.
True.
So that's all I'm saying. Dr. Copernicus, what's got to do? Some Spike Oden stories up in here? I leave it to Eric. It'll be in the post show.
No.
Oh,
I love Bobby's comment of being hard to grab in an audience and keep going as past midnight on the East Coast. Still listen to you guys all night. It's made me actually laugh. It's true. But like I always joke about it because it's like we're operating a little bit of a different format. This is kind of a hangout, just kind of chilling and hanging out and making fun of some of these things, poking, but also a couple of moments here and there of lucidity talking
even
about.
though we joke, right?
But that's the point. There is both. There can be like moments of like Hal Gill worship, which, by the way, I'm being sincere.
Mm-hmm.
Hal Gill, goat. And then there is, all right, here's the critique of SGCs for podcasts. Here's things that they could learn from some of the other players in the space, things that we hope they will improve. But it's not up to me. I don't have a stake in it. Like, if they do a great job, great. If they do a terrible job and miss the opportunity, so be it. They wouldn't be the first. Others have had the opportunity to, and they dropped the ball.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Very few have really made it.
Because I genuinely think they don't understand that they have to do something different. They cannot try to replicate a normal podcast in the hobby. If you're a company and you try to do that, it will fail. It will always fail because you're not normal. You can't talk about everything. So you're handcuffed. You got your hands tied behind your back. You can't do it. It's done. What hobby industry company has an interesting YouTube channel? I can't think of one. That's the problem. All of them have that same handicap. Their struggle. It's tough.
Even
and I don't blame
Golden
him. I get it.
had his moments, but after that, where is he now?
Well, because what's funny is Golden doesn't understand
he was on top of the mountain, remember? And now where is he? He doesn't.
No, I agree, but I think it's because Golden actually thinks he's the attraction. People are like gawking at him. It's like, no, people are gawking at you. It's not the same as you being entertaining. Yes. It's not the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You have to actually understand why people are watching. This is important. Exactly. Why people are watching is extremely important. You need to understand that part, and then you will be able to make the content appropriately.
Probably for the wrong type of entertainment that he might think.
Correct. Yeah. He has misevaluated the audience. He doesn't understand where the audience is doing. So this is for you, Eric. How much of the Bruin stuff are you opening? Are you actually just going to do one box, or what's the deal?
No, I'm planning on buying two and see what happens. But I can't imagine buying more than two.
Now here's a question for you. Let me ask a serious question. Let's say you get two. One to keep, one to open. Yes. For the sake of argument.
Got to do it.
You do technically have a YouTube channel. This would be like if you were going to come out of the hibernation and do a video. This would be like the perfect item for you to do.
It is. I think you do.
All praise be to Hal Gill.
I'd be more than happy to open it here or on one other platform that we have. If people were interested, I'd be more than happy, but I don't know who'd be interested in watching me open up Bruins cards, but if
nobody,
there's enough, if there's enough interest and you want me to talk about, every player that comes out and my opinion on this, that, and the other thing.
I'm only interested in your discussion on Hal Gill.
I'd be more than happy to do it.
And Joe Thornton. And Joe Thornton's a good one too.
But I don't know how interested people would be in me doing that. But if there's an interest, we can wait for for us to have a full a full chat room, with 50 something people, and ask them.
See, Bobby, like if it wasn't for the fact that I'm sitting there, if for some reason AMG got it, I'd be like, give me one.
Yeah.
Hal Gill, and I would literally throw the rest of them in the trash. It's like Hal Gill,
and we'll get him to sign it.
It's true. We should listen. I look. I'm not saying I did, but I'm saying you can Google, and it's not Cameo. There's another company that's similar to Cameo, and Hal Gill can do messages. And I'm sitting there like, I wonder if I could make some calls and get like a Hal Gill appearance here to put Eric in his place to get him to show proper respect.
I don't have a problem with Hal Gill. I've never said anything bad about the man. I've only questioned why he's in a product.
All I ask, Eric, all we have asked, any of us, hockey people around the universe, all we ever asked, it's not about denouncing Hal Gill. It's about not showing the proper respect as the SP signature legend that he is.
Yeah, he's an SP signature legend.
All praise be to Hal Gill.
Yep, he's the best.
And he would be affordable on Cameo or whatever platform.
I actually think it was like $70 or $80. I'm like, fuck no. Look, the card was $3, Bobby. That's about as far as I'm willing to go for the joke. It's $3. $3, I'm cool. Like $3, we're all right. Open on stream, have Hal Gill auto. You have to eat a spoonful of mayo. That'd be amazing.
No.
Man, as says Eric, do it. Jason Allison Chase. There you go.
Amanda, I'm glad you found us tonight. And I give you my word, if I somehow pull a Jason Allison card, it will go in the mail immediately to California.
Zach here says Carlos tells Eric to make video and then he gets no views. That's the best part. He makes the video and then we show the video but never hit play. But we look at the video. We look at the still image of the screen of the thumbnail of the video. Amazing.
Can't imagine the joy that would bring people.
Listen, I think a lot of people would be. Look, if you had put fucking Hal Gill on your thumbnail, millions of views.
No.
Millions of views.
No.
Hobby Champ says, interesting tidbit. Peter Bergeron, Upper Deck Young Gun, PSA 10s, outsell LeBron's UD Star Rookie PSA 10. There you go. Eric spent his money well.
Wow. Amazing. True.
Dr. Copernicus says, what's your grail? Pro wrestling cards, guys. Bobby, you already got a full set of grails.
Yeah, I know.
So here's a question, Bobby. Out of that set, so all 80s WWF goodness, do you have a favorite character out of the bunch?
Sorry?
I say out of the set, you got all the Stewart's cards. You got a full set of 80s WWF stars there. You got a favorite out of the bunch?
Yeah, I would say that I don't think I just trying to think back who I was really into at that time.
Oh, while you're thinking about that, you know who was really great during that time period, especially in that set?
Oh yeah, it would have to be. I don't know. Hulk was always entertaining to watch, but you were always looking for somebody else to sort of come up behind him. I don't know. Georgie Animal Steel. He goes back a long way for
there you go.
I remember.
Well, I did send you a meme. It was funny because when you asked me for the link, I sent you back. If you get a chance to check out the link that I sent you,
it was really good.
It was a good one. It was the Hulk Hogan. It's like when you find out not and Maury Povich, like, you find out not everybody's your brother. No. All these years, Hogan thought no.
Yep.
I got that sent from somebody. I thought you'd appreciate it
because everyone says Hogan, but and he was the main guy. He really entertaining, But there's so many other guys.
Macho or Ted were my guys. They're especially in that. I have to break it up.
Well, Macho Man too. He was the entertainer part. It's sort of he's the Eddie Shack to me, but not the superstar, which was Hulk Hogan. But there was always these other guys. I always liked the British Bulldogs. I thought they were funny and fun. They were good to watch. A whole bunch of other. George Animal Steel was fine. Coco Beware. Well, he's not in that set, but there's a lot of different personalities that kind of always stood out to me. So
all time greatest, maybe not wrestler, but just my favorite wrestler of all time is Piper.
Yeah,
Piper
Roddy
was
Piper.
great.
I
See,
mean,
there's so many sections
he
of
could
time that
wrestle,
these
he
guys
could
went
fight,
through,
he
right?
could talk, he could, act. I mean, he was
He
doing
was
all.
always angry. It was good.
Piper's Pit was awesome.
Yeah.
To Eric, what you should do, like I said, you got a YouTube channel. You should take advantage of it. You
And
should
then
do
you
a
have-
review of it. You should do a review of it lives.
Mhm.
I'm here to chew bubble gum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
That's what I'm saying. Like right there, boom. It all comes together. That's all I'm saying. Bob Jackson has the PSA 10 Gobbledygook rookie. Good call out. So my favorite cards. What's funny is that there are some great cards. I like the modern cards. I'm not because there is like the Hogan Wrestling All Stars. Like obviously, if you're talking like wrestling cards, that's kind of a Grail card. Ric Flair's in that set. Even Ted DiBiase's in that set. Like there's a lot of the classic iconic guys. Some of them even before they became the classic Andre, and they've got a lot of them in there. So those would be Grail level cards, but I just never had that interest in them because they were kind of magazine cards. They were a little different. And it's before they became the WWF stars. Like Hogan in that set is not the Hulk Hogan of 84 onward that would be the WWF guy that would carry that banner for going forward. Even Ted DiBiase he's Ted DiBiase, but he's not the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase. Jake the Snake Roberts is Jake Roberts, but he's not Jake the Snake Roberts that you're kind of used to seeing. So it's not quite the same. I can't quite treat it the same, even though they are iconic cards.
Never a big fan of Jake, anyways. His ploy was kind of silly to me, but anyways,
I thought he was the best on the mic.
He was a good talker, sure.
Oh man, he would scare the hell out of me.
I like when he went cerebral. If you guys ever want to see like an old video, I obviously can't play it because the last time I tried to play anything WWF or WWE related, the one live stream that is verboten is gone. I tried to show Southern Hogan and it was the best, and it's gone to the sands of time. I'm not allowed to show Southern Hogan apparently. That's the one live stream that is vanished. It's gone with the sports car therapist. He's hanging out with that one live stream that I cannot be shown. He's hanging out with it. But what happens is if you want to go back, I want to say it was the WrestleMania where Jake the Snake Roberts was facing the $1 Million Man. He did a promo on the WrestleMania show where he basically talked about the $1 Million Man. He says the money you'll grovel for is your very own. And it was actually the whole promo there. It was very good because Jake the Snake didn't yell. He talked very deliberately, but what he was saying, he made you listen to what he's saying so that you're hearing what he's talking about. And if he was on his game, he was very good. He was very good at doing that. So here's Hockey 99. It says, Eric, why don't you do repacks on your cards? Check out his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Carlos, what are your thoughts on the Big Bright channel we talked about earlier tonight? We actually did. I specifically shouted out. You can check it out. It's earlier in the broadcast. I don't know how much Bruins cards, but I would love to hear Eric tell stories of his fanhood growing up watching these guys. Tell you what, we'll finish up on that. Give me 2 seconds, and we'll wind down on that. We'll let him do one story. I meant Patrice Bergeron. Forgot to correct messed me up. All good. Let's make the Snake Robert quote. You want to play 21? I've got 22. Nice. All right, Eric. With up next, Centennial set and the legendary SB Signature legend Hal Gill included. One Bruins story about a fanhood growing up watching the guys. Let's go. Wind us down on this
one. I think it would just be the fact that I have a lot of good memories as a young kid watching hockey with my dad in the family living room and not really understanding everything, but just being around him and other guys that would come over and watch the game and just sit there and be a part of the guys and hearing the names and hearing them debate and talk about, Bobby Orr this or, Terry O'Reilly that, and,
Don Cherry this
and that. And that's like my first memory of hockey and understanding what it was and who the Boston Bruins were and how excited, people would get when, the adults would get, when the game was on and sitting on my dad's lap, and watching the game, or sitting next to him in the chair and watching the game with him. That was my first memory, and the first time I started hearing these names that I now, idolize. I wouldn't have any of this or this interest possibly if it wasn't from him introducing me to the game and how much fun you could have as a fan with the game. So that would be the first story. That's the beginning.
I think I got close to the players through the cards of Toronto Sun photos and all these other different things that I purchased when I'm 5 and 6 years old, because we didn't get to stay up late enough. And I think the games came on after the first period. I didn't think they televised them. So, we got close to the cards because through the cards, we got close to the players, which is very different than watching the games because you never got to see most of the games. We had to go to bed at like 9 o'clock. So that's like second period. It's not even on.
And that's when the back of the cards meant something.
Yes.
Because these kids today never turn the card over. They have no interest in what's on the back there. They don't care about the stats. They don't care about the stories, if there are any. But, the vintage stuff all has stories, and that was your internet.
Mm-hmm.
How did, that's, I don't know. I just randomly got two here. Keith Magnuson's rookie card. One of the new breed of hockey players who are university graduates. Right? You just learn. Oh, so a lot of these guys don't go to college. Keith came to the Hawks directly from Denver University. Last year, his rookie year, Keith showed the poise and ability as a veteran, fast becoming the mainstay on Chicago's defense. I mean, that was your internet. So I was more interested in reading the backsies, and I'd read them over and over again. And I
always like the cartoons. The cartoons on the back were the best part.
And you could get.
What does it say? But what does it say about Magnus Ver Magnuson?
He's very strong.
He is the strongest of the Magnus.
Yeah.
Magnus.
Look, like I said, the old world's strongest man. As soon as they say Magnus Ver Magnuson, I start laughing. It's fantastic.
I used to watch those. That was great back in the day.
They actually replay them quite a bit. They do a lot of the 70s and 80s ones, and I'd be sitting there like, fantastic, guys, great, sounds good, do it, lift the heavy rock, let's go.
They were all from Iceland.
they were. That's what was hilarious. Like, strong bastards. I like it. Make it happen. Let's go.
Oh yeah. You live on a big volcano, active volcano. What are you going to do, right?
Mm-hmm. There you go. So let me quickly scan. We'll do the last one here. So my Hogag says, "Do you believe my room?" It says baseball cards are now most popular cards, and he's trying to make Panini look not popular. Baseball cards are still the most popular.
Yeah.
The other sports have done a lot. Basketball had its run, did a lot of things, but at the end of the day, when people talk about sports cards, a lot of times they just say baseball cards out of habit.
Yeah.
The same way you say Kleenex when you see mean facial tissue. But you just say it like it's in your mind that's what you say. You say baseball cards, but baseball cards can mean sports cards. It can mean anything. Oh, you got the old baseball cards? It's basic. It's sports cards.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy reading the back of a Willie Mays cards, for example. They say, I think this guy's going to be a good player.
Nailed it.
Going out on a limb. Throw this car over that other car. I know. It's legit.
I pick things up and I put them down.
I thought it was great. I enjoyed it. So, folks, you guys hung out there and then past the 4-hour mark. Appreciate you. So thank you to Zach, Hobby Champs, even Hockey 99 sometimes. We got a couple of different ones, so that's been a lot of fun. US Sports Cards, some great questions, a lot of the usual cast of characters. I'll go back through later on and check out some of the ones, but it's been a lot of fun. We covered a lot of ground. We had a lot of fun with it, and don't buy repacks, especially not electronic ones that are being promoted for you. Like, just don't.
Sum it up.
Just don't do it. Watch Big Bry. No holds barred. see if he says something fun. Who knows?
You never know with him.
Oh yeah.
And we're in December now. So we're in the last month of the year, and this is our opportunity. We are 1 month away before the end of 2023. For the love of all that is holy, Kenny Golden, light yourself on fire.
Again.
Do it for the people. Just thought I would throw it in there. I have to watch Paranormal Investigation shows before bed. Have a good night, Hobby Champs. All right, folks, have yourself a good one. We'll leave that as the last word. Much love. Stay safe and enjoy cardboard. Good words to finish on. Have yourselves a good night. We will catch you in the next episode. What?
Tetris.
Fantastic. Have a good night. Take it easy, everybody.